Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the war in Iran and the situation in the Middle East. There could be more U.S. strikes tonight. That would be the 14th straight night of U.S. strikes. So we'll be looking out for that. Also, Saudi Arabia says a second Saudi Arabian ship has been attacked in the last few days in the Red Sea. They say the ship sustained minor damage. What is this? Minor damage. And we also want to talk about, there's reports the last few minutes that Saudi Arabia may have attacked the port of Hodeidah, which is a Houthi-controlled port. I'm just looking at one other video here. Let me just see something here. Oh, I have another video here too. Hold on. I have a video from the wildfire in Spain. So I might put some of that up there too. Give me a second here. Let me just kind of get everything organized. Just saw the video from Spain. Large wildfire there. Okay, so I'll probably show a bit of that too. Let me just real quick do this. This will go here. Okay. Real quick, because I just got this video. I just saw this video. This is a video from the wildfire in Spain. Look, I'm going to put this on right now. Hold on. Just pull this up here. Yeah, this is a tens of thousands of people have fled this fire outside Madrid. All right, I'm just putting this up for a second. This is going to be a live video. Where is there? Look, right there. That's a live video. That's not the Middle East. That is live in Spain. Does it even say in Spain where it is? Puerta de la Cruz Verde. We're not going to focus on this. I just wanted to show the video while I had it. Normally don't get video like this. And it says, I don't think there's audio. So this is an AFP video. And Reuters says tens of thousands of people fled wildfires in southwest France by car and boat today, and Spain declared Spain declared a national emergency as huge blazes merged outside Madrid and searing heat left tinder-dry conditions across the region. I'm not even sure exactly where all the fires are burning. It's not just France. Reuters says the French authorities ordered the total evacuation of the Cap Verde Peninsula, a tourism hotspot on France's Atlantic coast. A third fire was on the verge of joining two fires that had merged outside of Madrid. This video is from Spain. So anyways, I'm going to keep an eye on this. Just give me 2 seconds here. Just give me 2 seconds. Wait, now I have to double check. This is Puerto de la Cruz. But this makes no sense. Puerto de la Cruz Verde. It's a mountain pass in Spain. Hold on. I'm pulling it up on a map so you can see. Again, I just got this video in, so I want to show it to you. So this is outside Madrid. So look, the fire you're seeing now, see it says Puerto de la Cruz Verde. There is Madrid. So this is, roughly speaking, about 20 miles from Madrid. It's about 25 miles outside of Madrid. Anyways, I'll keep checking. We're not going to focus on this right now. But I did want to show you that this was happening, and I'll keep an eye on it. And as I was mentioning, the Madrid regional leader said this is the worst wildfire in our region's history. Spain has declared the first national emergency it's ever declared due to a wildfire. In Spain, more than 19,000 people were ordered to evacuate from towns in the mountains west of Madrid. Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this. I wanted to show you this video. Again, it's not in the Middle East. We're not focusing on this. But I wanted to give you an update because this video just came in. All right, so I'll keep an eye on that. Now, let's talk about the Middle East. And first of all, we're waiting to see if there's going to be a 14th straight night of U.S. strikes on Iran. Second of all, President Trump made some comments on Iran a few minutes ago. We'll watch those. Third of all, there are reports that Saudi Arabia itself said a second Saudi Arabian tanker in the last few days has been attacked in the Red Sea and sustained minor damage. Almost certainly that's a Houthi attack. And then also, Houthi media is saying that that Saudi Arabia attacked the Houthi port, the Houthi area of Hodeidah in Yemen. Oh, now here's a report from Fars State Media. All right, so let's take a step back here. Here is Saudi press agency, state media. A source from the General Organization of Transport. The targeting of the Saudi ship, it's an oil/chemical tanker, according to marine traffic. The targeting of the Saudi ship NCC Masa during its voyage in the Red Sea resulted in a minor injury to the ship's body, and the ship continued its voyage to its destination after confirming its safety and the safety of its crew. Now, here's what I'm seeing from Fars Media. I think it was Aleph who mentioned that Iranian media had started posting about this. So I'm going to show you what Fars Iranian state media says. Look at this from Fars Iranian state media. They say new explosion in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I don't know if it was in the Strait or if it was in the Red Sea, which is next to the Strait. Saudi Arabian media, as we just showed you, reported that the oil tanker NCC Masa, belonging to a Saudi company, it is under a Saudi flag, was struck today while transiting the Red Sea. True. That's true. Now, Fars says the vessel has been moving for the past 3 days with its automatic identification system turned off. Now, they also claim that 2 other Saudi oil tankers were targeted by the Houthis. The Houthis said they targeted 2 tankers, but it's only been confirmed that 1 was hit. The Encelia, which was set on fire by a Houthi missile. So this is interesting that Iran state media, I don't know why I still have that video up. There we go. Sorry. Iran state media is claiming that the Saudi tanker that was attacked in the Red Sea, the new one we're hearing about attacked in the Red Sea, had its transponder off. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Iran state media Fars says the Saudi tanker that was attacked in the Red Sea. Says the latest Saudi tanker that was attacked in the Red Sea, reported today by Saudi state media, has been moving in for the past 3 days with its automatic identification system turned off. Presumably, it was attacked by the Houthis. Okay, so we'll have to see. Again, that was we just heard about that about an hour ago, that there was another Saudi tanker attacked in the Red Sea, presumably by the Houthis. Saudi Arabia says minor damage. Now, Iranian state media is claiming that the vessel had its automatic identification system turned off. Remember, the Iran-supported Houthis have announced a naval blockade of Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. Now, wondering, the stock market is closed for the weekend in the U.S. Regarding oil prices, that market closes quite soon. Yeah, so oil prices, if you look at Brent crude, earlier today, Brent, let me show you, this is the 1-day chart. So earlier, Brent crude had gotten down to around 95. There's some reporting claiming that there may be some move towards a possible peace negotiations. So it's possible that news played a role in this. I'm going to show you what President Trump had to say a few minutes ago. But you can see that it had gotten down today from about 100 to about 95, but now it's back up to 98.24. That's Brent crude. And that market closes in about 11 minutes for the weekend. That's from tradingview.com. Hold on a second. Yeah. Raiders mentions there is after hours trading. That is true. There is after hours trading. The regular market hours close at 4. All right, now let's try to get you some more updates on also a possible Saudi strike on the Houthi area of Hodeidah, which Houthi media was reporting on. Do I have them up here? Give me a quick second here. Hold on. Hold on. I need this. I need to do this. I need to do this. Okay. Isn't there also, by the way, yeah, the SpaceX Starship launch is supposed to be, I think, in a couple hours. So we got to keep, maybe we'll show some of the SpaceX Starship launch if it takes place as scheduled. Let me show you some of what's being reported by Iran, by Houthi media. Now, so Houthi media is reporting, for example, this is Nasruddin Amr, who is with, he's the head, I think, of Houthi media, I believe. He says, source in the Ministry of Defense, Yemeni air defenses, meaning Houthi, have forced a number of Saudi military formations to withdraw from the airspace. I don't know if that's true. He also said, again, this is Houthi media, Al-Hodeidah, woman injured in the Saudi aggression on Kamaran Island. This is an interesting post from Martin Kelly. Hold on. Martin Kelly, who's with EOS Risk Group, said they are issuing an advisory to warn of increased risk to all Saudi ports. He also says, he's with EOS Risk Group, he says that the Saudi Air Force has conducted airstrikes at Hodeidah. We're hearing that multiple places. Then I'm also seeing it at... Hold on, let me show you something else. Yes, so this is all you see on the screen now is Houthi media. So Nasruddin Amr of Houthi media says Saudi aggression targeted Kamaran Island. Also says Saudi aggression in Al Hudaydah, Saudi aggression in a series of airstrikes targeted facilities belonging to the Telecommunications Corporation in the city of Al Hudaydah. And there it is from Al Masira, which is Houthi media. So Houthi media says Saudi aggression in a series of airstrikes targeting facilities associated with the telecommunications institution in the city of Al Hudaydah. So again, multiple reports saying that Saudi Arabia has launched a strikes in Yemen on the Houthis. This comes after the Houthis have said that they're putting on a naval blockade on Saudi ships in the Red Sea and have said they've already started to attack Saudi ships. And we've already heard from Saudi Arabia in the past few days about 2 different ships being hit. Let me show you what we're talking about. Oops, now you can't see. Oh, I know why, maybe. Hold on. So there's Yemen right there. There's Yemen. Hodeidah is here. Hodeidah is actually on the Red Sea. There's Hodeidah, Al Hodeidah, right there. That's the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia is right here. I mean, Al Hodeidah is not that far from Saudi Arabia, probably, 100 miles or something from the Saudi border. All right. By the way, let me just say a quick thanks to a couple people. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much to Thomas P0419 for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Also, Sabra 576 for the membership. Thank you, Sabra. Thank you, Shelley Amsterdam. She says, thanks for covering this unnecessary war. She thinks it's an unnecessary war. That's from Shelley Amsterdam. She's talking about the Iran war. Thanks, Martin Ging. Maybe we'll do a poll a little later, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Martin Ging for your support. Mr. Weskers, who says Trump is Big Daddy and everyone knows it. Thanks, Mr. Weskers. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Also, Rivka Sprong, thanks for being a member. And also, by the way, also, 86 GOP Forever. 86 gave 50 memberships. 50 from 86. Wow. That's really generous of you. So please thank 86 if you got a membership from 86. Also thank Sabra and Thomas if you got a message from them. I'm sorry, a gift membership from them. And also Israel Bishop gave some memberships too. And PVC Swede gave a membership. Thank you. So make sure you thank somebody if you got a membership. Special thanks to 86 for the 50 memberships. Wow. And again, PVC Swede, Israel Bishop, Stephen Briones, thank you. Sabra says, will it really go off tonight? Sabra, I have no information. I have no information I would consider reliable, suggesting there's a high chance of some huge American attack tonight. I mean, there's been reporting in the last week saying President Trump is considering a big attack, but I haven't heard anything specific that would suggest it's highly likely tonight. We'll just have to see what happens. I will show you what President Trump had to say today. Thank you, Gabriel Morrow. Gabriel, that question I can't really answer, but thank you, Gabriel Morrow. I really appreciate your support from Canada. And also, Man for Some Markets, who says, not a lot of news today, but I imagine people didn't want to hold the long risk into the weekend. That's what Man for Some Markets says. Regarding the markets, I guess. All right, so. All right, so we're going to get you some more about, again, the reported Saudi attack on Houthi targets in Yemen. I think that would be 2 in 3 days that had been confirmed. 2 Saudi tankers in 3 days in the Red Sea. Confirmed attacked. Hold on a second here. What's this? And how are the Houthis going to respond to the new Saudi attacks? Okay, update from Houthi media. Update from Houthi media. Houthi media, Nasruddin Amer, who's the head of Houthi media, says the Saudi aggression targeted the port of Hodeidah and Kamaran Island with 4 airstrikes and reports of a woman being injured. That is from Houthi media 8 minutes ago. They're saying Kamaran Island in the port of Hodeidah. So now, again, things have been ramping up the last couple weeks after several years of a truce between the Houthis in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. Things have been ramping up the last couple of weeks, and now we are hearing about, again, another Saudi tanker attacked by probably the Houthis. I would almost certainly think the Houthis in the Red Sea, and new airstrikes by Saudi Arabia reported in Houthi-controlled Yemen at Al-Hudaydah. There's Hodeidah right there. I don't know exactly where. They're saying the port, but I'm not sure where exactly. And then where is Kamaran Island? Kamaran is here. There's Kamaran Island right there. Northern Yemen. I believe Sana'a is the Houthi capital, by the way. And you can see Saudi Arabia is right next to Houthi-controlled Yemen. So what's going to happen now with that? And keep in mind that the Red Sea is an important shipping outlet for energy like the Strait of Hormuz is, and Saudi Arabia has been taking a bunch of their oil that they can't ship out through the Strait of Hormuz and shipping it out on the Red Sea through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is here. So now the Houthis have said they're blockading Saudi shipping in the Red Sea. So fighting, that certainly could restrict Saudi shipping. And I would think if there's fighting in the region and ships getting attacked, that could reduce all shipping coming out of there, which could certainly put upward pressure on oil prices. A couple of our viewers mentioned that, yes, Bahrain sirens again, which happens, again, just to be clear, several times a day usually now. Looks like Iran is attacking Bahrain again. The alarm siren has been activated in Bahrain. So some sort of, I would assume, Iranian missile and or drone attack. By the way, the Wall Street Journal reported today, that recently, according to the Wall Street Journal, early this month, the Wall Street Journal says, Bahrain and Kuwait secretly sent jets to attack sites inside Iran. Again, that's according to the Wall Street Journal. They say early this month, Bahrain and Kuwait secretly sent jets to attack inside Iran, and the UAE provided intelligence on targets and defensive air cover. So I don't know if, given that report, will Iran increase the scope or escalate its attacks against Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE. So sirens in Bahrain right now. Hey, let me thank our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Ruth is moderating right now. Danny James is moderating. Thanks, Danny. Beth Mythical is moderating over on YouTube. Thank you. Also on Twitch, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 are moderating. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Thank you for moderating. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson moderating on Facebook. Andrea Holder, thanks so much for moderating. And also, thanks on Twitch to Ehawk MPA for subscribing. Ehawk thinks Saudi Arabia just initiated all the action for tonight. Thanks to Laughing Boy for subscribing on Twitch as well. Cheese Bites, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for your support on Twitch. Also, thanks so much, Chasing Curiosity. And thanks for the gift membership, Chasing Curiosity. Thank you. Also, thanks to Rub Nubbud, who says, the more strikes from anyone, the more instability is pinned on the U.S. on the world stage. We struck first. They don't need to win a battle. They can hurt U.S. interests abroad by making this quagmire worse. That is from Nubnubud. Thank you, Nubnubud. Thanks, Stephen Briones. Thank you again, Stephen. And also, thanks to Gilbert DeRilbert for the memberships. Gave 10 memberships. It's very nice of you. Please thank Gilbert if you got a membership from Gilbert DeRilbert. So again, it looks like Bahrain is under attack from Iran because they have their siren going off. Did Saudi Arabia post about this? I didn't see it there. Hold on. Oh, what is this? I just saw something here. Where is that from? I need to find something here. Give me a second here. I'm just checking a couple things. Give me just a second, guys. I am just checking a couple of things here. I was trying to find some updates from Saudi Arabia, their side of the story about this attack on the Houthis, and I haven't seen much from them yet. All right, so we need to keep an eye on that. We need to keep an eye on that. There's a lot to keep an eye on right now. Hang on a moment here. And I'll let you know what we're hearing from Bahrain. By the way, I mean, it gets targeted all the time. It's been targeted since the start of the war. The U.S. Fifth Fleet base. Well, look here. Look at what Iranian state media Tasnim says. Reports indicate a missile and drone attack on the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. So it looks like the Fifth Fleet base is being targeted yet again by Iran. Thomas Wiley says Groundhog Day. That's what they're saying. QJ says all reliable. Al Jazeera says, same thing I was telling you. Houthi media says that Saudi Arabia has struck Yemen's Houthi city of Hodeidah. Yeah, so again, given that Houthi media is saying Saudi Arabia has attacked the Houthi-controlled city of Sudaida and also the nearby Comorin Island, I would think now that the Houthis are going to respond to that in some way. I don't know when, but they might launch. Oh, look, this is from new statement from Houthi media. New statement from Houthi media. Hang on, I'm going to show you. This is from Nasruddin Amer, who's the head of Houthi media. Urgent. Foreign Ministry, I guess this is the Houthi Foreign Ministry. The Saudi regime bears the consequences for any developments that will occur as a result of its criminal step. Oh, I have it right here. I have some quotes from the Foreign Ministry. Hold on, let me see if I can get their actual statement they put out. Bear with me for a second. right, it's not there. It's not even there. So according to Houthi media, oh, Houthi Foreign Ministry. Look at this right here. This is from Houthi media. Houthi Foreign Ministry, by targeting the Saudi regime. I'm sorry. I think this is probably a bad translation. I think what the translation is supposed to say, by the Saudis targeting the Houthis, by the Saudi regime targeting the Houthis in Hodeidah, by them targeting Hodeidah, the equation of escalation for escalation becomes the title of the upcoming phase. Again, that's a new statement from the Houthi Foreign Ministry, saying the equation of escalation for escalation becomes the title of the upcoming phase. Oh, Houthi Foreign Ministry says, this is according to Houthi media. Here's another quote from them. I need 2 seconds. I'll give you the quote in 2 seconds. Houthi Foreign Ministry. They said, let me show you instead of read it to you. Houthi Foreign Ministry. Instead of complying with the just and legitimate demand to lift the siege on Yemen, the Saudi regime committed a grave folly that will cost it dearly. That is from the Houthi Foreign Ministry. The Houthi media is also claiming that a worker, again, I cannot verify this claim. Houthi media is claiming that a worker in the communications building was injured in the Saudi attack on the city of Hodeidah in Yemen. So I am expecting at this point, given what we're hearing from the Houthis, that they, I don't know when, are going to launch some kind of counterattack against Saudi Arabia. That's what the language suggests. It could be soon. It could be while we're on. It could be while we're on the air. The Houthis could. The Houthis are right next to Saudi Arabia. They could fire missiles or something. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Simon Bourassa thinks both sides have its own propaganda. Again, there were just recently sirens in Bahrain, so it does look like Iran launched drones and/or missiles at Bahrain recently. I dislike deplorable. Deplorable says Bahrain is getting that business now. Shin claims there was a strike in Khuzestan province on Bebahan. That's what Shin claims. I haven't seen any reporting of that from Iranian state media yet. Oh, here is the statement from Yemen's, the Houthi Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have the statement from them. Here it is right here. Well, you'll see it in a second. It was posted by Iranian state media. Yemen's, the Houthi Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Saudi regime bears full responsibility for all the consequences of the developments resulting from its criminal act. Instead of yielding to the legitimate and just demand to lift the siege on Yemen, the Saudi regime committed a major folly that will come at a heavy price. Targeting the Hodeidah province in Yemen by the Saudi regime will lead to a new phase characterized by the equation of escalation in response to escalation. That's what they say. So things are ramping up with the tensions between the Houthis and the Saudi Arabia. And that could, one direct impact that could have on the Iran war is that you could see more attacks. You could see if Saudi shipping of oil through the Red Sea. Remember, 2 Saudi tankers in the last, I think, 3 days have been attacked now by the Houthis, it appears, at least 2. If Saudi shipping is seriously slowed down in the Red Sea, that's a lot of oil that can't get out anymore. And that is higher oil prices. Also, will the U.S. get involved in attacking the Houthis if the Houthis are attacking Saudi shipping in the Red Sea? By the way, somebody asked about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I am supposed to have video from the White House Correspondents' Dinner of Trump speaking. He's supposed to speak at 9 p.m. That's like 3.5 hours from now. So assuming we're on then I'll put up his speech. By the way, where is hold on. So Iranian media has reported in the recent minutes that there were explosions, that 2 different bases have been attacked in Bahrain, the 5th Fleet base, which Iran has been attacking for months, and also I believe there's a base in, they say a base in Al Jufair. which is actually, I think this might be the same base. Yes, Al Jufair is a district in Manama. So the when Press TV says Al Jufair, I think they mean the Fifth Fleet base. Just to be clear. Just to be clear. Thanks, Ian Dixon, for your support. Yes, Ian, planning on showing President Trump speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Also, thanks to E1991M. Could we consider this World War III? I don't know. E1991M, I mean, it's up to humans to decide what that means. I don't think for most people they'd consider what's going on now to meet their definition of World War III. But that's just my opinion of what people think. You can ask people if you'd like, but that's my thought. Thank you, but thank you so much, E1991M. Where is this quote coming from the Saudi-led coalition? I'm seeing quotes. There's a Saudi news account that is claiming to post quotes from the Saudi-led coalition, but I can't find the actual site, so I can't confirm the quotes. Oh, what's this? Hold on. Hold on. I think I have the statement here. The joint forces. I think I have a statement from the Saudi coalition, guys. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Is this the statement from the Saudi coalition? I think it is. Yes. Okay. So, yes. Okay, I'm going to translate this statement. I'm going to translate this for you so you can see and I can see what the Saudi coalition said. This. Oops. Okay. Let me do this one more time. Bear with me one more time. It's basically the same, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same. Okay, here it is. Here's the statement. This is the statement from the Saudi coalition. Joint forces of the coalition, we carried out a proportionate military response against legitimate military targets belonging to the terrorist Houthi militia in Hodeidah Governorate. The official spokesman for the coalition forces, the coalition support legitimacy in Yemen, Major General Turki al-Maliki, I think it says, stated that the terrorist Houthi militia committed a cowardly and reckless act when it targeted commercial vessels in the Red Sea, adding to this list of crimes and marine terrorism in one of the most important international waterways. Major General al-Maliki explained that the kingdom, Saudi Arabia, has stood and will continue to stand by the brotherly Yemeni people. Remember, there's a civil war in Yemen, long-term civil war, and their government in the most difficult circumstances and changes. And the kingdom reiterates its continued support for them confronting the terrorist Houthi militias. As Major General al-Maliki clarified, the port of Hodeidah was not targeted, they claim, and all Yemeni ports, including Hodeidah, Ras Isa, and Salif, are open to maritime navigation and are operating to receive commercial vessels transporting food, goods, fuel, and building materials. So they say they targeted military targets in Yemen, but not the port of Hodeidah. Flights to Yemeni airports are also operating. The Houthi militia continues to refuse to allow flights from Sanaa's international airport and insists on besieging the Yemeni people and to export the problems and suffering they have caused, further worsening the suffering of our Yemeni brothers in the areas under the Houthi control. Major General al-Maliki said the coalition carried out a firm and strong response after prioritizing the preservation of the resources of the brotherly Yemeni people, the people in Yemen who don't support the Houthis. The targeting focused on legitimate military objectives of the terrorist Houthi militia related to the threat to ships in the Red Sea. The military response operation concluded by achieving the principle of proportionality and the planned operational objectives. The operation was conducted in accordance with the provisions of international humanitarian law and its customary rules, and in line with the principle of proportionality. And then at the bottom there, you can't see it, but I'll see if I can help you see it. At the bottom it says, last paragraph, Major General al-Maliki affirmed that the Joint Forces Command of the coalition will continue to take all necessary operational measures and precautions to protect our ships and safeguard the kingdom's interests and national assets. Should the Houthi militia persist in its hostile actions, a decisive response will be forthright. So that is the Saudi-led coalition Okay, so this is a statement from the Saudi-led coalition on today's attacks on Houthi military targets, they say, in Hodeidah Governorate, Yemen. Okay, so that is them confirming they have attacked the Houthis in Yemen. So how are the Houthis going to respond to Saudi Arabia attacking them? And remember, the Saudi Arabia said they attacked the Houthis as a response to the Houthis targeting commercial vessels in the Red Sea. Uh, Channel 12 News Israel, one of our viewers just mentioned this. Although I don't know if the details are exactly correct that our viewer said. Well, Mark Ramirez said this. Thanks, Mark. Channel 12 Israel says, amid fears of escalation with Iran, Austrian Airlines and ITA from the Lufthansa Group canceled their morning flights to Israel. I don't know that. I don't know that these airlines have any kind of inside information on what might happen. Give me a moment here. Hang on. Okay. Thanks, by the way. Tormented Tantalus just gave 50 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. That is very generous of you. Tormented Tantalus. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus. That's so nice of him. Thank you. Him or her? I can't tell which. It's not clear from the profile. So I'll say him, but feel free to correct me. Thank you so much to Danny Morales as well. Thanks, Danny, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks to German Butcher. German Butcher thinks we are close to World War III, but not there yet. If China were to attack Taiwan, then it would be in World War III. Thank you so much, German Butcher 79, for your support. Okay, let's get caught up here. I think we should watch what President Trump had to say today. It's not that long. It's important to get an update from him. Should we do that? Why don't we do that? He talked about Iran in the White House. We're going to take a second and do that while we have a second. Yes, we should do this. I won't even watch the non-Iran questions. We'll just play the Iran questions for you, so you can see what he said. Paolo says, we love to hear from our president. Hey, thanks, Kerry Poteet. I appreciate that, Kerry Poteet. Also, Josie Cooper, thank you. All right, I think this is the part where he answers, where he, just to do this, it's easier if I put my headphones on while I'm playing the video. I think this is right queued up to where he starts taking questions. All right, so let's see here what I'm hearing. Oh, gotta leave this on. Oh, I know why I'm not hearing anything. Hold on.
Deal. This man over your shoulder.
First of all, maybe you have some questions for the people behind me. Please, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. I want to ask about the Saudi nuclear deal. This man over your shoulder announces a big deal after 18 months of negotiating with the Saudis. Seems like it's all done, it's signed, and then you come out, throw some new conditions on top of it. The whole thing blows up. So did he get out ahead of you, or what happened there?
No, nobody got out ahead. I mean, I just say that in order to do it, they have to be a member of the Abraham Accords, which have been very successful. But it's time now that they do it. They and others didn't want to do it because of the problem that they had with Iran. You don't have that problem anymore. You don't have a great power there anymore. You have a problem, but the problem is disappearing day by day. They were the bully of the Middle East. They were not going to be that much of a bully anymore. They'll probably, I think, instinctively want to be. But you don't have the same problem that you would have had 4 or 5 months ago before they had no navy, no military, no anti-aircraft, no leaders. I mean, their leaders are gone. A lot of things have changed with respect to that country. So, no, we want them to, it's a two-way street, and we think it's very important for the future of the Middle East. The Abraham Accords have been incredibly successful for the countries, as you know, for the countries in them. And I think it's very important. So, at some point they'll join, and they'll do their civil. It's to echo it's civil nuclear, but that's what it is. No enrichment, it's civil nuclear.
A question about Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who are you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing New York Times. Yeah, please.
Javier Negre from Real America's Voice in Espanol. I just came back from Venezuela, and people there are very happy with you.
Right.
With Secretary.
I'm going to forward through the non-Iran questions because I just want to show you the Iran questions. It's about Venezuela. Okay, here, next Iran question.
Say hello, okay?
Mr. President,
Peter?
about Iran, what is the exit strategy?
Well, I think there's a lot of them. There's a military exit where we just keep going just the way we are, and we can even make it a heavier dose, and it's knocking out everything they have. Or there's a smarter strategy, and that's you make a deal, and they want to make a deal. I just don't think they're ready yet. But they do want to make a deal. Sometimes they don't want to say they want to make a deal. They want to be the tough guys. But they do want to make a deal. There's two ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing and take them apart piece by piece. We can do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do. Or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now. I mean, as we speak, we're talking to them.
And you said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things they do, but thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed.
And just a different story, not Iran. There's this nasty parasite that is giving people in 9 states explosive diarrhea.
All right, I'll
when
play
is it
this
going to be safe
question.
to eat lettuce again?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It's the first time I've been asked that question. Are you eating lettuce recently?
I should always have more lettuce.
You want to get the hell out of here, Peter. No, it's a very interesting question from you. I didn't think you'd ask that kind of a question. Nobody wants to ask that question, but
Well,
it's very interesting. Well, it's exciting.
There's this food coming in, I guess, from Mexico. It's tainted. It's making a lot of people sick. That is the CDC's terminology.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a major tariff on Mexico because of the lettuce, and we're going to put a big tariff on Canada because of the smoke. All right, we'll get a combo. Which would you have, the lettuce or the smoke? I think I'll take the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke wrecked my daughter's swim meet.
Well, it's closed up a lot of countries. I've told Canada they have to do something about it. You know, we've never had this problem. All of a sudden, we have this problem with Canada. So we'll have to talk to them about that.
Mr. President, a follow-up on Iran. Thank you, sir. A follow-up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you were referring to? Okay. Should we expect to see major strikes?
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by, for maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are two ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other is probably the easier way, doing what we're doing. And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. You know, we're prepared to do that, as you know. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but we're talking to them, so I think while we're talking, we'll see what comes of it.
And when you say just a quick
I believe, Jeff, they're very serious. Okay. They should be.
And when you say that you're talking, is it Mr. Kushner or Mr. Witkoff, or who's involved in those talks?
Sort of everybody. JD and Marco and a lot of people are talking to. A lot of people to talk to. It's a big deal. But really, when you get right down to it, it's not very complex. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know, very simple actually, but it's a big deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have even a thought of a nuclear weapon, we will just continue to go at much higher levels. But we are talking right now, and we'll see what comes of it. I'm not, you know, despite what everyone says about the election, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. We have to do it right. Elections take care of themselves. When when I went into Venezuela, everybody was against it. Oh, what are you doing going into Venezuela? And then 2 days later, they said, wow, that's fantastic. A lot of people are saying that with Iran already, because it would take them 25 years to rebuild already from what they have. And again, as you know, no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no radar, no nothing. And we, as you know, we just reinstituted I guess you could I call it the iron wall on the water. Nothing gets through. Nothing. Blockade. Nothing gets through. And they sort of have to make a deal. But we are talking to them. I think they're being serious. I think they are being by far the most serious that we've seen them. But that doesn't mean we get there. We'll see what happens. But I always prefer that alternative.
Mr. President, I have an energy question. So, Burgum, you might be able to help with this. So, you have criticized windmills.
All right. I want to update you on something. So, you heard President Trump, this was him speaking this afternoon, say that he says Iran he thinks they're getting serious about negotiating. He says they want to make a deal. He says we're talking to them. He says they could do it in a military way. He says we're not in a hurry. Okay, he said all of those things. Now, before we get to any more of this, I do want to mention that Konstantin Toropin, who is with Associated Press, reports that the CENTCOM spokesperson, Captain Hawkins, said that the U.S. military has fired on a second merchant ship that was trying to violate the Iranian blockade. According to AP's Konstantin Toropin, CENTCOM says the MT Levine tried to run the blockade at least 4 times. The crew was warned, didn't comply, and military then fired into its engine room. I'm assuming we'll have an announcement soon, an official announcement from CENTCOM about that. Okay, our viewer Caprice thinks Iran is not talking to us anymore. Now, give me a moment here. I have not seen any reporting yet from Iran state TV of new strikes in Iran. Shin had claimed there were initial reports of a blast in Sirik. I haven't seen that anywhere else yet, so I'll keep an eye out on that. But in the meantime, let's just see if President Trump took any more Iran-related questions today. Here, I was playing him and just checking out what he was saying about Iran today. I'm forwarding through. I don't see anything else yet about Iran. I'm looking. I wonder if he said any more about it. Oops, hold on. Okay, here's another question about Iran. Here's another question about Iran that President Trump took today, earlier this afternoon, right here. I think it's just about queued up here.
I can tell you that right now we're talking to them. That one of the reasons, and they had a big problem with that. Yeah.
You told Axios that you were considering a, quote, massive attack on Iran. What is the tipping point for you to make the decision?
Well, I can't tell you that. Right now we're talking to them, so, maybe there won't be a tipping point, and maybe there will. And we're ready to go. Look, we're locked and loaded. We're ready to go, but we're talking to them, so maybe there will be, maybe there won't be a tipping point.
But at what point with Iran do you think they're going to cry uncle and actually come to the table?
Well, maybe they will cry uncle, or maybe they'll just give up, or maybe they'll just go into a cave and hide. They have caves very deep in the ground, and they can hide. They get shaken up pretty good, but they can hide. But we've taken out their first level of leadership. We've then taken out their second level of leadership. We've taken out some of the third level, and we're negotiating with the rest. And we'll see how it all works. And right now we are talking to them seriously, but I've talked to them before, and they don't seem to be able to get there. Maybe now they will. But, look, if I thought they were anywhere near getting a nuclear weapon, if I wasn't elected, Israel would, in my opinion, not be around anymore. They would have been hit by a nuclear weapon. And that includes right at the beginning with Barack Hussein Obama's nuclear deal that was so bad with Iran. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. And maybe even more so, the B-2 bombers. If that plane right there, that plane, that beautiful plane, the wing, it carries the largest bombs in the world. If that bomb didn't go over their 17-hour flight, and it hit every one of those bombs, hit their target, and the target was an air shaft at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's hard to believe, right? Going at very tremendous speeds. Every one of them hit and blew it to hell. If that didn't happen, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and there would be no Israel. If I wasn't here, if I wasn't president, there would be no Israel, and there probably would be no Middle East. And you saw that when they shockingly started shooting at everybody all over the Middle East. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used that. There might not be a Middle East as we know it today, but there definitely, in my opinion, there would not have been an Israel. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for all the questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was, look, you heard him. He said, we're talking to them. We're talking to them seriously, he said. He says they're talking to Iran seriously. Maybe we'll do a poll after that, after we heard that. Big U.S. attack on Iran this weekend. Why won't this work? Why won't this work? Will there be a big U.S. attack on Iran this weekend? That's going to be our flash poll. Soccer fan Machado says we've been close to a deal for 5 months now. Hang on, I'm just getting the poll posted everywhere. Okay, now let me show you guys as you think about the poll. And then vote on the poll. Okay, so what I said to you was, will there be a big attack by the U.S. on Iran this weekend? Over now on YouTube. The YouTube result right now is, 69% yes. 69% yes, even after a president was saying they're seriously talking to him and he's not in a rush. YouTube thinks 69% yes. On Facebook, it is 59% yes on Facebook. And on Twitch, now Mad Hatter says definitely not tonight. He's going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He is supposed to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner around 9 p.m. Twitch says 65% yes. Darcy Do That thinks all the military movement speaks for itself. Adam Herman thinks it will be power plant day soon. Sema J. Taylor thinks they will not come to the table. Zoom Amped says if you want oil at 150, go ahead with big strikes. Give me one moment here. I don't know exactly where it is tonight. I don't have the venue, the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Oh, I don't even know that it's been announced publicly, because AP had an article about it. Well, that was in June, though. Let's see. Oh, it will take place at the Capitol's Waldorf Astoria Hotel, which is formerly the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. So 71% yes on YouTube, 68% yes on Twitch. And on Facebook, it ended up at 65% yes on Facebook. All right, give me a moment here. Give me a second. So we are keeping an eye on obviously, we're keeping an eye on whether soon we'll see more U.S. strikes on Iran tonight and Iranian responses. Also, before we came on the air earlier this afternoon, Saudi Arabia said another Saudi tanker was hit in the Red Sea, presumably by the Houthis, and suffered minor damage, but kept on going towards its destination. Then after that, the Saudis carried out military strikes on Houthi targets in Hodeidah, Yemen. And after that happened, the Houthis are now saying that they're going to have a strong response to that. They said the Saudis are going to pay dearly for their airstrikes today on the Houthis in Yemen. Yemen is next to Saudi Arabia. So we're going to be keeping an eye on whether we're going to see some sort of Houthi response during the evening to the Saudi Arabia attack. Oh, I think the Houthis released a video. Hang on a second here. I'd like to show you a little of this video. Just hang on a moment here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Hang on a moment. I found, okay, that's helpful. That is helpful. Why is it not letting me do this? Okay, good. Give me one moment. I am just looking up a couple things here. That doesn't help. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at a couple things to make sure I have all my sources ready here. All right, so we're keeping an eye on things in Iran. Oh, new statement from the Yemeni armed forces. New statement from the Yemeni armed forces. Let me show you this, guys. The Houthis. New Houthi military statement. Here it is. Look, it's the new Houthi military statement. If I can make this bigger. Ooh, okay. Let's look at this. Within the context of breaking the... Oh, no, was this one the one from earlier? Oh, this is the new one. This is the same one as before. It was just, it's like they reposted it. Yeah, this is the one from before, from like 2 days ago, when they said that they had attacked 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. But this isn't the, I mean, it's not new because they don't talk about the one attack today. It's, for some reason, it looks like they just, oh, you know what might it be? It might just be that it was posted 2 days ago, but the date doesn't update. So I saw it and it said it was posted a half an hour ago, but it might have been posted a half an hour ago, 2 days ago. Anyway, so this is not new. That's the one from 2 days ago. So I don't have a new state. I thought maybe there was a new statement that was about what's going on today. If I get one of those, I will definitely show it to you. So sorry for the false alarm about the new Houthi statement. At least I got the channel there. So if they do say one, I will know where to look for it. Hey, thanks to Sabra576 who says Manipulation Monday. Thanks, Sabra, for your support. Thanks, Rocks and Cows MN. Rocks and Cows MN, thank you. Caleb Gonsalves from Canada, who thinks U.S. ground invasion into Iran's south coast over the next 2 weeks is my prediction. I don't know that President Trump wants to have ground troops go into Iran. I don't know. That's a big thing. It's a big move. Mickey Finfin, thanks for your support. Producer Nico, thank you. Producer Nico thinks a massive index crash is coming this August. That's what Producer Nico thinks. Thanks to Thank You for Your Donation, who says, I heard we are outfitting MQ-9 Reapers with LIDAR. That's why they're getting shot down. They have to fly lower due to limited power. I haven't heard anything about this. But that's what our viewer, thank you for your donation, said. I have not heard any such report. Thanks, Stephen Brines, again. Appreciate it. Again, that's just what our viewer said. I've not heard any such report myself. Glue Man says someone is leaking intel. The White House a couple things. I forgot. We have the SpaceX launch coming up. The SpaceX launch window is in, isn't that 35 minutes? The White House Correspondents' Dinner, President Trump is speaking at like 9. President Trump is supposed to speak at roughly 9 p.m., guys. So, but I'm supposed to get some video from there. I have video from there. So let me do a couple things here. I need... Oh, did SpaceX get delayed or something? Hold on. Their feed isn't live yet. Oh, maybe they go live in like 5 minutes or something. I think they go live 30 minutes before takeoff. Yeah, their feed is not live yet, SpaceX. I think their feed is supposed to go live, SpaceX, in about 5 minutes. Hey, by the way, I do have some video from the White House Correspondents' Dinner where President Trump is speaking. So why don't I put some of that up on the screen for a second, just so you can see it. This is live White House Correspondents' Dinner. Whoa, oh my gosh, it's so loud. It's so loud. It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Oh my gosh. President Trump will be speaking there around 9 p.m. Oops, there's a typo. It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Put a little volume on it. Yeah, this is the dinner where President Trump there was a guy who was trying to attack President Trump, allegedly, with a gun and tried to run through the, back in, was it March or April? April, where he tried to run through security. I hope security is rigid, says AFK Alien. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this. By the way, the SpaceX stream is going to start in about a few minutes, and the SpaceX launch is supposed to be 6:45 p.m. That's when the window opens, 6:45 Eastern. So we'll have that up as well. Maybe we'll see like Wolf Blitzer or something. I don't know if he goes to the WHCA dinner. And again, we're going to have President Trump speaking live in about 2.5 hours. This is a different hotel than the other one, as I understand it. Now, regarding SpaceX, I'll see what I see here. I need 2 seconds. SpaceX is, I'm seeing that it's, well, I believe everything is fine so far, from what I'm understanding. Now, regarding, I'm still not seeing, let's see, hold on. What's this? CENTCOM, I'm waiting to see an announcement from CENTCOM. Again, AP reported that CENTCOM, that the U.S. attacked another ship that was trying to run the blockade. Let's see if I have a report on that. Yes. Hey, guys, look at this. This is from AP. U.S. military says it fired on another merchant vessel trying to breach blockade of Iranian ports. The U.S. military said Friday it fired on another merchant vessel that was trying to breach its blockade of Iranian ports, while Iran has targeted American strongholds around the Persian Gulf. American forces disabled the MT Levine in the Gulf of Oman after the ship attempted to run the blockade at least 4 times, Captain Tim Hawkins, U.S. Central Command spokesman, told the Associated Press. Hawkins stressed that the ship's crew was warned and did not comply with commands. The military then fired into its engine room. It's the second commercial ship to be disabled since the military reimposed its blockade. U.S. Central Command says it also has redirected 12 vessels. That ship was the MT Levine. I think I might have found it on... No, that's not it. Wouldn't be that one. Let's see if I can find it on marine traffic. It says no results found. Crude oil tanker. It's not there. It's weird. I see 2 Levines on marine traffic, and neither of them looks like it's the one, because they're both in Asia. And one says it was tracked 3 minutes ago. And the other one says it was tracked, well, one says 3 minutes ago. I don't know what's going on with this. So unfortunately, I cannot find you that right now. Maybe it's a different name. I looked it up. Hang on a moment here. While we're waiting, let's go back to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, where is the Tesla SpaceX feed live yet? I don't believe it is live yet. Not live on my platforms, but maybe it just went live. I'll keep an eye out for it. I have a question. You know, a lot of you know I have this theory. I have a theory that they don't do strikes while President Trump's doing an event. But he's speaking at 9 tonight. So could we not see strikes tonight? All right, hold on a moment. I want to repeat that. So, again, I have a theory, and I think it's still, I think it's held so far. My theory is that if President Trump is doing a public appearance, they will hold off on doing strikes until after the public appearance. And I think they may have also done it when Secretary Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane were testifying to Congress a few days ago. But tonight, President Trump is speaking at 9 Eastern time, which already is 4:30 Iran time. So presumably by the time President Trump gets done speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's going to be daylight in Iran. So is there any chance that there will be no Iran strikes because President Trump is going to be speaking tonight? What do you guys think about that? Now, Snoof says they might do strikes right before. Yes, this is the one rescheduled after the incident at the first attempted one a few months ago. Oh, the SpaceX feed is live. All right, so I'm going to put up the SpaceX feed. All right, I need a moment. Now, what am I looking at? That's not one. We want this one. Then we need this one. Give me 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds here just to get organized. Thanks for your patience. This should say that. And this, where's this one? I am just getting everything organized here. Okay, I think we're ready. Why is it still like that? Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. There. That is not the Correspondents' Dinner. That is the live SpaceX shot, okay? So we're bringing you updates on the Middle East. At the same time, as bonus coverage, we're showing you the SpaceX launch feed. Bonus SpaceX launch coverage. SpaceX Starship. Launch coverage via Reuters. I should say live in there too. Live. Bonus SpaceX Starship launch coverage via Reuters. Okay, so we have that. We're keeping an eye on that. There's a clock right on there, a countdown clock. Okay, and I'm going to keep bringing you updates from the Middle East. But now you can have that as well up there. And we are going to have Trump speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner later. I think there might be something to my theory, by the way. I really do. I think that there might not be any strikes tonight. Hey, 86 GOP Forever, 86 just gave 50 more memberships. Do I have this right? I believe 86 has now given 100 memberships tonight. 100 to people in the YouTube chat. That is very generous of 86. Please, 86, please thank 86 if you got a membership from 86. That's really nice of 86. And I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. 86, thank you. Also, Campster Email says the celebrities need to be fighting these wars, not us. Thank you so much, Campster Email, for your support. Thanks, Mary Dean, for being a member. Mary Dean 370. Thank you, Mary. Start checking some of the messages here. Our viewer PW360 says, U.S. and Israel attacked during daylight on February 28th. I don't think daylight strikes are a problem. That's what PW360 is. Now, the last 13 nights, they've all been at night. I know that. Maybe that'll switch today. Hang on, everybody. Just trying to get everything organized here. Only 21 minutes till the SpaceX launch. By the way, Reuters says on its 13th flight test, SpaceX Starship will carry 20 Starlink satellites to demonstrate its satellite dispensing system and Starlink network's laser communication links. But those satellites will follow the ship's suborbital trajectory and burn up in Earth's atmosphere soon after deployment. SpaceX has launched 12 Starship flights since 2023. Still, these are test flights, some ending in explosive failures and other hard testing setbacks that have become hallmarks of SpaceX's test-to-failure development ethos, says Reuters, a risky and capital-intensive approach that has been key to the company's quick growth. But the pressure is rising for Spaceship to begin operational flights after nearly a decade in development and over $15 billion spent so far. Two pillars of SpaceX's future growth hinge on SpaceX Starship, says Reuters, expanding the Starlink network to beam internet service directly to mobile devices, and eventually launching thousands to potentially 1 million AI processing satellites into space. SpaceX aims to launch the first Starlink satellites to orbit on Starship by year's end, followed by routine launches, the company said in its prospectus. Yeah, I'm not turning on the sound right now. We'll put the sound on when it's close to launch, guys. It's not a SpaceX stream, so I have the video up. I'm keeping an eye on the Middle East. We'll put the sound up when it's close to launch. But if I see anything in the Middle East, I'm cutting in. So I'm constantly checking this. But there's not a lot of new updates there right now. So I figured we would, I know people want to see this too, a lot of people. "18 minutes, by the way. AP says NASA is counting on the SpaceX Starship to land its astronauts on the moon in the next few years. The space agency NASA has hired SpaceX and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin to build and fly the lunar landers that will return humanity to the surface of the moon after an absence of more than half a century. Michael Sterling says, and they will deliver. It is currently 2:04 a.m. Iran time. I have not yet seen any reports of U.S. strikes on Iran. What I'm going to do real quick, I need to just take 1 minute here. I just saw an unconfirmed report of launching of missiles from Yemen. We're going to keep an eye on that. I mean, Yemen could launch strikes. Houthis could launch strikes on Saudi Arabia. I need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, okay? I'm coming right back in 1 minute, and we'll get you the latest from the Middle East, and we'll keep an eye on the SpaceX launch as well. We'll be back in, just give me 1 minute, okay? I'll give you the latest updates in a minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. So hang tight. I'm coming right back. Okay, thank you for your patience. I am back. Now, I saw an unverified report claiming that there were missile launches from Yemen. That would be, I assume, launches at Iran. Not Iran, launches at Saudi Arabia to respond to the Saudi Arabia attacks on on the Houthis in Yemen earlier today. But I need to see if there's any more reporting on this. That's a quite unconfirmed report I saw about that. So is there any chance that the Houthis are actually launching retaliation strikes at Saudi Arabia? I'm not seeing a lot on this right now, but the account that posted it did post early about the attack on the Houthis. So we'll see. Again, I don't have anything more on that yet. And we are keeping an eye for some bonus coverage. Of the SpaceX launch, Starship launch. Uh, 10 minutes. In a few minutes, I'll put the sound on. I'll put the sound on in a few minutes. Last time, a few days ago, was it a week ago? We were watching the launch, and then it got down to 0, and they started the launch process, and they had to abort at the last second. Not seeing anything else yet about possible Yemen Houthi retaliation strikes. Also, no U.S. strikes yet tonight. Ruth says, hope all goes well this time. Hey, thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. She says, they'll have people think there'll only be attacks when he isn't speaking, and they'll use that for a surprise attack one day. That's what Lidwine Elizabeth thinks. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. Also, Gingerich M. Thank you, Gingerich M. I appreciate that. Thank you to Skylar Spirit as well. Would I go to space? I mean, I think it'd be an amazing experience. It'd probably be really scary. I think it'd be scary and amazing. So got to do a bunch of training too to go, don't you? Anyways, I don't know that I'll ever make it there, but I'm sure it's quite incredible. King Creasy, thanks for being a member. Dina Andrews, thanks for your support, Dina Andrews. I really appreciate it. Also, our member, Dodger Blue to you. Thank you, Dodger Blue to you. Hey, really quick, let me thank our moderators who are here in the chat. They are awesome. Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating right now on YouTube as we bring you the latest from the Iran war, and also give bonus coverage of the SpaceX launch. Also, We have moderating right now 13 Alamo, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and McBritches. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. Thanks so much. K. Larry Body moderating on Facebook. Thanks, Jennifer Ellers, for subscribing as well. Really appreciate all of our moderators. And I am looking here. Yeah, this Iran news account, which I think might be affiliated with the government. They're claiming that Yemen has started the Houthis have started their retaliation against Saudi Arabia. I don't see it anywhere else. So I'm looking for more about that. I have not seen it anywhere else yet. No other reports about that. Thanks also, Fiona Diamond. I really appreciate it, Fiona Diamond. Thank you. Also, Young's Bay Highliner, who says, is the U.S. going to bomb more tonight? I don't know. Again, I have a theory that they don't do it when Trump is making a public appearance. And he is speaking in about 2 hours. So if they don't do it while he speaks, then the night will be over. So we'll have to see. 5.5 minutes. Hold on. 5.5 minutes. Hold on, I think it's Wolf Blitzer. Is it? Hold on, wait. I said we might see Wolf Blitzer, right? Look on the right. Isn't that Wolf Blitzer? Remember I said to you guys, hey, maybe we'll see Wolf Blitzer at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I think that's him. I didn't know if he'd be there. I got you Wolf Blitzer sighting. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is not SpaceX Starship. We'll go back to SpaceX in a second, but I had to show you. Look, they're bringing in the flags. They're bringing in the flags to the White House, and they're bringing out some flags at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Lots of flags. All right, there's Wolf Blitzer in the back. You can see him still there. He's still there. All right, let's go back to SpaceX now. Bonus coverage, bonus Wolf Blitzer coverage. There is SpaceX. Let's put the volume on for SpaceX now for the Starship launch.
Both the ship and booster will configure their comm systems for flight, and they will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. Meanwhile, the booster will be going into internal power, and its engines will get...
All right.
Those ship engines.
So just to clarify, this is still an Iran war stream. Our main focus is the Iran war in the Middle East, but we are doing bonus coverage. This launch is about to happen with the live feed of the SpaceX Starship Test Flight 13. So letting you see both of these.
Under certain conditions, back to that T-minus 60 seconds point and hold there to assess what happened and if teams can proceed once again to T0. There's an estimated 5 to 8 minutes of hold time, and that's largely driven by the propellant temperatures that we see on the vehicle while holding. The flame diverter on pad 2, you can see it there at the base of Starship. That activates at T-minus 17 seconds. Now, if we trigger a hold after T-minus 17 seconds, that will result in a scrub for the day, as we've already turned on the water. Now, for those that have just recently tuned in, once again, our primary test objectives for today's test flight includes a successful liftoff, stage separation. We also plan to deploy 20 Starlink V3 satellites. We have real satellites on board. We expect to have about 20 minutes of available time to speed run some tests and really allow the Starlink engineers to put them to the test in that time.
That's right, and we also have the soft splashdowns planned for both the booster and the ship. Going to be super exciting to see if we can return those safely back, so that way we can get ready for tower catches again.
And just a quick check-in, we got our final green light from the range, not tracking any issues on ascent or out in the Indian Ocean for entry. So it was kind of a final go for flight that we wait for in these final minutes. Prop load now closing out on both vehicles. We have no holds on the board. Again, that we've got that gate at T-minus 1 minute. We're only going to hold if there's a reason, and currently there are no reasons.
Now coming up here in a few seconds, we should have, oh, actually right there we can see on screen, that's the base of the Super Heavy booster. Those are the 33 Raptor engines, and we expect to see and there they go, the TVC checkouts, also known as engine wiggles. We're activating those thrust vector control actuators to ensure that those center engines and the inner radius as well have the ability to steer the rocket.
Yep, super cool to see how fast those move. I mean, in flight, it's amazing to see how it steers the vehicle.
Just about a minute left.
We're coming up on that T-minus 1 minute now on our countdown, so let's listen in to see if we pass that gate.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, we are through the gate.
Test launch 13.
Still no holds on the board. 50
Test flight
seconds
13.
to go. Starship getting ready to fly.
All right, this is our bonus coverage. Bonus coverage. We're still covering the Middle East. 20 seconds. Ten.
Minus 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! There it goes. It's launching. It's launching. Wow. Incredible. It almost doesn't look real. It's incredible.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Booster Raptor chamber pressure is nominal.
30 seconds into flight, 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy booster, arcing away from us here at Starbase. Coming up on max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure, which again for this flight is going to be higher than it has been on any of our previous Starship flights. So we're passing through that maximum aerodynamic pressure over a minute now into flight. Still seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit and burning. Our next major moment's going to be coming up in just a little over a minute from now when we're going to get to hot staging. We're going to shut down all but 5 of those engines on the booster. It's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off. And then we're going to ignite the 6 engines on the ship while it is still attached, to do that separation. As a reminder, we try to do a directional flip, so when you watch on your screen, we're hopefully going to be sending that booster towards the bottom of the frame. For the booster itself, it's like doing a flip up. It'll go towards the bottom of your frame. We do that by lighting the engines in a slightly staggered sequence. Standing by for hot staging. All but 5 engines down.
Cutoff. Except
6 ignite.
Burn startup.
booster now doing its boost back burn. It looks like we lit all 33 initially. Now we're down to 13. We're seeing 6 out of 6 Raptors lit on the ship.
Back burn shut down.
So we got the booster and the ship.
And boost back burn shut down. So it looks like we were able to get through the boost back burn this time around. That was one of the key objectives we didn't have on the last flight.
Nominal.
And we've got 6 engines lit on the ship. All right, so that's the first of 2 burns that the booster is going to be doing to kind of send it back towards us. It's going to be landing a couple of miles offshore from Starbase, hopefully. We're going to try and get it all the way down to do a landing burn, where we're going to use those 13 center engines. They're going to ignite. That's what's going to really bleed off all that velocity that it's built up. And it'll eventually, hopefully, transition to 5 engines to kind of fine-tune its path in, and then all the way down to 3 for the remaining bit. All right, we've got a couple of minutes to go until we get there. So booster's going to coast for a little bit. Ship still seeing 6 out of 6 Raptor engines lit. 4 minutes into the flight, ship's got about 4 minutes left. Getting some killer views. Kate, Nate, how was the view from down there?
It was incredible. I mean, it just shot off the pad, and seeing all the crowd now running back inside to take views on the screen here, it was amazing.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna learn to not stare at the engines, because now I have a bright blob in my vision. Right. Now, speaking of vision, we could see both stages there on your screen. Starship's second stage is still firing its engines. You can follow along with that with the GUI down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Still following the planned flight path as well. Beautiful views of planet Earth there behind the ship.
I am
That's right,
checking.
and we're actually getting a live shot off the booster right now, an onboard camera. You can see the plume from Starbase where it just lifted off 5 minutes ago.
On nominal trajectory.
We are there.
We are there. That is us.
I kind of want to run back outside and wave.
Right. Now, again, this booster is not planning to come back to the tower or to launch site for this particular launch. We are going to be planning to do an ocean splashdown just off the coast of Starbase, so hoping to still get some amazing views of that.
I am looking for updates from the Middle East. I'm not seeing anything
Pretty
big
awesome
right
to
now.
see the Raptor engines there on the left-hand side of your screen. We can actually see the plume there of those center Raptors. Those are the sea level ones, as well as the vacuum Raptors are the 3 on the larger ones on the outer radius.
Now, just like on tower catches, we are going to be doing a 13-engine landing burn to slow the booster down. Hopefully we can get a live camera of the booster right now as we're going into that phase. Awesome shot, you can see it there. So right now the booster is using their 3 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through the atmosphere toward its landing site. You can see we're only 5 kilometers above the sea right here.
Startup.
Wow.
Just heard the call out for landing burn startup for the booster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There you go.
I have a feeling the crowd's about to go wild here.
All right, there you go. That was planned. It was planned to land on the water.
Awesome landing for Super Heavy. Congratulations to all the teams here at Starbase and at our SpaceX team. An amazing, amazing view.
Everything continues to go well with ship, as you can see there on your screen.
Booster landing went well.
Yeah, we've got about a minute left with the ship engines on. Just looking at the booster real quick, it didn't look like we lit all 13 engines that we were planning for that initial landing burn. We were targeting a softer splashdown, and as you saw, it came in with quite a bit of velocity still.
All right.
So landing velocity did look a little bit high, but really cool to make it all the way back this time to that landing burn. We'll dig in, figure out how to turn on all those engines, and then get to a full landing soon. But all eyes on ship. We are just a little ways away from getting those engines turned off. We expect it to burn about 8 minutes and change. And so hopefully just about 15 minutes to go. Sounds like we just got the sonic boom
yeah,
here
we sure
at
did.
Starbase
That was awesome.
from the booster splashdown. And engine shutdown.
So the booster landed, but it wasn't a perfect landing. I guess some of the engines did not work towards the end on the booster.
Starship 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there's our call out for nominal orbit insertion. So we got a ship in space. We've got a booster in the Gulf where we were planning to send it. It's a hell of a start to the day, Kate.
Yeah, it sure is. All of our colleagues here are filing in through the doors. A lot of people wanted to stay outside and hear the boom. And so it's pretty great to see a ship in space, and everybody's super excited down here.
That's right. And as guaranteed, it has been an awesome day so far. All this action in just 9 minutes now. And objectives are done for the booster. Just want to quickly flag that that booster did land in a clear zone. We clear those before launch, well ahead, so that we ensure everyone is safe before the launch and after. So we're getting ready now for our in-space objectives.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes until the next milestone, so sit tight and enjoy the space views and, of course, the space jams. We'll be back here at T+14 minutes to deploy our payload, which is 20 of our newest Starlink version 3 satellites. So we'll see you soon.
All right, so I'm keeping an eye. We'll keep an eye on this, obviously, and I am keeping an eye on the Middle East. There's no word of U.S. strikes tonight. Let me say I have a theory that they don't do it when President Trump's making a public appearance and he's supposed to speak in 2 hours at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So, look, I can show you the White House Correspondents' Dinner, too. I have to get a different thing for that. Hold on. Where's this? Oh, here we go. So I don't know if we're going to have strikes in the next couple hours. So what I'm going to do, real quick, let me just take this and put this. We'll go back to SpaceX, obviously, but in the meantime, look, it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump is going to be speaking there. We're going to show you President Trump speaking live. Maybe he'll talk about Iran. I can't play the music. Oh, that's probably the SpaceX music. Hold on. Oh my gosh. It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And Trump speaks around 9 a.m. Hold on, I'll put this up there too. Not 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Around 9 p.m. Eastern Time is when Trump is supposed to speak, from what I understand. That's according to Reuters. It says, Reuters says, yes, 1 GMT, around 1 GMT, which would be around 9 Eastern Time. All right, so we're watching this. We'll go back to SpaceX in a little bit, but we did see the launch. And no new strikes yet from the U.S. Nothing new otherwise big. Oh, thank you, Luke Skywalker. Thanks, Luke Skywalker and Cash Kevin 2026. Cash Kevin says it was a stunning view from the SpaceX video. Yes, it was, from the booster. Also, thanks to Jerry Kovacs. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Jerry. Luke Skywalker claims that 40% of people working in NASA are Iranian engineers. That's what our viewer Luke Skywalker claimed. I'm asking the internet. See what the internet says. Gemini AI says it's a long-standing internet urban legend. Gemini AI says, according to NASA's official workforce diversity reports, 70 to 72% are white at its workforce, at civil service workforce, 11 to 12% are black, 8 to 9% Hispanic Latino, 7 to 8% Asian American Pacific Islander. That's what I'm reading on Gemini. I'd have to go up and, again, I don't like to rely on AI, so I would need to go double check that myself. Anyways, hey, let's check back in for the moment with SpaceX feed. And hang on, this is the SpaceX feed right here. Do we have volume from there now? Let's see.
Now, we won't have the same views as we did on Flight 12 of our payload. We don't have those cameras on board these Starship version 3s. That was a Dodger Dog exclusive, but we will be able to see them deploy from the ship.
What I'm going to do is do this so you can see the clock there and everything. I'll get rid of this for the moment. No, we don't want that up here.
We should see the door open up really soon if we haven't quite gotten it open already. We've got 20 of these Starlink V3 satellites. Looks like the PEZ door is open. And so, yeah, this is the first time we've got Starlink V3 satellites getting ready to go into space. And I mean, these things are really just kind of crazy upgrades that they're going to bring to the network, where you start talking about just symmetric gigabit speeds through the Starlink network pretty much anywhere on the planet that this is going to unlock. So really exciting. These satellites are only going to be in space for about 20 minutes. Sorry about that. These will only be in space for about 20 minutes, as they're on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship itself. This is essentially just giving us a chance to try and run as many tests as possible, deploy the solar arrays, antennas, whatever we can on these vehicles. We are intentionally being a little scrappy with it. They might be playing some bumper cars once they're out of the door, but we are looking to get these deployed over the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, they're getting ready to also do the Raptor in-space relight. Listening to a little bit of conversation on that, but we are currently tracking to do it. I'll give you some updates if we hear otherwise.
There are these satellites.
And there you go. You can see our first Starlink V3 getting deployed out of Starship. Huge milestone for the team out here.
Yeah, the crowd is definitely hyped about this. We could see these Starlink V3s continuing to pop out with deployment assisted by the PEZ dispenser. Now, this version of Starship is built to deploy up to 60 of these more advanced Starlink version 3 satellites. Each V3 is designed to offer 1 terabit per second of downlink capacity. Now, let's put that into Falcon 9 terms real quick. A Starship launch with V3 satellites will launch 20 times the capacity into the constellation as a single launch of V2 satellites on Falcon 9. Just incredible.
And anybody that follows Starship, you know that the views that we're being treated to right now, the views we get during those re-entries, that's made possible by Starlink. It's given us just this unprecedented look into Starship as it's flying through space, hurtling through the atmosphere. It's powering the dozens of cameras we have on board. It's giving us real-time data on every system that's telemetered on board that vehicle in real time. We use the exact same constellation to power all of our cameras that we have out in the field here in the Indian Ocean. So really powerful technology for just connecting you no matter where the heck you are on the planet, off the planet. So thank you, Starlink, for letting me watch this stuff as we fly through space. It's pretty awesome. We get about 240 megabits per second of data rate off Starship, which everybody in the spaceflight community knows that's pretty insane when you're usually dealing with single digits on some of the older systems. So gives you a lot of insight, gives you a lot of ability to just rapidly iterate, know what the heck happened when things go wrong. But
so again, I am keeping an eye on the Middle East. There's no word yet of U.S. strikes. It's already 2:41 a.m. in Iran. There's been strikes the last 13 nights. Is this a night that will break the streak? President Trump is going to be speaking in less than 2 hours, I believe, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We're planning on bringing you that live. Thank you, by the way, to Christopher Sievers. Christopher said, I believe Hegseth is going to the dinner. I don't remember where I heard it this afternoon. That I am not sure about. We'll see what we see there. And we are bringing you bonus coverage of the SpaceX Starship test flight 13, isn't it 13? While we bring you coverage from the Middle East and also let you know the latest. So I am continually checking, but let me just get you back. We'll turn the volume back up on the SpaceX feed.
On planet Earth below us, but a couple more satellites to go, it looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see our V3s in space. I want to give a shout out to our Starlink colleagues. And we expect payload deploy to run until about 27.5 minutes, so about another 7 minutes here. The Starlink team will be attempting to speedrun these tests, or excuse me, speedrun test these version 3 satellites, where they will attempt to do a few tests such as extend the new solar arrays and antennas. They're also going to try and connect these V3 satellites with ground stations and turn on the satellite's communication systems.
Hold on, I think we got Pete Hegseth. Hold on.
To do all
I think we have Pete Hegseth. It's Pete
Hegseth.
Oh my gosh.
Demise in the atmosphere.
Oh my gosh. We were just talking about him. And now he's there. At the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We were just talking about him, and now we can see him. So I wanted to let you see that.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome and welcome back to the White House Correspondents Association Summer Dinner. Please welcome this evening's head table, Ryan Bennett of MS Now, Trevor Hanukkah of Reuters, Sarah Cook of CBS News, Mark Lima, CBS News, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Caroline Leavitt.
Our featured entertainer, Oz Perlman. Karen Travers of ABC News. Andy Harnick of Getty Images. Courtney Subramaniam of Bloomberg News. Simon Lakovich of Williams & Connolly, our attorney for WHCA. The incoming president of the White House Correspondents Association from Fox News, Jackie Heinrich. And the outgoing president, Weijia Zhang of CBS News.
So again, President Trump is going to be speaking, and we are going to show him speaking. I really don't know if you're going to have U.S. strikes while President Trump is speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Oh, here we go. President Trump is coming out now. Here comes President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard from the Military District of Washington, D.C., and the singing of our national anthem by Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Banier.
By the way, I have to be sure here, if they're playing recorded music, it can be an issue, even if the song is copyrighted. So I want to be sure. So anyways, let me jump in. This is live. It is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's the dinner that's taking place that originally took place, in April, was it? When a man tried to run through the security and exchange fire with security. So this is the rescheduled dinner, and President Trump is going to be speaking, although according to the schedule I'm looking at, he'll be speaking in about an hour and a half. Maybe they eat the dinner first. So we are bringing you live coverage. I am getting you updates from the Middle East. They're singing the national anthem right now. Hold on, let's see what it sounds like.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs burst bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good evening, everybody. Let's try this again. Because one thing about this press corps is we always have a follow-up. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner, a tradition spanning more than a century and one we are especially proud to continue tonight. President Trump, thank you. Thank you for being here again. Thank you for all your support as we reschedule this dinner. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and your team, thank you too. Cabinet members, members of Congress, distinguished guests, welcome. And of course, WHCA members, thank you. Many of you were also with us in April. You came as guests, but within moments, you went to work. Please sit. You shifted into reporters, taking notes, capturing video, streaming live, even as uncertainty and anxiety filled the room. Law enforcement ran toward danger.
What are they looking at? What are they looking at?
Administration officials met backstage to gather
facts. What are they looking at?
And Mr. President, you went straight to the podium in the White House briefing room to answer questions from journalists, all of us still in our gowns and tuxedos. That night will go down in history, and so will our response. During that news conference, President Trump said the ballroom was totally unified and that it was a very beautiful thing to see. 3 months later, it still is. Whatever may divide us, we stand together against political violence. An assassination attempt on our president is an attack on democracy itself. Tonight, our message is this. We are back. We will not be intimidated. We refuse to let an act of violence have the final word. Later, we will honor people whose courage and grace in April prevented the evening from becoming much worse. We'll also celebrate the exceptional work of our colleagues, the students who want to join our ranks, and the First Amendment that protects it all. But first, enjoy dinner and be good to your servers. We'll see you soon.
All right, they're going to have dinner now. They're going to have dinner now. He pulled the seat out for Wei Zhejiang. It's the Trump cam. It's the Trump camera. Look at this. Look at this. All right. So we're going to leave that camera up. Although the SpaceX launch, when Starship is landing, we'll probably go back to the SpaceX launch to try to catch the landing. I have no updates for you. There are no U.S. strikes tonight so far. No U.S. strikes so far. Earlier tonight, Saudi Arabia announced a second Saudi oil tanker in several days had been attacked in the Red Sea, which almost certainly was done by the Houthis. And they said that ship suffered minor damage. And then after that, Saudi Arabia carried out strikes against the Houthis in Hodeidah, Yemen. And now the Houthis are vowing a response and said that they're going to have a significant response to the Saudi Arabia. They said it will cost the Saudis dearly. Jennifer Eller says, I'm curious as to what's on the ceiling. I don't know what they were looking at on the ceiling. Snipers, maybe, one of our viewers said. CENTCOM did not announce new strikes today. CENTCOM told some media that they had stopped a ship that was trying to break the blockade by firing on the ship's engine room. They told some media that. But there's been no announcement of new strikes in Iran. By the way, if it turns out that there's either no strikes tonight or there are only strikes after Trump speaks, I think you might have to start accepting my theory about them not striking while he has a public appearance going on. Thank you, 8CH869 for watching. Thanks, Jet Souls Forever. Jet Souls Forever says, I wonder what's for dinner. Thanks, Luke Skywalker 1666 for your support. By the way, it turned out that Christopher Sievers was right in that Pete Hegseth is there. Also, shout out to Amelian for subscribing on Twitch. Kongler for subscribing on Twitch. Citizen X, thanks for your support on Twitch. Velcronius and Kendra Fox on Twitch. Andy and Austin on Twitch. Also, I owe a thanks to Gam Gamoff. Thanks for subscribing. Gam Gamoff, who says all action and no talk in my opinion. I don't know if you were talking about Trump or not. Oh, I also didn't thank Pyroto on Twitch. Thank you, Pyroto, for subscribing. President Trump is back here. There is President Trump. sitting next to Carolyn Levitt. Hold on a second. Here is the... Here is the... I'm hearing two of myself. Hang on a moment. Hold on. I'm gonna have to time somebody out now. I have to time somebody out. There you go. Okay, there we go. Yes, I am looking for updates. It's quiet right now in terms of Middle East updates, guys. Probably because Trump isn't going to speak. That's probably what it is. But I'll look around and I see if I have anything more for you. The New York Times claims that Trump met with his cabinet. Was it today? Did they say? Trump met today with top advisors and members of his cabinet to decide whether to intensify the military attacks against Iran, said the New York Times, guys. We saw President Trump today say they're locked and loaded, but he's not in a rush. And he said they're having serious talks with the Iranians. Barely Tamed thinks it'll be during or right after Trump speaks. Thank you, Jet Souls Forever. Thank you, the Rich B. I hadn't seen that report, Rich B. I'll check on it. I mean, there have been a lot of strikes reported in Erbil in recent weeks, in Erbil, Iraq. That's I believe, the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. But I'll keep an eye out for reports. Thanks, the Rich B. Steve Ducey, one of our viewers, said right bottom table. Where? I didn't see him. I still don't see him. Oh, left bottom table. There's Steve Ducey. Steve Ducey. Hey, is this Stephen Chung? I can't really see. Is that Stephen Chung? Who works in the White House? People are saying yes. He posts a lot of fiery posts on social media. Yeah, Stephen Chung is the White House Director of Communications. He's next to Peter Ducey. Hey, I gotta thank thanks so much to Fish9893. That's really nice of you, Fish9893. Also, I appreciate that, from the UK. Mo who I think is in South Africa. Mo90X, very generous of you. Mo90X. Give me a moment here. Oh no, Saudi, is it Saudi Arabia? Actually, I think it's Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I think Mo is in Saudi Arabia, not South Africa. I apologize, Mo. Maybe Mo will say in the chat, but I do think Mo is in Saudi Arabia. Wow, thanks Mo for watching from Saudi Arabia and for supporting the channel. Timbuktu, what I said before is that Erbil is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan, which is true. I did not say it was the capital of Iraq. I said it was the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. Thank you again, Mo. That's really nice of you. Thanks also to Fish and also David James. David James from the UK claims no strikes, F-35s, F-15s, and B-1s all on UK tarmac tonight. That's what David James claims from the UK. Thank you so much, David James. Okay, hey, let me just check something. Bonus coverage here. Let's go back for a second to the SpaceX. Is it? I don't even know if they're talking right now. It might be music.
Now, we probably have some
this is SpaceX today, so bonus launch coverage. Is it? I think it might be doing re-entry.
We need information on how the ship's systems perform.
Right.
So re-entry. You can see that speed in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We have to scrub all of that speed down so that way we can safely land. It's a lot of energy to be able to scrub down, and it's all the energy that we just used to launch the rocket as well. So Starlink will also help us gather as much data as possible, which is really the main reason why we do these flight tests, is to see how the ship performs in space and evaluate how it works. Starlink provides us with one more path to collect data to help us rapidly iterate Starship's design.
Yeah, exactly. And if the ship manages to, again, make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's doing so at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. Re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or about 5 miles per second. So at those speeds, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere so fast that it creates a plasma field around the vehicle.
That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication. Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out, which is exactly why we're testing this landing procedure that we're doing today. And we're doing these propulsive landings instead of more traditional means like parachutes, because propulsive landing...
control of the vehicle.
You heard that call out, flaps do have control of the vehicle. You can actually see one view. Your screen moving around, that's actually a camera affixed to the flap. So as I was saying, we're testing these, doing these landings instead of more traditional means, so that way propulsive landing, we can enable more rapid reusability.
Yeah. Now, we did just hear that call out. We should continue to hear some call outs as the ship makes its way back to Earth. Now, when we hear something called...
Hey, I have an update for you. Quick update here. Jim Laporta of CBS News reports, he and Jennifer Jacob, CBS News report, that President Trump flew from Turkey. Remember, he flew back from Turkey from the NATO summit like a week or two ago, I think it was. President Trump flew from Turkey on an older Air Force One after a credible threat from Iran and its proxies, CBS News is reporting. The officials told CBS News that the U.S. detected a credible plot to fire a missile at the plane. Now, I can't confirm this, but CBS News is reporting that there was the U.S. had detected a credible plot to fire a missile at Air Force One. Just so you know, that is coming out tonight from CBS News. I cannot confirm this myself. That is from Jim Laporta and Jennifer Jacobs. Supposedly, there are security measures. From what I have read, reporting says there are security measures that the new Air Force One, that what originally came from Qatar, does not have yet that the old one has. I forget the specifics on that. Reuters had reported a few days ago that I'm looking at a Reuters article from about 4 days ago where they talked to an expert who said the standard Air Force One fleet carries a sophisticated suite of protections, including anti-missile systems, but the White House appeared to have accepted a lower baseline of protection for the Qatari jet in order to get it flying quickly. The expert said that the new aircraft was likely configured for neutral or low level threat environments, and that officials are now working to add additional defenses. The expert told Reuters that any work completed within a month is likely limited to non-kinetic systems such as electronic jammers, infrared dazzler devices designed to confuse heat-seeking missiles, and possibly chaff, a cloud of tiny metallic strips released from an aircraft to scatter radar signals and throw off radar-guided munitions. Oh, I got to turn the sound down here. So we're looking right now. They have music on, but this is a SpaceX Starship on its test flight doing re-entry right now. So we're looking at a live shot of that. We're bringing you updates from the Middle East. Thank you, Stuart Henderson. Stuart says that from the UK. Stuart says that the UK's RAF is on guard and ready to destroy. That's what Stuart says. No word that they're going to take part in some US strikes if they happen. Haven't heard that, but thank you, Stuart. I know that we talked about this, that the UK said some statement a couple days ago because someone in Iran had said something about the UK supporting the US or something. I have to go pull up the article. Yeah, UK said Britain said its armed forces were ready to protect the country from any attack after Iran's Revolutionary Guards issued a warning not to allow US bombers to fly from UK bases. Yeah, James Donald says letting us use air bases. So we are looking live right now at this SpaceX re-entry. Keeping an eye on that. I'm keeping an eye on the Middle East. We're keeping an eye on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump's going to speak, and we will have President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Olafsson says everything was fine until the U.S. attacked Iran. That guy says tankers taking off from Tel Aviv right now. I mean, we've seen over the course of months, we regularly see tankers up over the Middle East from the U.S. tankers when there's no active, attacks going on. So I'm not going to take that as any kind of conclusive sign that there's going to be attacks. But you never know. You never know. Look at this. Look at this video. They're still playing the music. When they have the audio back, I'll show you. Oh, they're serving dinner. They're serving dinner. Look, President Trump just got served his dinner. Look at him, left of this left side. There he is. He's getting his dinner. And Carolyn Levitt is there. President Trump, breaking news, now has his dinner. Okay, so we'll go back now to SpaceX. It is 3:16 Iran time. No strikes yet in Iran. 3:16 a.m. No strikes. Hey, thanks, Hastings Crew. Thank you, Hastings Crew. Hastings Crew thinks President thought Iran would be over quickly, but ground invasion will take even longer, says Hastings Crew. Thank you, Hastings Crew. I appreciate that. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers who subscribe there, like Mudmore and Pre-Breakfast Banana, Susan CHF, CC Glewman, AFK Alien, Morbid Pixel, Gaming Dad Bod, DJ Saltlick, Wall Street Shaggy, thank you Twitcher, Tidewell, Wee Nesty, Billy Joe. Thanks for subscribing. Gonzalez, all of our other subscribers there, CC, Emilian, Conglers. Thank you, subscribers. Thanks also, Kendra Fox, so much for your support and for subscribing. Nope, they're still not talking. We're still audioless on the SpaceX feed. Nothing new from Iran right now. Dansky says forever wars. Well, look at this. Camera moving around. Nope, still playing music. Still playing music. I wonder if President Trump will talk about Iran at all when he speaks at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. In about an hour. Look at that view. Look at that view. Invalid says woot space. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. It was, Nikki says, was such a lovely view. It is a nice view. Are they still playing music? They're still playing music. Joanne Gradwall says that's pretty cool. Mad Jester says the weekend is only beginning. After dinner, things will start. That'll be interesting to see. Oh, Byte Mode, thank you. Byte Mode is modding. Thank you, Byte Mode. And thanks for the memberships. Hey, Byte Mode gave 5 people memberships. So nice of Byte Mode. Thank you. Thanks to you and all the other mods. So nice of you. Thank you. Byte Mode. Make sure you thank Byte Mode if you got a membership. Look at these visuals. I wish we had live visuals like this every night. All right, hang on a moment here. Fiona Diamond says it's stunning. It's a really amazing view. Altitude 43 kilometers. Altitude going down. They're going to do a controlled landing on the water. They did it with the booster, but it didn't go exactly right with the booster. Some of the engines didn't work at the end. Ruth says, OMG, so gorgeous. When does it land? I don't know exactly. I have to look up on their site what the timing is. According to their site, it says that it will be landing 1:05. Actually, in about 4 minutes. It's supposed to land in about 4 minutes. Are they talking yet? Nope, there's still music. According to the schedule on their website, it says 1:05:21. It's now 1:01:33. Why aren't they back talking, though? Confusing. I assume they'll be talking soon. Look at that. I mean, even since I last checked, now we're at 31.5 kilometers altitude. Altitude going down. So bonus coverage watching SpaceX Starship test flight landing of the spacecraft. I think it's weird they're not back on yet, because there's not that much time until it lands. I feel like normally they'd be back on by now, talking, because people want to see the landing, and they want to hear it described. All right, we're getting close to now 20 kilometers from the surface.
Welcome back one last time to Starship Flight 13, the second flight of Starship version 3. As you can see on your screen with crisp views from Starlink, the ship is currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere over the Indian Ocean. And really for the last several minutes, we had some amazing Technicolor views. It really looked like it was made out of starlight. Now, we did hear on the nets just moments ago that we made it through max heating and max dynamic pressure, meaning that the vehicle temperature and speeds and pressure are all coming down, and we can see that in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen as that speed continues to decelerate. We're coming up to the ship landing burn. One of pretty much everybody's favorite part of Starship test flight days, and that's going to be coming up here in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, just about a minute away. We're going to try and light all 3 Raptor sea level engines for this burn. We'll light 3, do the flip. We'll eventually go down to 2 as we get close down to the water, down mode to a final 1 engine before we hopefully execute a nice soft splashdown. We'll see if we've got our buoys and drones in range with the recovery team. They're going to be standing by to try and get some additional views of Starship's heat shield, which from kind of our initial looks, it did pretty well on the flight uphill, but we'll continue to dig through all the visual data as we get it. We didn't do any real stress tests or anything on this flight. We did do, you heard our landing Large flight controller call out. We were doing the swoosh maneuver. This is kind of the final maneuver that we plan to have Starships returning to Starbase do. That will essentially hook them out over the Gulf before coming in and over Tower 2. But about 10 seconds away, look for 3 Raptors, the 3 in the middle, to light up, do a flip. Let's see if we can get this thing in the water.
Here we go. Here we go.
3 sea level flip. Seeing healthy chamber pressures on. Did our flip down to 2. Starship descending into the Indian Ocean.
Nice job.
Down to 1.
Nice job.
And we're in the water.
That's what it was supposed to do.
And it's a soft splashdown in the water. That is a first. That is the softest splashdown we have ever had with the Starship there in the Indian Ocean.
It's bound to be an exciting day for our recovery team. I mean, that huge milestone to even get to soft splashdown, much less have the vehicle stay afloat.
Yeah, the teams are super hyped here. Got some crowd here at Starbase Texas. Everyone's super excited. We never really get to see Starship floating so serenely in the Indian Ocean, so we're certainly enjoying these extended views. Like I said, we're really pumped about this. I want to check in with Tyler. Tyler, how is Hawthorne feeling about Lucky Flight 13?
Hey, Kate, we are so excited about another successful Starship test flight and those gorgeous Starlink views that we had. And we can also confirm that we managed to make contact with all 20 of those V3 sats. So it's a massive day for us. So congratulations to everyone at the team at Starbase, for Starlink, everyone here and around the company who've contributed to the Starship program as we make progress again towards a multi-planetary future. So thank you everyone for tuning in. That's a goodbye from Hawthorne and back to you guys at Starbase.
Thanks so much, Tyler. Now, for anyone who perhaps missed the action, I suggest that you rewind the clock. Wow, look at that view of the Starship heat shield tiles. You can really see how the atmospheric re-entry, how it disperses the heat around the edge of the vehicle. I don't think we've seen quite that close before.
Never. And honestly, however short-lived that ship standing, bobbing in the water is, that is insane data for our team. It's unbelievable that we were able to keep that ship afloat. Now, we promised maximum excitement, and Starship V3 delivered. Congratulations to all of our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who supported the Starship program. And thank you to all of our future customers for your support.
Yeah, as you could tell, the crowd really enjoyed that Nemo cam for a moment. We'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron County, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico.
The amazing views do not end, so be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and more of these exciting shots that we didn't get to feature on today's broadcast.
And to get an inside real-time look at the teams bringing this incredible rocket to life, check out the latest episode of our documentary series, Starship. And of course, thanks to all of you for tuning in. And we're going to head back up to Dan for some additional thoughts.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind right now. We are still getting views from on board the ship with it in the water. Like, we had tried in the past to do these splashdowns as softly as possible. We experimented with rolls. This is the first time we've put an intact Starship in the water. This is a dream scenario for the team that's trying to get this heat shield data. Normally you're working with a slightly charred Starship in the water, and now we have one intact. So the recovery team is moving in with their drones, and we are still getting views from Starship. It is sending these via Starlink from the other side of the world while it is floating in the water after flying through space. Like, this is just completely surreal right now. This is just a mountain of data that we're going to get back. This is going to be so critical for refining the heat shield, everything else. And the really good news is all of these views that we're seeing, you're looking at a pretty intact looking heat shield, which, as a reminder, we were flying at a significantly higher dynamic pressure, so putting way more stress on this vehicle on the way uphill. And it's sitting there in the water, and I mean, look at it. So I'm a little bit over the moon on this. I know a lot of our team is just fascinated in the control room behind me. I mean, everybody is psyched. Everyone's gathered around their computers looking at these close-ups that we're getting of these heat shield tiles. 18,000 of them. I mean, you can probably count the ones that are missing right now on one hand. Like, this is just absolutely incredible. And the fact that, like, the cameras on board the ship are still sending back video is just a little bit surreal. So, wow. Lucky number 13. Hell of a flight for Starship. Get it all the way there in the water. Really great day for version 3. So, whew. All right. As Kate and Nate said, we're going to keep releasing more of this. Stay tuned. We've got some really cool stuff from some of the onboards that we caught, so keep following us on X at SpaceX. Whole bunch more cool imagery from launch, from the flight that's going to be coming out soon. Yeah, let's just close on that. I mean, look at Starship in the Indian Ocean. That's fantastic. We'll see you all back here for the next flight test of Starship version 3. With that, we'll say goodbye.
There you go. Okay, so that was neat to see that. Got to see Starship in the water. All right, now we're going to go back over to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where President Trump will be speaking within the hour, I believe. You can see him there, seated to the left of the podium. I don't know that he'll talk about Iran, but we're going to watch President Trump speak. I do want to say a huge thanks to Fish9893, who, no joke, Fish gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Fish gave 50 memberships. That is incredibly generous of Fish. Please thank Fish if you got a membership from Fish9893. That was really nice of Fish. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I also owe a thank you to A Filthy Farmer for your support. Thanks, A Filthy Farmer. Carolyn Levitt is the press secretary, is next to Trump on the left, on his right. So we're going to have President Trump speaking. I think my theory's looking pretty good, guys. It's 3:34 a.m. There's no word of U.S. strikes yet. My theory is that they do not strike until after President Trump is done with all of his public appearances for the day. That's my theory. So we have not heard of any strikes yet. There have been strikes 13 straight days. So far, none tonight. So we're bringing you live coverage, taking your comments on the air. What I'll do is I'll put the volume on a little bit, if I can, here. Turn it down. Quick shout out to our YouTube members like Josh, Zach, 9, Zinkman, David Joe Klotz, CAC813, Cowprez, App L, Stuart Henderson, Miss Link, Chucky T. Plague, Tom Lewis, The Urban Tigress, Wild, Deb N, all of our members. Thank you. Also, thanks to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, I hope they chartered a U.S. merchant marine ship to tow the Starship to Perth/Fremantle. Thank you so much, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Really appreciate all your support, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you. Retro Rutan says, eating together is a sign of friendship. Master Cool says they're not buying my theory and says they will continue to strike when least expected. Well, the last 13 nights, it's been at night every time. Crazy in KY, thank you for scribing on Twitch. Crazy in KY. Also, CC, thanks for your support on Twitch. It's Peter Ducey, I think. Isn't that Peter Ducey? I need my whiteboard up. Hey guys, isn't this Peter? Oops, sorry. I messed everything up. Let me refresh this. I got to refresh the video. Give me a moment. Isn't that Peter Ducey right there? Peter Ducey. Someone's talking to President Trump over here. Look, someone's talking to him. They came by to say hi. Now they're leaving. Goodbye. I think I might need to change the color, make it stand out a little more. Let's see. What if I make the color like that? Now what if I do this? Ooh, look at that. That really stands out, doesn't it? Okay. If I have to point anything out there. Hold on, one moment. Now, I don't know how, I mean, in the past at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, they have like a comedian speak. And then I think it can get pretty insulting, but I don't know how they're doing it this year. I'm looking this up. Oh, yes, they're not. I guess they're not using a comedian this year. They're using a mentalist and magician. So in the past, from my understanding, they have had comedians host who would be like critical of the president. And I guess they're not doing that this year. I think that's happened with presidents of both parties. I get to look that up, though. Wikipedia says in 2016, Larry Wilmore delivered a controversial searing routine targeting the president and others. That was when, hold on a second here. That was with President Obama. They're playing music. I got to stop this right now. I'll put the sound back up when people speak. Anyways, without getting into all the details, my understanding is that there's been sometimes there's been a number of times comedians hosted and poked fun at the presidents, whoever the president was. And but they're not doing that this year. Oh, let me say this. Wikipedia says in February of last year, so last February, the HCA board had announced that comedian Amber Ruffin would be the featured entertainment for the dinner. But in March, the WHCA announced that the board had decided to cancel her performance to, quote, ensure the focus is not on the politics of division. President Trump did not attend the dinner last year. It's President Trump, and that's Weijia Jiang, who's the outgoing WHCA, president. She's a journalist. It looks like they have some kind of, what do they have? A selection of, I don't know what those cookies are called. President Trump is standing up to talk to somebody. Maybe he's taking a picture. Breaking news. President Trump is taking a picture. Is it macarons? I don't know what those are called. Now they're checking the picture. Now he's sitting down. Yes, I think macaron is correct. Or French macaroon. Macaron. Now there was Carolyn Levitt pointing at him. We have special bonus Trump cam for tonight as we wait for him to speak. Then there's those people. I am not seeing any updates about strikes on Iran. Oh, I think the speaker is going to start in like 50 seconds. Look at the clock. It says 0:50. But we're going to have to wait until Trump speaks. I don't know that I'm going to want to listen to the whole... I'm not going to necessarily put on like the mentalist guy, like the entertainment guy. But I'm going to play when Trump speaks.
welcome back to the podium from CBS News, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Wei Zhezhang.
Oh, I gotta turn the music off. Gotta be careful here. Still music.
Back to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. I hope everyone enjoyed their meal. Since Calvin Coolidge became the first president to attend this event in 1924, nearly every sitting president has joined us at some point in their term. The tradition is rooted in a simple principle, that a president and the press corps that covers him can share a meal and even a joke. This dinner has never lacked for opinions. I know everyone has a lot of feelings about it, even under normal circumstances, and people ask, should it still exist? But every year, we pack the room. In fact, we just did it twice. Whatever brought you here tonight, this evening is dedicated to the First Amendment and the excellent work of our colleagues and scholars. President Trump, you are joining us tonight for the second time in 3 months, and we don't take that lightly. Thank you. Thank you again to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and the White House press team. Thanks to the relentless WHCA board members, our executive director, Steve Thoma, and our general counsel, Simon Lakovich, for your hard work and friendship. I have to say thank you again to my CBS News family for enduring a second round of dinner planning. And of course, my family, I love you so much. Our entertainer, mentalist, Oz Perlman, is also back with us. Thank you, Oz.
I'm probably not going to watch that.
For the record, he did guess Caroline's baby's name right last time, and we can't wait to see what you reveal. But you can skip the part where you guess the president's phone number because half the reporters in this room already have it.
Boom.
Finally, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, I also want to thank supporters from around the world, across the political spectrum, who sent well wishes after a shooting interrupted our event in April. Many of you are joining us on live stream, and C-SPAN is the crew as it was that night. Photographers and technicians were under the stairs where the shooter was, but they never stopped rolling their cameras and transmitting live footage despite the circumstances. Thank you. That night tested all of us, but it revealed something worth fighting for. While journalists in the ballroom were gathering facts and getting them to the public, I got a rare glimpse of something few of us ever see in real time. In a holding room, President Trump was huddled with members of his cabinet, asking questions, finding the best way to share the answers with everyone, which is our job description too. I keep coming back to that split screen, not because it was dramatic, but because it quietly proved, no matter how complicated or tense the relationship is between the press and the presidency, what we share is far more important than anything else. And that is our duty to serve the American people. As our country continues to celebrate 250 years of its extraordinary story, this gathering is further proof that the American press endures with it.
I'm not playing the, this is like a video, so I have to be careful with the music. I think this is a video. It must be a video. Yes. I wonder if it's going to be a video about, I have to be careful with this footage. I have to be careful with the footage too. Now they're showing footage. It's going to be footage. I have to be careful here because they're playing footage of what happened in the last time. And I don't own the rights to this footage. So they're showing just the footage of the guy running through the security. And then now they're showing Wolf Blitzer on the phone. They're showing footage of clips from what happened at the previous time they attempted to do this a few months ago. So I don't own the rights to this stuff, so I got to wait till they stop showing it. They're showing they showed a clip from Fox News. Yeah, I can't, they're showing it, but I don't own the rights to the different news agencies' footage. But they're doing a little, just a short video about what happened last time. Now they're showing Trump talking at the press conference that night. Now they're showing the July 4th fireworks. Clip of that. Okay, I think they're just about done. I think. Let's see. One moment. All right. I think that's live. Nope, I don't think it's live. Anyways, I'll wait. As soon as they're done with the video, I will put it back on. But I think they're going to have the mentalist guy speak before Trump speaks. The mentalist. Hey, thanks, Byte Mode, our moderator. Thank you, Byte Mode. No, I did not get an invite, but I'm not a White House correspondent, and I'm not in the White House Correspondents Association. They're just showing some videos now of some of the White House correspondents, by the way. But I don't own the rights to those clips. I am continually checking. No U.S. strikes yet tonight, guys. None. Nothing we've heard about at all. Oh, I'm not saying the mentalist isn't good. It's just, I don't, we can talk about Middle East stuff until he's done. It's just not really relevant to the stream. Byte Mode thinks my theory is right, that they don't do strikes when President Trump's doing public appearances. I know, it's looking better and better, my theory. I've had this theory for days, too. Fiona Diamond says your theory might be correct. People are coming around on the theory. All right, so again, waiting to, I will go back to the video of the White House Correspondents' Dinner as soon as they're done playing their montage. Angie thinks I'm right. What if they don't strike when he's done? Well, it's going to be daylight by then, so I don't know what they're going to do. And they're playing, it's like a video about the reporters who work in the White House. Remember, it is the White House Correspondents Association dinner. So it would make sense they would have a video about the White House press. Googly Goog says daylight strikes are possible. Remember last time. They're still not back. I still don't have the dinner shot back yet. I'm waiting for it. Jimmy the Greek says, you appear to be right in your theory, but do you have a reason why they don't do strikes when he does appearances? No. I mean, somebody might have just said, we don't, maybe somebody said we don't want a distraction from the appearances. I'm not sure. But, I mean, that would be the simplest answer. Maybe he likes to not, maybe he wants to pay attention in a specific way than when they do the strikes. I'm not sure about that either. They're still playing the video about the White House press at the WHCA dinner. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. Do I have the rights to this camera? Not to that one. I don't have the other camera rights. I have the Reuters camera. Matt Doggs thinks the president needs to be made available if urgent calls need to be made. Yes, it is currently 3:56 Iran time. No strikes yet. They're still playing the video about the White House correspondence. It's still going. Again, just to remind you, President Trump is going to be speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We are going to show it. He is supposed to speak in about a half an hour. It's now 8:26. I believe President Trump is scheduled to speak at 8:55. Hold on a second. I think they're back. Are they back? Hold on. Let me turn the volume off here. No, I can't play that video. They're still showing the video. They're still showing the video. X-Town thinks it's President Trump starts at 8:30. I mean, Reuters has it on their schedule. Reuters says 8:55, but they could be wrong. CNN says he's speaking soon at the dinner. Oh, I wonder if it says on the White House schedule. That's what I should check. Press schedule. 8:55 p.m. The official White House press schedule says he is speaking at 8:55 p.m. Eastern Time. 27 minutes. Well, I should, maybe I should put the clock on the screen. I'll put the clock up. Hang on. 20:55. Today, Trump speaks at WHCA. Oops, that didn't work. Speaks at WHCA dinner in. I think the video's back. We have the video back. Here we go.
Founders. What a powerful reminder. By the way, that was AI, in case you missed it. What a powerful reminder that generation after generation, White House correspondents have the privilege of writing the first draft of history. Serving as president of our association has been one of the great honors of my life. And as my final act, I was determined to carry out one more event to highlight the strength of our press corps. I am honored to preside over this dinner, but I do have a fact check because technically my last day in office was last week. Our next chapter is in amazing hands with one of the fiercest women I have ever known. She is my wonderful friend, my partner, and 2026-2027 WHCA President Jackie Heinrich, who I've asked to help present 2 very special awards. Jackie.
Can't play the music. Can't play the music. Cannot play the music. What did I just do? Oh, man, now I'm messing everything up here. Hang on a second here. Let me do something here. Everything's getting messed up. All right, hold on.
Good evening, everyone. Before anything else, I want to recognize Weijia Jiang for her leadership, her unwavering commitment to this press corps. Weijia, you have really represented this association with such professionalism. There we go. There we go. And she has represented this association with such professionalism, integrity, grit, and I am so deeply grateful, not just for your example, but also more so for your friendship. And to our members, I am humbled that you put your trust in me to lead the White House Correspondents Association for the next year. And I look forward to working alongside all of you as we continue our shared mission, pursuing the facts without fear or favor, and exercising the freedoms protected by the First Amendment in service of the American people. The attempt on President Trump's life last April was a sobering reminder that democracy is not immune to violence, and the freedoms that we cherish can never be taken for granted. Political violence must have no home in America. And journalism can serve us well to broaden understanding, to shed light, and to inform our decisions, especially in this age of fast-moving information that can reinforce our divisions. And we are grateful to have President Trump here tonight, taking part in this tradition that recognizes the essential role of a free press in our democracy. Thank you, President Trump. The events of that night also revealed the resilience of this press corps, the all-American sense of resolve that no act of intimidation will silence us, and the endurance of the First Amendment. And we're gathered here tonight because we believe that a free press always finds a way forward. And it is in that spirit that the WHCA Service Award was established to recognize exceptional service to this association, and it is fitting that one of the 2 awards that we are giving tonight goes to the staff of the Washington Hilton. They are hospitality professionals who always put service first. As harrowing events unfolded that night, their courage was on full display. The kitchen workers, the ballroom wait staff remained at their posts. When President Trump urged that the evening should continue, they prepared to serve more than 2,600 guests while they were still processing the shock alongside all of us. And when the Secret Service made the necessary call to postpone the remainder of the program, they immediately pivoted, preserving every unserved meal and donating them to local shelters. And many of these dedicated professionals have worked dozens of White House Correspondents' dinners since this event first moved to the Washington Hilton in 1968. And 58 years later, we are deeply grateful for their partnership. We are proud of the history that we've built together, and we are excited to return to the Washington Hilton next year, stronger than ever. Please welcome the Washington Hilton's General Manager, Ken Jarka, and Catering Manager, Karen Fiketis, to accept the WHCA President's Award for Exceptional Service on behalf of the entire Washington Hilton team.
hear me. You can't hear me. Now you can hear me. You can see President Trump there. President Trump is supposed to speak in 19 minutes if everything stays on schedule. Maybe he'll speak before the mental list. Does he speak before or after the mental list? I don't know.
Thank you, Jackie. I also want to thank the staff and security team right here at the Waldorf Astoria for putting so much time and care into helping us plan this event in a very short notice. That evening in April did not unfold as planned, but it ended exactly like it was supposed to. 2,600 guests, plus hundreds of others who were working that night, got to go home unharmed. And that was made possible by the brave men and women of law enforcement and the United States Secret Service. On behalf of every person who was inside that ballroom, and every family who got to hear their loved ones say, "Don't worry, I'm okay," we thank you. One officer placed himself directly in harm's way and engaged the armed suspect. Even after gunfire struck his protective vest, he stayed in the fight, and the attacker was stopped. I know many of us have wondered, what if he hadn't acted in that exact way? What if he had waited a few more seconds? His courage that night reflects the core values of the Secret Service: duty, justice, courage, honesty, and loyalty, and as a commitment to safeguarding his country and community. They also shaped his career first as an infantryman and section leader in the United States Marine Corps, and since 2022 as an officer of the Secret Service, protecting the White House complex and our nation's leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the WHCA President's Award for Exceptional Service to Officer Victor Gonzalez of the United States Secret Service.
Got to turn down the music. We are waiting for President Trump. Spectre says, "Good job, dude." He is shaking President Trump's hand. That guy has a microphone on.
Thank you again, Officer Gonzalez, and to all the law enforcement officials who work around the clock to keep us safe. Democracy is defended in many ways, sometimes with a badge, sometimes with a notebook and a deadline. The White House Correspondents Association started as a group of 50 reporters, and I am proud that our membership hit a record number in 2025, more than 1,000 people, including many from new media outlets. Our press corps covers the presidency at all hours of the day. In their personal lives, they miss out on a lot so that the world doesn't have to. If you are a past WHCA president here tonight, please stand. Former board members, please stand. Our chief White House correspondents, please stand. All current White House correspondents, reporters, producers, photographers, visual and audio journalists, please stand. And tonight, I also want to salute our colleagues in the Pentagon Press Corps. Your work is invaluable, especially as our nation is at war. Please stand. And now,
I'm sorry, I had the old, this is Weijia Zhang. This is not Jackie Heinrich. I never took down the Jackie Heinrich caption. My bad. That's Weijia Zhang is speaking right now.
WHCA Secretary Brian Bennett of MS Now.
Sorry. I put the caption up for Jackie Heinrich and I never took it down when Jackie Heinrich stopped speaking. So I apologize for that. Hey, thanks to Tormented Tantalus. Tormented Tantalus gave 50 more people memberships in the YouTube chat. Incredible. I think Tormented already gave 50. I think Tormented has either given 100 or 150 tonight. I'm sorry I lost count, Tormented. But please thank Tormented Tantalus on YouTube if you got a membership from Tormented. That is really nice of you. Thank you so much. Very generous. Thank you. Also, I Am Charlie. Thanks for being a member. I Am Charlie. All right, now hold on.
My remarks here.
President Trump is almost, it's almost time for President Trump.
From 16 colleges and universities. They are from schools all over the country. Arizona, California, Illinois, Iowa.
All right, so what I'm going to do is, for a second, I'm going to mention this is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This was the one that was originally being held, I think, 3 months ago, and that's when the person came in with a gun and tried to run past security. And then there was exchange of gunfire. So they're having it tonight. President Trump is going to be speaking very shortly. We're going to have President Trump speaking live.
Be here tonight with us. And I'm happy to say that 26 out of the 30 of them were able to return for the second dinner. Some came back to D.C. from far away. Many were already here in Washington for the summer for journalism internships. When the April dinner was interrupted by the shooting, a lot of the scholars did what journalists do in dangerous situations. They started reporting, and they reported for their college newspapers. They are already showing their commitment to the work that we are all here to celebrate. Our dinner is the primary fundraiser for our association and our scholarships, and because of that generosity, we were able to increase the amount of several scholarships this year. Thank you for being a part of this and supporting this work. And we also want to say thanks to the America 250 Commission for your generous donation to our scholarship fund. The scholars not only receive financial help to pay for school. Earlier this year, they had a tour of the White House, and they met with White House officials. They spent an afternoon with dozens of senior journalists who cover the White House, and they were paired with mentors, working journalists from the White House Correspondents Association, who make a year-long commitment to offer advice and encouragement. We all had people along the way who helped make us better. And the WHCA Scholarship Program is a way that our association gives back and helps strengthen a new generation of journalists. Because of the commitment and your support, past WHCA scholarship recipients are now doing amazing things in journalism. We tracked some of them down to tell us about their work today.
Video I don't own the rights to, so I am not going to play this video. But again, we are waiting for President Trump to speak. I think President Trump might speak before The Mentalist because he is supposed to speak in 10 minutes. Maybe we'll get to hear him before The Mentalist. All right, let's see here. Moving Reader says, I would go to a fancy party like that. That's what Moving Reader says. Hey, thanks to Joe Gray. Joe Gray gave 10 people memberships. Please thank Joe if you got a membership from Joe Gray. Thanks, Joe. So again, we're going to have President Trump coming up speaking. Hey, Brooklyn B9499, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Beatnik Bandit, thanks so much for your support on Twitch. Glad you liked the SpaceX coverage. Thanks Saseltg for subscribing on Twitch, and Crazy and KY for subscribing on Twitch. So again, yes, they're having a mentalist as the entertainment guest, but I think President Trump might be speaking before the mentalist. Right now, they are doing a video montage, and they have different people they're talking to, but as soon as they go back to the live remarks at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we're going to have that for you, and we're going to see, will President Trump say anything about Iran? We'll have to see. And no U.S. strikes so far. My view is that there's no U.S. strikes so far because they're waiting for President Trump to finish his appearance. I don't know if there'll be strikes after, though. Maybe the streak will be broken tonight. Maybe we won't get to 14 straight nights. But I do not see. Hold on. Here we go. You back?
I can tell you, this year's scholarship recipients are also really impressive. And they're all sitting right over there. Let's meet them. Please stand as I read your name. From American University, Louisa Clausen. From Arizona State University, George Headley, Elisa Horton, and Kyle Sikinski. From Hampton University, Kristen Fluellen and Jade Abubakar. From Howard University, Tatiana Allen and Madison Maynard and Sanyu Lakoma. From Iowa State University, Eric Anderson. From Northwestern University, Jacques Aburizik, Caitlin Bender-Thomas, Samantha Freeman. From Iowa University, Nyla Gilbert, Aidan Ryan, Emily Stokes. From Princeton University, Ina Marcia. From Sagrado Corazon University in Puerto Rico, Iana Sotovalle. From Syracuse University, Ben Bassick.
Again, President Trump.
From the University of California, Berkeley, Hae-Yoon Cho.
President Trump is waiting to speak.
From the University of
He
Kansas,
is there.
Julia Hansen.
Probably there aren't many. There probably aren't many events like this these days where President Trump has to sit this long before speaking.
From the University of Missouri.
But again, President Trump is there, and he will be speaking momentarily.
And from the University of Tennessee, Abigail Fanning. Congratulations, scholars. Please be seated. There's one more scholarship that requires special attention. This year, we've added a new scholarship at New York University that has been named in honor of the legendary CBS News White House correspondent, Mark Knoller.
I used to follow Mark. I think he passed away this past year. Very sad.
Passed away in August.
Yeah, it's sad.
And if you needed to know how many times the president had been to Camp David, or went on vacation, or played golf, Mark Knoller always had the facts. And he was always willing to share. To remember Mark and to commemorate the new WHCA scholarship at his alma mater, NYU, here is a tribute put together by his friend and CBS News chief correspondent.
All right, I can't show, again, the video stuff, but we are waiting. We're waiting right now. President Trump is scheduled to speak in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. Maybe it sounds like to me he's the next speaker. So we're going to have him live from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So this Correspondents' Dinner, in the past, they have sometimes had comedians who were pretty harsh towards whatever president was the president at the time, from my understanding. That has not been the vibe tonight. I mean, the vibe has been very collegial. A lot of what they've been talking about is what happened a few months ago at the April dinner. So, it's been pretty chill and friendly so far. Our viewer, I think it was Appel, who said, I wonder how long Trump will speak. I don't know how long he'll speak for. Hang on a second here. So we're bringing you live coverage, and as soon as they're back live, I will bring it to you. I just have to wait till they're done with the montage. No strikes at all reported tonight in Iran. 0. I've heard no reports of explosions. Hold on, we're back.
We are honored to be able to add a new scholarship in Mark's name in partnership with NYU's Arthur L. Clarke Journalism Institute. And even more happy to announce that the first recipient of the Mark Knoller Scholarship is Avril Silva. Please stand, Avril. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's WHCA Scholarship students. When you see them tonight, offer them advice and offer them jobs. Many of them are already doing amazing journalism. They're all superstars. Thank you very much.
That was... they're playing music now. Now they're playing music. There's President Trump. He's about to speak, I think. I think he's about to speak.
Association, Jonathan Karl.
Not quite yet, actually. Sorry about that. John, you're gonna have to wait a second. We have a lot to celebrate this evening, everyone. We want to give a special thanks to those who value the work that we do, the freedoms that we stand for, including Paramount, the Emerson Collective, and the Knight Foundation. All of them made donations to the WHCA after our April dinner was interrupted. And it is, by the way, our one fundraiser of the year. Their support will help our scholarship programs and our general operations in the next year. Thank you all very much. All right, now it is my pleasure to introduce two former White House correspondents who have served this association with distinction. They exemplify excellence in our field. They will help us recognize tonight's award winners. Jonathan Karl is the Chief Washington correspondent for ABC News. He is the co-anchor of This Week, and he is a former president of the WHCA. He's got over 3 decades of experience in Washington. He's covered 4 presidents, 14 press secretaries, and just about every major beat in the city. And through it, he has earned many of journalism's highest honors, including some of the very awards that we are presenting tonight. But first, to recognize our journalism awards, we have one of the country's defining voices with us tonight, Wolf Blitzer.
Wolf Blitzer! Guys, we might hear Wolf Blitzer speak.
Wolf is CNN's lead political anchor. He's the host of The Situation Room, and he's been a staple of CNN's political coverage since 1990, earning a reputation for steady, authoritative reporting on some of the most consequential moments in modern history, and earning multiple Emmy Awards himself for his distinguished career. Please welcome me in joining Wolf to the stage.
Wow, Wolf Blitz bonus. We're getting bonus Wolf Blitzer coverage, guys. I did not know we were going to get to see Wolf Blitzer. This is true bonus coverage.
I'm standing up. Thank you very much for that really nice introduction. I'm so grateful, I'm so honored to be with all of you this evening. Each year, a panel of independent judges review dozens of entries for the 5 major WHCA Journalism Awards. And it's my honor tonight to announce this year's winners. And I'd like to point out that this is really a special night for me. I don't know if many of you were at the first White House Correspondents Association dinner in April, but for me, it was very memorable indeed. And I can report this time, after the first course, I did not go to the men's room. I've been to this dinner over these many, many years. I spent 7 years as a White House correspondent. And I just want to remember with real excitement and passion who often came with me to these dinners over these many years. And that was the man who hired me at CNN, the man who created CNN, the late Ted Turner, who recently passed away. And he was not only a mentor and a good friend, but he loved journalism. When he hired me, he said, remember, Wolf, we're the cable news, capital N, capital E, capital W, capital S network. This is where the news comes first, and don't forget that. Forget about your own personal opinions. Just report the news fairly and accurately, and if you can, do it first. And that's what I've been trying to do over all of these years. So let's remember Ted Turner, what he did for not just for CNN, but for CNN and all of the news organizations over these many, many years. The Aldo Beckman Award for Overall Excellence in White House Coverage, named for the late Chicago Tribune correspondent and former association president Aldo Beckman, goes to, and let's give him a big round of applause, Josh Dawsey of the Wall Street Journal. The judges said Josh Dawsey shows us how power works inside the presidency. And over the past year, his reporting has revealed how decisions are made, who influences them, and how power is exercised at the highest levels. Josh Dawsey went far beyond the deluge of breaking news to offer invaluable insights that can only result from deeply sourced enterprise reporting. In the tradition of Aldo Beckman, he exemplifies integrity, persistence, and a steadfast commitment to holding power to account. Ladies and gentlemen, the WHCA is pleased to give the Aldo Beckman Award to Josh Dawsey. Let's continue with the awards. Thank you. The WHCA gives out 2 awards for reporting under deadline pressure, one for print and one for broadcast. This year's print winner is Amr Madhani and Zeke Miller of the Associated Press. When sources leaked that Trump administration officials were attempting to purge the National Security Council of staff deemed not sufficiently aligned with the president's agenda, Madhani and Miller quickly moved to verify the claim. They uncovered an unprecedented vetting process. NSC staffers were asked about their past political contributions, voting records, and social media posts as a gauge of loyalty to the president. Ultimately, more than 150 NSC aides were removed, resulting in the loss of considerable foreign policy expertise. The story that Madhani and Miller produced is as consequential as it is revelatory. Please welcome Zeke Miller accepting the award on behalf of the team.
All right, President Trump is right there, by the way. President Trump is right there when they talk about that, when Wolf was talking about that. President Trump was there. Maybe he'll say something about it. He is shaking hands with President Trump now. All right, well, there you go. I mean, he knows President Trump. He's been covering the White House for a long time.
And this year's winner is my colleague and very good friend, Caitlin Collins of CNN.
President Trump is not a fan of Caitlin Collins.
Reporting by CNN's Caitlin Collins on a historic showdown in the Oval Office between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky launched a memorable day of nonstop insight and analysis, including her exclusive interview with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Judges were awed by the depth of knowledge, access, and context that Caitlin brought to coverage of a meeting that unraveled before the world's eyes.
Unraveled?
The WHCA is pleased to honor the deadline reporting of CNN's Caitlin Collins.
All right. Now, she covers the White House all the time. She's in the Oval Office all the time, asking President Trump questions. Often, he is not a fan of her. I'm sure. Let's see if she says hi to President Trump. I can't play the music, but they're going to say hi. They're going to say hi. They know each other. Hello. Congratulations. Okay.
And now the award for excellence in presidential news coverage by visual journalists. This award recognizes a video or photojournalist for covering the presidency at the White House or in the field. And this year's award goes to Andrew Harnick of Getty Images. He captured the moment an Oval Office visitor collapsed during an event. And from the judges, they say this: through sharp timing, layered composition, and visual irony.
Hold on. I'm sorry, but I can't. The photo's copyrighted. It's the photo of Trump standing, like, just looking ahead as everybody else behind him is dealing with somebody on the ground.
While the other half of the frame is defined by movement. A truly striking image.
Again, I got to be careful with the photo because I don't own the rights to the photo. So that's why I'm going away from it. So sorry about that, but I got to be careful.
Andrew Harnick, who also represents still photographers on the WHCA board.
So again, we were covering that live. It was a press announcement. It was some kind of, I think, a pharmaceutical announcement, and somebody collapsed that had one of the visitors. And then the photo, they're talking. So the photo just shows Trump at the desk kind of just staring ahead while everybody behind him is attending to the guy. So anyways.
And accountability, named for the legendary Washington Post publisher, and it comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague, Joe Palazzolo, could not attend tonight.
All right, I have to wait for the music. Are they all going to say hi to Trump? They're all going to say hi to Trump. Yes, they are. I mean, I'm sure he's met them before. Now look. He is congratulating all the award winners. He'll probably say something about this when he speaks.
The Collier Prize for State Government Accountability is presented by the University of Florida College of Journalism and Communications. And this is the award's 7th year at dinner, and it comes with a check for $25,000. It's a lot of money. This year's award goes to Care 11 in Minneapolis for its investigation, Housing Hustle, The investigation exposed a massive organized fraud scheme within Minnesota's Housing Stabilization Services Program, a Medicaid-funded safety net meant to help people with disabilities and those facing homelessness find and keep housing.
I got to be careful with the
Reporter
graphics.
A.J. Legault uncovered ethical and oversight breaches at the highest levels. The investigation drove sweeping state reforms and waves of federal probes and charges, said one Collier juror. Carol Evans' rigorous and piercing investigation of Medicare fraud had undeniable impact, including the suspension of more than 130 companies from the ability to bill Medicaid, the state terminating the HSS program, the firing of the state official in charge, federal raids, subpoenas, indictments, and convictions, and enhanced screening, oversight, and suspension powers for regulators. Here to accept the award from KARE 11, our reporter A.J. Legault and producer Gary Knox.
So I can't play the music? I think President Trump might be speaking next, by the way. I don't know that they're going to make him wait for The Mentalist, but who knows? I don't know. Thank you, Sebastian Lampron, for being a member. Thank you, Sasiad from Poland. Thank you. No, he said, Sasiad said, is it a roast of the president? I think referring to Wolf Blitzer.
Honors the most fair, impartial, objective news reporting by a member of the WHCA that has the courage to not fear and the discipline to not favor. It's sponsored and administered by the Arkansas-based Center for Integrity in News Reporting and comes with a prize of $25,000. The award goes to Tyler Pager of the New York Times. The judges said that in his coverage of the first year of President Trump's second term, Pager demonstrates a disciplined, even-handed approach across a wide range of subjects, including supporters and donors, foreign policy, the Justice Department, and energy. The stories take readers inside consequential presidential decisions while presenting the facts. The work is deeply sourced and carefully verified, reflecting a clear dedication to getting it right without bias. Taken together, this body of work stands as a strong example of fair, impartial, and objective journalism, precisely the standard this award is intended to honor. Let's hear it one more time for this year's winners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. But before we...
Hang on. Here you go. All right, a little more of Wolf.
And it's now my pleasure to introduce my good friend, longtime colleague, Jonathan Karl.
All right, now we're hearing from Jonathan Karl. Hey, thanks to Liz Hanrahan. Thank you, Liz Hanrahan, who says in support of freedom of the press. Thanks, Liz.
The award created to recognize the fierce and fair women who cover the White House every day. But first, I just want to give a big thank you to Weijia Zhang. Weijia, your leadership was steady when steadiness was in short supply. You refused to let an act of violence take this dinner away from us. And because of you, it has gone on. You insisted that happen. Thank you. Awesome, courageous. And Mr. President, I want to say it matters that you came here tonight. Thank you. For more than 100 years, presidents have chosen to sit in a room of reporters who ask tough and often uncomfortable questions, and who report without fear or favor. It's important. Thank you for being here. And in that spirit, I am thrilled to present an award named after two women who didn't just cover history, they helped make it. In 1947, a woman joined the White House press corps and changed it forever. Her name was Alice Dunnigan. She was the first African-American woman ever credentialed at the White House. And just a few years later, she was joined by Ethel Payne, and together they looked the most powerful man in the world in the eye and demanded answers about civil rights for Black Americans. President Eisenhower didn't always welcome those questions, but Alice and Ethel kept going and kept showing up, and they kept asking. The WHCA Dunnigan Payne Award for Lifetime Achievement exists to honor their legacy and to recognize journalists who followed in their footsteps by breaking barriers for future generations. So tonight, it is a privilege to present the award to two women who did exactly that. In a field long dominated by men, Melissa Young and Susan Walsh each built extraordinary careers as photojournalists, not by waiting for doors to be open, but by bursting through them again and again for decades. Melissa Young, this one I know very well, she worked at ABC News for 44 years. She began in local television in Miami and worked her way to Capitol Hill and the White House, where she was one of the first female photojournalists in the press corps. Melissa documented the presidencies from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump. She covered campaigns, secretaries of state, and defense. She reported in disaster zones, war zones, all around the world. I worked side by side with Melissa for about half of those years, and I traveled to more than a dozen countries with her. I'm not going to mention the time I was briefly detained because that was on Capitol Hill and she came to my rescue. That kind of person. True. She's tireless and professional and a lot of fun to be around. She did it all with persistence, resilience, and quiet determination, retiring just last year. Susan Walsh, her career was built on anything but luck. When a promised job fell through after a college internship, she called the AP's Boston bureau every single day for 3 weeks, just saying, "Give me a shot, will you?" Well, finally, they did just that. She came in, she said yes to every assignment. She worked her way up. She got to cover Super Bowls, Boston marathons, 5 Olympic Games. She transferred to Washington in 1997. And from there, she went on to photograph every US president from Jimmy Carter to President Trump, traveling the world as part of the White House press corps. In 1999, she was part of the AP team that was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for feature photography for her coverage of President Clinton's impeachment. She also served as the White House News Photographers Association, fighting for press access at every turn. Susan also retired just last year and traded the briefing room in for the ice rink, where she now plays hockey with her son. She's pretty good. Alice Dunnigan and Ethel Payne showed us what it looks like to refuse to be pushed aside so that they could keep bearing witness to what matters most. Melissa Young and Susan Walsh spent their careers doing exactly that. Two women, 80 years of combined service, and a legacy that honors everything this award stands for.
I can't play the music, by the way. I think they're playing a video right now. While they play the video, I'm going to go away because I can't show the video. But again, President Trump was supposed to speak at 8:55 p.m. It's now 9:15 p.m. I assume it'll be any minute now. Fox News says moments away Trump speaks. So we're going to watch Trump speak shortly. Hey, thanks so much to Michael6288. Michael says, thankful to the president for creating a future buying opportunity in the stock market at a steep discount. That's what Michael said. Thank you so much, Michael. 6288. Hey, so again, any moment now, President Trump's going to be speaking, and we're going to have that live for you. Real quick, hey, shout out to our moderators. Ruth and Bite Mode are moderating right now over on YouTube. Very much appreciate it. On Twitch, we have moderating as we wait for President Trump. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3 are all moderating over there. Big thanks over there. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and also Darren, Charlo, K. Larry Body. Thank you. All of our moderators over that, Andrea Holder, and all of our other moderators, thank you. So again, I'm waiting for them to stop playing the video montage at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I'm thinking President Trump. Oh, the White House went live, so the White House is actually showing it too. So I think I'm pretty certain it's going to be really soon because the White House on YouTube has just gone live, so they're going to be showing it. All right, I gotta figure this here. Hold on a second here. I gotta get that ready too. Okay, I'll have two feeds. I can use either one. Look, we will begin shortly. I mean, I already have a camera from there, but the White House is live too. It's interesting they're showing this. You know, I don't know that the White House was going to show it I don't know if they would have shown it the night he was going to speak in April. I don't know that they always show it, but who knows? All right, so President Trump is about to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Hold on. I think they're back over here. Looks like they're back. Nope, they're still showing the video. No strikes tonight so far in Iran, reported. I think they're back here. I think they're back.
Please join me in welcoming Susan and Melissa to the stage.
Okay, so they're honoring those reporters. There is President Trump right there. We're waiting for him to speak. Sorry for the delay.
This is pretty awesome. I spent most of my career down in there, so I thank all the photographers and the photojournalists who had to cover this event. So it's really pretty cool to be up here and just kind of be a guest tonight. But they were gracious enough to give me an opportunity to say some things, so I'd like to say some things. First, Ouija, Jackie, and the entire Correspondence Board, I just want to thank you guys so much for selecting me this year, me and Melissa. I hope not to get emotional here. This award means like the world to me. Oh, I'm such a sucker. Sorry. I got this. This award means so much, not because it's named for two incredible trailblazing women, but because honestly, I felt that this association didn't always, value what we did as photographers. And, there were many times that Melissa and I were the only two women in the White House travel pool. And I just have to say, things have changed, and I love it. So there's a whole lot more women out there, so yeah. I do have a couple of shout outs. I have to thank the Associated Press for giving a chance to a young photographer oh so many years ago. I truly hope I made you proud. To my son, Johnny.
All right, I have an update here. Iran state media says regional media report on a missile and drone attack by Yemen on Saudi Arabia. Now, I haven't heard of this. For whatever it's worth, Iran state media Tasnim says regional media report on a missile and drone attack by Yemen and Saudi Arabia. But I have not seen any such reports yet. Iran state media Tasnim says, now I wouldn't be surprised if that happens because Saudi Arabia attacked the Houthis. By Yemen, they meant the Houthis. It means the Houthis. So what Iran state media is saying is they're saying regional media say the Houthis have launched a missile and drone attack on Saudi Arabia, which is, I think it's expected because Saudi Arabia attacked the Houthis hours ago. But I'm not aware of any other reports of this right now. So again, Iran state media Tasnim says, regional media report a missile and drone attack by Yemen, i.e. the Houthis, on Saudi Arabia. I have not yet seen any other media reports about such an attack. Okay, so just letting you know on that. So again, Iran state media Tasnim says regional media report on a missile and drone attack by Yemen, i.e. the Houthis, on Saudi Arabia. But I am not. So I got to keep an eye on this, and I'll see if I hear anything else about the Houthis attacking Saudi Arabia. I'll let you know. Okay. So I'm looking for it right now. It's possible that there is no such attack. President Trump, I think, is getting ready to speak, guys. Hold on. I think. We'll see if he's next. We'll see if he is next. Okay, more pictures. More pictures. They're putting, look, what are they putting in they're putting stuff in the podium, maybe for the president. You see that? Somebody put something in the podium. Maybe that means President Trump is next. Now they're fixing the lights. I think President Trump is next.
Congratulations again to all of our honorees tonight. I am confident that one day our scholarship winners could be the ones taking home awards. After all, not that long ago, we were you. Young people passionate about journalism and determined to make it work. I've been thinking a lot about my own journey to this podium tonight. I grew up in rural West Virginia, in a town at the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, a town called Buchanan, population 5,500. Those images of the devastating floods that you've been seeing are from my hometown. My heart, thoughts, and prayers are with everybody there. After my dad finished grad school at WVU, where he properly learned how to say, "Let's go Mountaineers," my parents decided to stay in the state to open a restaurant. It was such a treat when hunters came in and left deer meat as a tip. On Sundays after church, families packed into the dining room, all dressed up. My mom learned every customer's name, their favorite dishes. I worked the cash register, topped off glasses of sweet tea, and did my homework in the corner booth. A day like that seemed ordinary at the time. Looking back, to think that days like that could be considered ordinary is the most powerful reminder of how extraordinary America is. My dad came to the US as a student with just 67 bucks, or as Frankie might say, 67. My mom holding a small suitcase in one hand and a toddler, me, with the other. Yet they built a new life, a successful business, and a real future. Our Chinese restaurant was the first in my town. Of those 5,500 residents, the Chinese American population of Buchanan was 3. My mom, my dad, and me. Growing up there was not always easy. Most folks had never laid eyes on people who looked like my family. But far more often than not, the community was welcoming and generous. Turns out deer meat is great in a stir fry. In Mandarin, the word for America is Meiguo. It literally means beautiful country, and I love that. America the Beautiful was never only about her landscapes or landmarks. It has always been about the promise that no matter where you come from, you get a shot at chasing your dreams. My dreams began right there in that family restaurant. A small TV in the back was often turned to the news, my dad's go-to for learning more English. In the middle of dinner service, it was the CBS Evening News, anchored by Dan Rather and Connie Chung. I was hooked. In middle school, I won a contest to be a student reporter for a national news show called Channel 1. And when a local news crew came to cover it, they learned just how big my dreams really were.
I hope to be the next Connie Chung and better. That's kind of hard, but that's my goal.
I have to be careful with the video. I can only show the video. All right, I have the rights to, but here we go. We're back.
30 years later, it's surreal to say that I've sat in Connie Chung's old chair to fill in on the evening news. And Connie and I have talked about how the White House beat and the White House Correspondents Association used to be a little bit of a boys' club. For decades, women could be members, but they were not invited to sit at this dinner until 1962, when a woman who would become Dean of the Press Corps insisted. Thank you, Mrs. Helen Thomas. So tonight it means everything to stand here as the first woman of color ever elected president of this association in its 112-year history. I'm here because of the tenacious women who came before me, Melissa, Susan, and support from my family who are with us tonight. My husband, Luther, not from West Virginia, but Arkansas, similar enough. My amazing daughter, Frankie. Little brother Jack, who should be sleeping by now. I love you more than anything in the world. I love you the most. My parents came to a country with almost nothing to give their daughter everything. And now I have that because they could be with me in this moment. Mama, Baba, Xie. And sitting with them, my middle school video production teacher, Mrs. Diane Williams, who spent countless hours on my submission for that contest that changed my life. Like public school teachers across the United States, Mrs. Williams looked at a 13-year-old kid and said, "You can be whatever you want when you grow up," and she meant it. My story is like that of so many in this room and in this country, only in America. Only in America could a little girl born in China and raised in Appalachian coal country make her way to the Oval Office to ask questions of the President of the United States. Because when this is your home, you inherit something remarkable. The protections in the First Amendment: free religion, free speech, free press, free assembly, free petition. This fundamental right belongs to everyone. And that's exactly who the founders were thinking about when they protected a free press. Everyone, all Americans. They were not thinking about reporters. A free press is not a favor to journalists because we're special. We are not special. But America is. No matter who you are, the freedom to criticize without fear of being destroyed, that's not a bug in our democracy. It's supposed to be the feature. In 1786, writing from Paris, Thomas Jefferson told his friend back in Virginia, "Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost." 5 years later, that thought was enshrined in the Constitution after Jefferson urged James Madison to include a Bill of Rights. Many founders couldn't stand the press. Some things never change. But they understood if our access is restricted, it's really the people's access to information that is limited. If the media faces government pressure or censorship, it's the people who end up knowing less. That was true then, and it's true now. But having press freedom comes with a tremendous responsibility. We can't demand accountability without practicing it. Criticism of the media can be unfair. It can also be legitimate. We get a lot right, but sometimes we get things wrong. We mistake proximity to power for understanding it. And at times, we get trapped in our own bubbles. There is a difference, though, an existential difference between criticizing the press and trying to undermine it. One is healthy, and it makes all of us better. The other is exactly what the founders hoped to prevent. Around the world, press freedom is not guaranteed. In many countries, reporters who criticize the government are detained without trial, their stories erased. In the worst cases, they never make it home. Tonight, we think about all of them, and we think about the protections that set us apart as a nation. Just 20 days ago, America turned 250 years old. The First Amendment is a big part of how she made it this far, and it falls on all of us to make sure it carries her through to the next 250 and beyond. President Trump, I've covered you for a long time, and so have many reporters in this room. When we ask questions, you push back, you give us answers, and we push back. You have always been a deal guy. Well, that's the deal. And the First Amendment is a done deal. And that's what we toast tonight, the freedoms that brought us back together even after they were threatened. So let's raise a glass to what makes ours a beautiful country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be I can't play the song. We're going to hear him speak. I will say there are some planes now in Saudi Arabia that appear to be circling and holding while we're hearing unconfirmed reports that the Houthis have launched an attack on Saudi Arabia. So I'm keeping an eye on this. There's not a lot of detail. It appears that the Houthis may be retaliating at Saudi Arabia for the Saudi Arabia attack on the Houthis.
Been an easy evening, all these awards. That was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards. Do I have a say in those awards, all those awards? But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like. Some I don't like at all. But I respect most of them, I must say that. You do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage, and we both wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room. And you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. Tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly, and we figured something out. But the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself. Very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Holman. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up in those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant. It's quite an evening. But tonight we come back together to answer that heinous attack with unwavering resolve. And every one of us here this evening to show that in America, we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country, we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets, but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. There are a lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day.
I'm just cutting in real quick. Iran state media Tasnim reports that regional sources report that the Saudi city of Jizan was targeted by a combined missile and drone attack by Houthi forces. I also want to just call your attention to the fact that currently on Flight Radar 24, there are two different planes that are supposed to be flying to Aba Airport in Saudi Arabia, but instead of actually going to Aba Airport, they are actually circling. So this comes as unconfirmed reports come in of a Houthi retaliation attack in Saudi Arabia. Trying to get you some more information on this right now. I'm going to get back to the president, but I will certainly keep an eye out for learning more about what's going on in Saudi Arabia.
Without hesitation, and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest, fortunately, was on, saved his life. And Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it. We insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military surround us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun. You know, I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing, I could never have done the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy-finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vest, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, "Are you sure I'm not wearing this?" No, you look exactly 20. They say, "Sir, it's about 21 pounds." I said, "Not good." But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents' Dinner Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion, you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija, and I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy, so I want to thank you very much. Fantastic job. And Ouija worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled, and we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much, all, for putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondents Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, a very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from it. That's okay. On occasion, he shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations. And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who just had her second child. You and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She can do another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice, right? But Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you all of the time. And you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people. But I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93. So how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. But some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's got to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we really do. We have a complete and total. You know, I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House Military Center, drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick. I said to the people, well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47. That's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House, not only the ballroom. And what's underneath, you know, is supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again. Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile, it's old, and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to build something very powerful. I said, let's keep it secret. They said, no, no, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret. And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suing, they're not good people. We told them, we said, you know, you're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's going to be, it's really going, it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has. I just visited China. They have this magnificent room, the Great Room. They call it the Great Room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic. And with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents, you know, I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months. Assuming we finish it right on time, I get to use it. Somebody said, he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future. I'm not building, I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex, what we did downstairs, than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it, though. It's going to be amazing. And I think, I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table, we were talking about it. I said, I think, you know, it's White House correspondence, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe, and that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom. But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the dangers involved, I'm told that this is still the hottest ticket in town. This ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See everything, the brass. Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, you know, I sold this building, and they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers, because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal, because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, you know, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor? 82,000 feet. For those in the real estate business, 82,000 feet. That's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience. And this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But that next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondents Center. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Oh, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car. And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, this is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together. Last month, we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight, the UFC fight. When I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, that took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to rain. We were going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came, and it went, and now we came up to Wednesdays. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual, because usually it's Saturday night. And they said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? Sure, it's going to rain. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night. It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle. But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock, and we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. I said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained. It was perfect. In fact, the week before, it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees. And the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House. And it was like, thank you very much. It went like this. And other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain. And it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the south lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that. Oh, you think I'm kidding. But the big fight was such an amazing success that tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people know that, but you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, round.
Hey, real quick, I just want to interrupt and let you know Saudi Arabia's civil defense has issued a warning, a danger warning for Yanbu Governorate. And Yanbu Governorate contains the Yanbu port, which is where Saudi Arabia exports most of its oil from. So it looks like unconfirmed reports that the Houthis have been launching retaliatory attacks in recent minutes against Saudi Arabia. Again, alert for the Yanbu region, which contains the key Yanbu port. That's in western Saudi Arabia. I'll keep you posted.
Unbelievable events. It's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, you know, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said, everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, I said, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up, and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I don't care. Call them all back. They're all gone. 450,000, and most of them were in cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back up higher. Maybe, thank you. Let's stand up, Peter. Tell them. More, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd. And actually worked out better, a little like this. It worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people. Thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening. And it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet, fighting, I would say, I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a Congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC +3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC +3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper was going to fight Lawrence O'Donnell. I'm not a fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I like Anderson, actually, because he's covered me well for many years. Then he went bad as soon as I went for politics. But for years, he loved interviewing. I did so many interviews with him, and he was great. But, you know, he's got a little different persuasion than me in many ways, actually. And Lawrence O'Donnell, never liked him, never thought he had any talent. But he's still making a living, so I can't knock it. But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television. And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held a concert to protest the first UFC fight. They didn't want to see the fight. And very few people want. They held an event. Like 3 people showed up. And given the choice between seeing some of the really beat up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the 2 of them or the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle. And Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just wanted, because I used to be friendly with Chris. Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off. Forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner. And I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular. But I've watched comedians get up for the dinner because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But actually, he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. You know, it's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign. And, you know, I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good, but it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I sort of thought, I was there 3 or 4 times before that. But I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran, I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know, I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, you know, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always came. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what? With time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. but it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I mean, I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And well, Jackie will treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert, these are people without talent. They get a lot, they have talent. You know who has talent? Their agent, getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment. But Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. You know, he's known, I called him, I hate some people. You know, I shouldn't say this, I'm not supposed to hate. I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person. He's a liar. And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, sick older woman, I guess now I have to say. So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I mean, I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. You know, it's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to see Washington, D.C., or any of our cities, or Israel, or frankly, the Middle East, destroyed with a nuclear weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. I see it. I get to see it. We're not going to let that happen. So this is all about, we will not let them have a nuclear weapon. And they would use it. They would use it if they had it. But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time, because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, and writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. Nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to hear it. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake. But I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you have a smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin, just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship, but then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can, it was Dylan Mulvaney. And Dylan Mulvaney cost Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories and one on the, he was upset about this. 1 was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh. But he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhireable. You know, you hired, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him, but you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhireable. CNN is also here, and I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, you know, I pick up my phone. I used to go to this young lady. I'd say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen, you'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I'd get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I said, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. It's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been, but the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as it's fresh. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? She'll call me and she says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about it. Congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job. And they feel I'm above it all. And that no person, hundreds of people call, no person is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have to let me know, because sometimes I do like to speak to the press, but now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name, because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling it the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? And I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do this. This is a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look. No, look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work for the failing New York Times, or I work for, well, I don't know, do they ever come to these dinners? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better when you can, when you have the time. You speak to the reporter. You treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters.
I'm just cutting in to give you an update here. So it's hard to get details about what's going on in Saudi Arabia right now. There's not a lot of details. There are unconfirmed reports floating around, a bunch of them in Iranian state media, for example, saying that the Houthis have launched an attack on Saudi Arabia, which would make sense because Saudi Arabia attacked the Houthis earlier today, and the Houthis said they were going to respond. There have been reports of explosions in Jizan, Saudi Arabia, also in Yanbu. And also, Iran state media just said Zamd, Z-A-M-D. But again, it doesn't seem like Saudi Arabia is allowing any information to get out. I'm not seeing really any kind of independent reporting on this. Really, most of what I see is, no joke, in Iran state media. Now, Iran supports the Houthis. It could turn out that this is all true. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but there's a couple videos floating around that are unconfirmed on the web. So I'm keeping an eye on things here. When President Trump is done, we will focus on that, and I'll keep an eye on things. And if there's something big, I will certainly update you.
If we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room, and then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at him saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad. But with Gavin, so he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person. And she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, And most people don't know that dumb has a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about them. They got a whole table full of Republicans there. They're saying, no, don't mention my frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth, and honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not president, sadly, but you know, some people say, never use the fat word, and I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems, you know? It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig, please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out, who is that guy? Does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you, because I'm defending a man who obviously has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family threw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up and they said, we want you to apologize to Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what? I think I'm more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And she, well, I'm not going to say this next one. Do you want to hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years? How did he do? Not too good. I'm in the White House and he's not doing as well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. You know, prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, you know, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck saw him and he did a certain thing. And then one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants. They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding. And all joking aside, I do think we need term limits in Congress. I think term limits are very important because I see what's happening. I see what's happening. The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife. And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And he said, I can't do both. You know what? You know, in other words, can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody get that? Well, I thought that was actually pretty good. That was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole frickin' stupid speech that they wrote. That was the only good one, and that went down with not exactly great laughter. I think, in other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love, too, So we're looking for term limits. Does anybody understand this stuff? But I really do wonder whether the Democrats are trying to lose the midterms. In Maine, they nominated a guy with a Nazi tattoo. But don't worry, Democrats. Word is that Plattner's replacement, he throws bottles at women. This guy throws bottles. This guy's another lunatic, by the way. Although I think Plattner might have done surprisingly well because we're in the age of Trump. Call it what you want. People can do well today. Plattner, I don't know. But, people don't have the guts to stick it out, but it looked like he was guilty of a lot of stuff. He certainly didn't defend himself very well. In Texas, the Democrats are running a candidate named James Telefrico, who hates guns, hates oil, hates sex, hates women, and who said he is, quote, a Christian who hates Christianity. Other than that, I think his platform is quite good. And that means that he's not going to do very well against Ken Paxton, who hopefully in Texas is going to win. But Telefrico, he's Alfred. You know what he looks like to me? Alfred E. Newman. Do you remember Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine? I said, that guy is Alfred E. Newman. Can't imagine he'd win. Well, I have all of the press here in one place. I have to say that we're having an amazing load of accomplishments that the media never talks about. For example, under my administration, a once feared and powerful regime that relentlessly attacked America has finally been toppled. Their former leaders have been removed, and they're now being run by a gay dictator facing internal divisions. But I, for one, wish Barry Weiss all the best at CBS News. She's a wonderful woman. Most of the press lives here in Washington, D.C., and you should be thankful for me for what my administration and I have done to make our nation's capital, which was one of the most dangerous and unsafe cities anywhere in the world, one of the safest cities in the United States. Crime is down 88%, and our capital is shining again with 62 monuments, statues, water fountains looking more beautiful. The graffiti's all gone. The tents are all moved out of the parks. The fences are all done. Our capital looks like it's really in good shape. And people coming here, people in the White House, they work in the White House, they all say, young women, young guys walk up, they say, thank you, sir. 2 years ago, we lived in a dangerous city. We lived in a city where 150 people were killed a year. And now we have almost a crime-free city. Our National Guard has done an incredible job, and we've removed over 5,000 career criminals. We removed, there's one stat, I think it's a great stat. It's to me, it's fantastic. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. That's something you can fix, and we fix it. We moved out over 5,000 career criminals out of Washington, D.C., and we have the greatest capital in the world. Again, it's beautiful, it's thriving, the restaurants are thriving. You couldn't get into a restaurant because they didn't have, all the restaurants were closing. And if you even got in, you felt unsafe. People were getting into Ubers and they were being attacked when they were in an Uber. It's not happening anymore. We have tough, smart people, and they have done a fantastic job. Washington, D.C. is safe again. You can't get into a restaurant. The restaurants are opening up. They're opening up all over the city. They can't get, it's the exact opposite. They can't get space. But mostly I've given up on you and the media so that now I just gave up on you and I'm #1 on TikTok. Did you see that I'm #1, Stephen? Is that true? I'm #1 on TikTok. So how could they be so bad? 520, think of this, 425 billion views. Can you believe that, Peter? I mean, let's go, Peter. I gave up on you people. I gave up on traditional press. And it obviously worked because we did win in a landslide. I mean, somebody's got to be saying something good about me. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's a man that I get along with very well, he was a hard no for the sale of TikTok. They all said he's a hard no. I said, well, let's call it, put your group together. They put it together, billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. I called up President Xi, I said, President, look, these are American people. They're wonderful people. In fact, one of them happens to own CBS, actually. I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people, and it'll be a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right. That was it. It was done. And we sold TikTok. And he's a friend of mine. And he's not contributing to problems like other people contribute to problems. So we get along. But we made the deal. But number one on TikTok is Trump. And that's probably why we won. But for all of the trouble that you give me a lot of trouble, a lot of heartache. I hope all of you know that I believe in the free press more than anyone in this room does. Maybe not quite. But that's why I'm proud to be the most open and transparent president in history. They called me that. You know who calls me that? Caroline. That's about it so far. Would anybody else call me that? I think Peter would call me that. Am I the most transparent? Biden never used to answer your questions. He'd ask Biden 20 questions. He'd never get an answer. Who's the most transparent president, Peter? Who? I look at him. It's the first time he's tongue-tied. I cannot believe it. Oh, he's not going to be happy tomorrow. But you people have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front-page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day. All different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. I mean, here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting, when you come back and you do a good job like we did, and you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. But on a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all. It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought, but if you want to know the truth. But I didn't know exactly what to expect, and I've made a lot of friends tonight. I've made a lot of good friends tonight, probably made some enemies also, but it's been an experience that is something that we've all shared together, because we're all in this room tonight because most of us went through a period of trauma from just a short while ago. And, you know, some people said they wanted to come, but they were afraid to come, and you people weren't afraid to come. There were a lot of people that said, Jackie, they don't really, you know, they didn't have the courage to come. And we don't want that to happen. And I'm sure it's not going to happen. We're going to do things. Again, I want to thank our law enforcement, keeps us safe. All law enforcement. We have the greatest people on earth. You know, we had, 2 years ago, we had the worst record of recruitment in, as an example, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. Look at all that shooting we're able to do from space. That was my baby. But all of the branches of, you couldn't get people to join. This was 2 years ago. And last week, you probably saw, some of you wrote the story, we have the single best recruiting of people into our armed forces than we have ever had in the history of our country. They are brimming over with great people. And that's a big statement. And that also goes for the police departments where they were having a tremendous problem recruiting. You can't get into a police department now. If you're looking for a job, it's very tough. And that also includes our great fire departments, because people forget about them. They're unbelievable, the job they do. So I just want to thank you. Look, we're on the cusp of something big, and I call it, and this, I'm being very serious when I say this, that this is the golden age of America. We have $19.2 trillion being spent in our country. A record was China. I think it was 10 years ago, 3 trillion. Trillion is a lot. 4 years, they went less than 1 trillion under Biden. And we have 19.2 trillion. And this is a period of actually 13 months, not even current, because we're here a little bit longer than that. But that was as of reporting dates. $19.2 trillion is being spent. Factories are coming. Toyota just announced they're going to be building the biggest car plant in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming here. Tariffs did that. Tariffs did that. And maybe November 5th did that too, the election. But our country is doing things that nobody's ever seen before. And it is true. We were, and you've heard me say this, we were a dead country 2 years ago. Other leaders would see me and they'd say it's a miracle. President Xi told me that a few weeks ago in China, and he's coming here on September, I think, 24th, coming in September, the end of September, going to be exciting. But he said the same thing. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. Everyone said almost the same words. We thought you were a dead country. We never thought you had a chance. You were never going to make it back. And in a period of 1 year, you made it the hottest country anywhere in the world. We all did that together. It's not me. We all did it together. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we're going to keep it going. And I just want to say, this is a room. I have tremendous respect for the people in this room. Sometimes I don't feel you treat me fair. Or maybe you do. I don't know. I don't feel that. But sometimes you treat me very fairly. And I have a lot of respect for your profession. Your profession's amazing. And I just want to thank you for having me. And it's been fun. And I've met a lot of great people. And, you know, I used an expression. I've used it right from the beginning. I did this for one reason, to make America great again. And that's what's happening right before your very eyes. We have made America great again. It's going to get a lot greater. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I cannot play the music. So that was President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'll leave the video on. We have to jump also to covering what appears to be an ongoing Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia. It does appear, unconfirmed, but it does appear from reports online that the Houthis have launched strikes. Ooh, hold on.
Your White House correspondents. So you should know, and thank you, President Trump. This night is all about the First Amendment. Tonight it was on full display. And I just want to congratulate all of our award winners again. My friend Caitlin, who has a beautiful smile.
Are they not going to have The
and
Mentalist?
Josh Dawsey, who is one of the most prolific journalists of our time. That is
No
true.
Mentalist? No Mentalist?
Okay, now we're finally going to answer a question people have been asking since I announced he was coming to the dinner back in February. What the heck is a mentalist?
All right. Anyways, we got to go. All right, we're leaving this. I guess. All right, we're leaving that. So we got to see Trump speak. We need to start talking about the situation in Saudi Arabia. So let's do that. I need a moment, though. What I have to do is I need to do this. Okay, now, it is reportedly the last hour or so, reports have been coming in unconfirmed. It's hard to get information out of Saudi Arabia itself, but there have been a number of reports. A lot of them have been coming from Iranian media, but Iranian state media. But remember, Iranian state media supports the Houthis. Okay, a lot of claims in in coming out from Iranian state media about this Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia. But there have been planes holding in Saudi Arabia, which I think might still be holding on the flight radar. So if you look here on flight radar, hold on. What is Saudi Arabia time, by the way? I'll put the Saudi Arabia clock on the screen. 5:40 a.m. Okay, so we want to do that. Saudi Arabia time. I'm getting the clock up on the screen. Bear with me here. I think I did it. Okay, there it is. There is the clock, Saudi Arabia time. So there's flight radar 24, and you can see there are planes that have been circling. Okay, it looks like this one is finally not landing. So this is a plane that left Riyadh in Saudi Arabia and was going towards Aba. And it circled, and now it's going back to where it came from. Okay, so that's not landing at Aba Airport. Then this plane, similar. This is a plane that was in Medina and was heading towards Aba, and now it was circling, and now it left. So, and there were reports of explosions in Jizan, or is it, I don't know, I thought it was Jizan, but I don't know how they're spelling it on the map. There have been reports of explosions in Jizan. Oh, I think it's also spelled Jazan. It's Jizan is a city and capital of Jazan province, says Wikipedia. That says Jazan. I think maybe it's alternate spelling. Yes, so Jizan, this is Jazan here. My understanding, it's the same place. So there were reports of explosions in that area, but we can see several planes. One other plane I saw was diverted, but that's a plane there that was going to land at Aba Airport, and it was circling twice, and now it's leaving. That's a plane that was going to Aba. That plane is leaving. So clearly something's happening. And again, I want to share, it's hard to get information out of there because Saudi Arabia, I think, is being very tight with information. I don't see actually information coming directly out of Saudi Arabia. You know, as with Iranian state media, for certain things, if they start talking in Iranian state media about like blowing up U.S. ships, I usually don't buy that stuff. But they can be fairly reliable when it comes to like, if Iranian state media says there's explosions in Kuwait, normally that means that Iran has launched missiles and drones at Kuwait. So in the absence of independent sources or sources coming out of Saudi Arabia, I think the best we can do right now is look at some of these claims in the Iranian media and just show you at least what they're claiming, and just know that these are not confirmed claims, but this looks like it's looking like a significant attack by the Houthis on Saudi Arabia. And there's also some reporting in Iranian media claiming that energy facilities have been hit. This could have important implications for the world. If Saudi oil facilities are hit, that could raise the price of oil, which could also put pressure on, you know, the Trump administration over the conduct of the Iran war. So you know, it's not clear what's been hit yet, but let me show you some of these claims that have come out from Iranian media, and just know that we don't really have good information coming out of. Hold on a second here. Yeah, we don't have good information right now coming out of Saudi Arabia itself. And let me just take a moment here, and I'm going to show you some of what. Hey, hang on a second here. Okay, now let's look at some of what's being reported. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. This is from Iran state media Fars. Now, they have several posts that say Arab sources and Arab media reports. I don't know if there actually are any Arab sources that they're actually quoting. Sometimes, to me, Iran media does this thing, state media, where they say there's other sources, and then I never find those sources. So I don't know if this is just claims that they're making. So they say explosions rocked the Al-Khamis Mushait Air Base in Saudi Arabia. They say Yemeni missiles also targeted the Al-Matar area near the King Abdul Aziz Airport in Saudi Arabia. They say Yemen targeted, when they say Yemen, they mean the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis targeted an oil facility belonging to the Saudi Aramco company in Jizan. Is that true? I don't know. I mean, that could be really big news, but we just don't know right now. And just to tell you about those other places, the King Abdul Aziz Airport is, hang on, that's going to be this one here, which is in Jizan or Jazan, where we definitely heard there was reports of explosions in Jazan. I can't confirm this, but Iran media has talked about it. Some other claims have been made about it online, but that is an airport in Jazan. Has it been hit? I don't know. And they also mentioned the Al-Khamis Mushait Air Base. I don't even know that that's going to come up on the map. Oh, it's, I guess, King Khalid Air Base, according to Wikipedia. That's what they're saying, the King Khalid Air Base of the Saudi Air Force. They're claiming that that was targeted. King Khalid, I don't know. There's a King Khalid International Airport. How about the air base? I'm not sure. I don't know that that actually comes up. Oh, near Khamis Mushait. Khamis Mushait. All right, Khamis Mushait is, okay, that's near Aba, and we know that some planes heading towards Aba Airport have already turned around. So that would be an appropriate, that would be a location near a location where we think something might be going on, because again, some planes going to Aba International Airport in southwest Saudi Arabia seem to have turned around and are not going there anymore. So there may be, apparently there's an air base near this area here, which Iran state media is claiming was attacked. Also, let me show you some other reporting here. All of this you're seeing is from Fars state media. There is a couple videos going around claiming to show a big glow in Jizan that supposedly, I guess, is the aftermath of an explosion. I cannot confirm those videos right now. You can see right here, Arab sources. Are there Arab sources? I don't know. Fars state media, Iran says more than 5 explosions caused by missile attacks shook the city of Jizan or Jazan. So again, I cannot confirm this. It sounds like several locations in Saudi Arabia may have been hit by Houthi missiles. Now, let me show you some of the other reports. Yeah, so here is, you can see here, this is from Tasnim state media. Yemeni sources, they claim, report that air bases in Saudi Arabia were targeted. Also, they said reports of powerful explosions in the city of Samad in Saudi Arabia. I looked it up. I couldn't figure out what that city was, but that might be a bad translation. And they say, Yemeni sources say an air base in Khamis Mushait, which we were just looking at, which is near Abba, they claim that was among the targets of the Yemeni attack. Again, very hard to figure out exactly what's going on at the moment. Now, also, this is also something that could be very significant, but we don't know if it's actually true, is Yanbu. So Yanbu is the port, is the city where the port is, where Iran exports more, where the Saudi Arabia exports most of its oil out of Yanbu. But look at what you see here at the bottom from Tasnim Iranian state media. Powerful explosions rocked the Saudi Arabian port city of Yanbu. It would be really big news if missiles or drones from the Houthis in Yemen caused significant damage at the Yanbu port, but we don't know that that happened yet. There's also a claim up there from Iranian state media Tasnim that claims that there are power outages in several areas of the city of Jizan following a retaliatory attack by Yemeni forces. That's unconfirmed. So my guess is certainly that there is some sort of attack by the Houthis, which was to be expected after remember what happened in the last few days. According to Saudi Arabia, there's been 2 Saudi Arabian tankers that have been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. That comes after the Houthis said that they attacked Saudi tankers in the not in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Red Sea. I'm sorry, in the Red Sea. So just to get clear here on our geography, we have the Houthis in Yemen, who have a years-long conflict with Saudi Arabia, although in recent years there'd been more of a truce, but in the last couple of weeks it's really heated up between them. There's Yemen, there's Saudi Arabia. The Houthis are in northern Yemen, I believe. And so what happened is in the last few days, 2 Saudi tankers have been confirmed hit by strikes in the Red Sea. Presumably both were hit by the Houthis. Earlier today, the Saudi Arabia carried out strikes in Hodeidah, which is a Houthi-controlled city, and the Houthis vowed to retaliate, and it looks like we're seeing tonight this retaliation by the Houthis against Saudi Arabia with missiles and maybe drones launched. And again, the Houthis are, it's just over, these are bordering territory, bordering countries. Although, again, the Houthis control one part of Yemen, and there's been a civil war going on in Yemen. The Houthis control one part of Yemen, but the Houthi territory is, basically next to the Saudi Arabia territory. So, so let's see if we can get you some more updates here. But again, it's been hard to get really reliable information. I don't think you can rely on, the Houthi supporters, Iran, for completely accurate information about what's going on in these Houthi attacks. And I wasn't really seeing much from independent news. I've been looking at different Middle Eastern media and really not seeing much in there. There was before a Saudi civil defense alert in Yanbu. Then it was lifted, but I don't know if anything happened in Yanbu between the time they gave the alert and the time it was lifted. It could have been lifted after missiles hit or something. So let's see if we can get you any more information here. But again, not a lot. It's hard to get information out of Saudi Arabia. Hey, really quick. I do want to mention, I want to thank some people. I owe some thanks to people who supported while President Trump was speaking, and I didn't get a chance to thank them. Thank you to Grumpy Granny for your support. Thank you for your donation, who's talking about a firm's fire. Yeah, I can't, the firm's satellite fire stuff, I can't really draw conclusions about it because I don't know. You can go to the NASA firm site and see satellite detected fires, but I don't know what fires were there yesterday or 2 days ago. Also, sometimes there's industrial stuff going on where there's existing fires, so I can't really draw conclusions from the firm site for the most part. So, but if you want to look at that, thank you for your donation. Mentioned a place that they thought there was a fire in Abha, Saudi Arabia. But again, I don't know enough background to make reasonable inferences based on firms, based on my limited knowledge. I'll certainly look to see. There are people I follow who are more familiar with that stuff and might be able to make a better judgment of what they see there. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation, for your support. Mitz Tulunad, thank you, who says something in Kuwait airspace, but no alert yet. I'll keep an eye out for other countries too and reports on that. Thanks also North Idaho Bill Hillbilly, and again, Mitz Tulunad, also User KR4, Andy Crabtree, Eliza Jane, Thrash Bash, Goat Ed Dupe, Major Schlem, Not Nylok, Parara 12, Andy Crabtree, George B4683, G Knife Mall, Thrash Bash, U.S. Navy CB, Braden Kemp, Andrew Huffman, thank you. Thank you for your donation. Thank you. Farthing God, P.A. Jeeper, Googly Goog, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Martin Gingrich, Orwell Today, Michael6288. I think I might be caught up over there. And Mathlete. I don't think I thanked Mathlete before. And thanks on Twitch to Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub. Who Shot JR, New Yorker 783. Thank you. All right, let's get some more updates if we can. Again, it's hard to get reliable information right now about what is going on in Saudi Arabia, but doing my best to get you information about what appears to be a Houthi retaliation attack against Saudi Arabia after Saudi. This would be Saturday morning in response to Saudi strikes Friday on the Houthis in Hodeidah, Yemen. Now, let's see what we can find here. I mean, at a certain point, what we have to do is just kind of wait and see what starts coming out of Saudi Arabia news-wise. You know? Oh, I want to see, I was looking for announcements from, I didn't really see announcements from the Houthis. Oh, this is interesting. This is from Houthi Media. The head of Houthi Media, Nasruddin Amer. He's the head of Yemeni news agency. So Houthi Media head Nasruddin Amer said, forget the scale and level of the previous strikes because the situation this time is entirely different. The size of the response is as vast as the pain and oppression of our people, their suffering, hunger, and poverty that your tyrannical and brutal siege on our country has created. The pain of our people is immense, so bear the agony and expect what is even greater. He also said, again, he is the head of Nasruddin Amer is the head of Houthi Media. He says, I believe it is important for the Saudi enemy and everyone to listen to this part of my speech. Well, I don't think I can, because I don't believe it's in English. He says, what you're seeing is nothing but the beginning. What you are seeing is nothing but the beginning. Again, that is Nasruddin Amer, chairman of the board of the directors of the Yemeni news agency Saba, deputy chairman of the Ansar Allah Media Authority. This is Houthi media. Samaj says, do you think the Saudi Arabia will go all in on the Houthis? I'm not sure what you mean by all in, but I certainly think that you're going to see a response. I mean, I don't see how you're not going to see a response from the Saudi military to this attack. As to what that consists of, I don't know. I'm going to say Houthis claim, because we just saw the head of the media there. I'm going to say Houthi attack, apparent Houthis reported Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia It's kind of hard to say. I don't know if it's ongoing right now. Houthis reportedly attack several parts of Saudi Arabia. How's that? Nima Seed says, this happens the one night America doesn't attack Iran. Interesting. Well, I think that there were no attacks by the U.S. tonight. My theory, as many of you know, is that they don't do them when President Trump's doing a public appearance. So, and there haven't been. But again, he was doing a public appearance. That's my theory. Maybe wrong, but... You know, there's an unconfirmed video that says oil facilities in Jizan are on fire. I can't rely on these videos right now. It's the sourcing is not particularly good on these few claimed videos of Saudi Arabia right now. Not really reliable sourcing. And I mean, most of the reporting seems to be from Iranian state media. So it's also interesting because like I'm not seeing like Al Jazeera post about this. And I would think Al Jazeera has people in Saudi Arabia or some of these other media outlets. I mean, there are also Saudi media outlets I follow. So it's possible that the Saudi government is just like, don't report on this right now. That's very possible. I mean, you might actually think that's the only logical explanation as to whether, as to why. I mean, surely there are numerous journalists in Saudi Arabia who could very easily report on whether there were explosions there or not, right? And you're really not hearing much of anything, which suggests to me that the government has said, don't report about this. You know, I mean, why else would you not be hearing about it? It's not the middle of nowhere. It's Saudi Arabia. So there's plenty of journalists there. And it's like notable, you know, crickets, notable silence from reporting in Saudi Arabia. Very easy to, if you know, it's very easy for people there to report on these things if they're permitted to. I don't see why they wouldn't be. So. Is it true an Aramco facility was hit? We don't know. The only report of it I've seen is in Iranian state media. You're just not going to know this stuff until information starts getting out from Saudi Arabia. There's no way to know. And it seems to me like they're not letting it out. I don't know what other explanation there would be for the silence coming out of Saudi Arabia. Here again, let's just get Flight Radar 24, very obvious. There is a plane that flew from Riyadh to Aba, circled around for a bunch of time, and now is going back to Riyadh, it looks like. You know? There's multiple planes like this. I don't know if some of them are no longer on the screen. Here's one right here. That was going from, is it Medina to Aba, never landed in Aba, circled around a bunch, now heading back to where it came from. You know, I'd have to look at other planes here. I'm not sure if others are holding around or not. I haven't actually heard of there's been no reporting about explosions in Riyadh or something. So yeah, so I don't know if we have other ones holding. I saw one earlier. Well, that plane, that appears to be holding near Riyadh, right? That's a plane that was going to Riyadh and now is circling for whatever that's worth. So something seems like it's certainly going on, but very little information. Really nothing coming directly out of Saudi Arabia now. Oh, hold on a moment here. What do we got here? Where's this? New alert for Saudi civil defense right now for Jazan. Jazan region, we've been talking about that because there have been reports of explosions in Jazan. And now we have a new alert for people there. So we'll have to see. I assume this is like a missile/drone alert. Let me real quick just do this and get a translation for you of this alert. Oops. So basically it says, remain calm, head immediately to the nearest safe place. This is according to Gemini. Do not leave the house or building till the danger has passed. Stay away from exposed areas. Strictly avoid crowding and filming, photographing. Just so you know, according to Gemini, one of the bullet points is strictly avoid crowding and filming/photographing. That's what it says. And stay away from hazardous sites. Okay, so we have a new alert from about Jazan region. Now, in 5 minutes, they might say, okay, the alert's over. That doesn't tell us what happened, you know, because that happened with Yanbu a little earlier, where they had an alert, and then 5-10 minutes later said the alert's over. But, well, what happened? They're not saying that right now. Okay. Let's see here. But it appears this attack is ongoing. That's what it appears like. And a big question, one big question here is, have they actually hit any key energy facilities in Saudi Arabia? We do not know. We don't know what they've hit. I hope people haven't been injured, but I don't know. Oh, there's an alert in Yanbu as well. One of our viewers just mentioned that. Thank you for mentioning it to the viewer. What's Up mentioned it. Yes, also an alert for Yanbu now. Now remember, Yanbu contains the Yanbu port where most of Saudi oil gets shipped out of. That's the big oil export port for Saudi Arabia, especially because they can't ship it out of the Strait of Hormuz. So they send millions of barrels a day across the country in a pipeline and they ship it out of Yanbu. So we have current alerts right now in Saudi Arabia, safety alerts, national early warning. Again, I would assume for drones or missiles, for both Yanbu region and Yanbu region and Jizan province. Sorry. They posted it in English too. So Jizan province and Yanbu region, southwest. I'll show you where this is. I think I'm just going to have to say Saudi Arabia. Will it show me the region or just the city? I mean, there's the city of Yanbu right there, on the Red Sea there, and then the other one is Jizan province, Saudi Arabia. There's Jizan province on the water. Now, it's interesting. Jizan is literally right next to Yemen. Literally right next to there. Let me just confirm here. So the Houthis control... Hang on a second. Northern and western Yemen, including Sana'a. Just trying to find a good map here. Al Jazeera had a map that I'm looking at. Yes, the Houthis are in control of places like Hodeidah, we know, and Sana'a, and basically, you see where this is very rough, but this the western part of Yemen here, the northwestern part here, is roughly all Houthi controlled, roughly. So in terms of Jizan province is basically right across the border from Houthi territory. So we have alerts for Jizan province and Yanbu province currently in Saudi Arabia. Now already the alert has been lifted from Jizan. See, doesn't not for that long, but that doesn't, I assume they have some alert maybe when missiles or drones are coming in. I don't know if anything hit there or not. So the alert has been lifted for the Jizan area. They just said in Saudi Arabia. Now, how about Riyadh? Let's look at the Riyadh airport flights for a second. I'm going to do on Flight Radar 24, I'm going to do a Riyadh, the airport in Riyadh, RUH. So let's do a filter here. Let's do a filter for that airport, if I can. Filter, custom, add new filter, airport, RUH. Good. Continue. Okay, show on map. All right, all of these planes should be coming in and out of the Riyadh airport there. That one is holding right there. This one is holding. Wow. This that was going to Riyadh, and it looks like it's not landing yet. This is the again, we're talking about the Riyadh King Khalid International Airport. Wow, a lot of these planes are holding right now. Let me do multi-select. We are seeing a number of planes holding that are heading to Riyadh. Look at all these planes holding. Not that one. Not that one. That one. That one. Okay, so just as an example, okay, so we have, I just want to post this. Numerous planes en route to Riyadh are now holding amidst a reported what appears to be Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia. All right, hold on 1 second here. Yeah, all these planes are en route to Riyadh, and they're all holding, it looks like. Okay, now. Why those flights are holding, I don't know for sure. Oh, now Fars News, Iran state media claims, this is Fars News, this is what they claim. They say that flights are holding at Jeddah as well. They say Arabian sources have reported the suspensions of flights at Jeddah and Riyadh airports following attacks by Yemen and Saudi Arabia. I guess we can look at Jeddah over there on the on Flight Radar and see what we see, right? Let's look at Jeddah. Show on map. Now that is JED, so we need to go to filters. We need to get rid of this one. We need to go to airport. JED on continue. Show on map. All right, so this is Jeddah. This is the airport, Jeddah airport. Oops, you can't, sorry, I'm really not doing a good job here. Here, there it is there. Jeddah King Abdul Aziz International Airport. I have filtered for that airport. That's supposed to be heading to Jeddah. That's supposed to be heading to Jeddah. I'm not seeing planes circling. I'm seeing planes that seem to be nothing circling right now. I don't know if they're going. That one was circling and now it's going. See that one? It circled, now it's going. So I wonder if things are now, that one is circling, but now it does appear to be moving. So it's possible that there was a hold in Jeddah and now it's not a hold anymore. Because, you're just, look, again, this plane was circling and now it's going towards there. These planes don't appear to be circling. So I do wonder, and that was clearly holding and then not holding. And then this plane took off about 20 minutes ago, I think. How about this one? That plane took off at 6:01 local time. 18 minutes ago, that took off. Yeah, it's not clear to me that there's a hold in Jeddah right now. And then this one looks like it's coming in to land in Jeddah right there. That's supposed to land in Jeddah, and it's that plane is coming in right now. And it's losing I think it's losing altitude. Let's see. It says, yeah, that plane looks like it's coming in to land. So at the moment, maybe it was on hold before, but it looks like that airport is not everything holding right now. But this looks to be an extended Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia, both in multiple locations and over time. This is not a one-shot thing. This was first being reported like an hour or even over an hour ago, I believe. When did I first start hearing about this? I first started hearing about this I started first hearing about this about 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago. Iran State TV just posted 5 minutes ago and said, following a new missile attack by Yemeni forces, the Houthis, explosions were again heard in Saudi Arabia. But I will repeat, it is mysterious. Well, I don't know. It's very odd that there's just no information seemingly coming out directly from Saudi Arabia, which suggests to me that they are keeping things quiet over there. So again, I want to go back to the spokesperson, Nasruddin Amr, who is a he is one of the heads of Houthi media. And just show you again some of the comments that he has been making in the last hour. Forget the scale and level of the previous strikes, for the situation this time is entirely different, and our success is only by Allah. Upon him we rely and in him we trust. Also, the size of the response is as vast as the pain of an impression of our people, their suffering, hunger, and poverty that your tyrannical and brutal siege on our country has created. The pain of our people is immense, so bear the agony and expect what is even greater. Also, what you are seeing is nothing but the beginning. And they show him making he posted himself making a speech. One of the viewers said, hold on a second here. Yes, Riyadh. One of the viewers mentioned Riyadh. So right now it looks like maybe some of these planes that were holding are not holding anymore. See this? That plane was circling. Now it's going to Riyadh Airport. That plane was circling. Now it's going to Riyadh Airport. That plane was circling. Now it's going to. So again, like Jeddah, you had some planes we had a number of planes here that were holding, but it looks like those planes are actually going to the airport now. And that plane just took off from Riyadh. I'm going to actually post the update there. Planes now appear to be taking off and landing in Riyadh, according to Flight Radar 24. Yeah, thanks. Big House said they seem to be landing there. Jazan, the danger has now been lifted from Jazan region. They put that on, what, about 10 minutes ago or so in Saudi Arabia. Did something happen there while that alert was ongoing? Beats me, I don't know. Now, this other question happens, which is, so the Houthis are attacking Saudi Arabia. The Houthis in Saudi Arabia they've been previously fighting. There's years of hostilities that go back between them. There had been a recent truce, I believe, of several years that stopped. It kind of it seemed to get broken a couple weeks ago, and fighting has flared up between them again. So, I mean, they have an ongoing thing among them. But I do wonder, I think it'll be wondered, these Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia, how much of it is the Houthis just doing this, because of their beef with the Saudi Arabia, and how much of it is Iran encouraging to do that, or helping them do it, or supplying them with supplies, or Iran does support the Houthis. Are they going after energy infrastructure? Is that something that Iran would want the Houthis to do? So there's this question of how much the Houthis are doing this out of their pre-existing hostilities with Saudi Arabia, and how much of it is related to what Iran might want related to the Iran war. Doc Port thinks it's a bit of both. That I don't know. Possibly. But as I said, if the Houthis end up hitting Saudi energy targets, that could put more pressure on the Trump administration, because you could have oil prices go higher. But this hasn't been a little quick attack from what we can see. It seems like there's been several waves, multiple waves of missiles and or drones. Nick thinks it for sure is coordinated with Iran at least. There's a video, I don't have the rights to the video. There's a video that appears to show some smoke rising in Jizan, Saudi Arabia, but again, I just can't, I don't have the rights to it, and I can't verify these things. Let me see if I can give you like maybe a little background here quickly. Yeah, so here's a little background about the Houthis in Saudi Arabia from, I think this was a couple days ago in AP. Saudi Arabia leads a coalition against the Houthis and imposed an air and sea blockade on the Houthis in Yemen in 2015. Yemen's civil war began in 2014 when the Houthi rebels seized the capital Sana'a and much of northern Yemen and forced the government into exile. A truce was reached in 2022. That truce has been threatened in recent days, and now, of course, it's done. I mean, it's been violated after the Houthis said that the Saudis struck the Sana'a airport in an attempt to effect a flight carrying Houthi leaders back from Iran, where the Houthi leaders attended the funeral of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That plane landed safely at another airport. The Houthis then launched missiles and drones at Saudi Arabia's Abha International Airport in their most significant confrontation in years. And that was, a few days ago, or maybe a week ago or so. Experts told the AP that by allowing a direct international flight to land without the approval of the Saudi-led coalition, the Houthis had sought to establish a new reality in which they could independently make decisions over Yemen's airspace. And then the Houthis then said that they were imposing a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia in retaliation for Saudi Arabia's blockade on Yemen and a recent, what they said was a Saudi attack on Sana'a International Airport. And after saying that they had imposed this blockade, the Houthis said that ships were not allowed to unload or load at Saudi ports. In the last few days, the Houthis have apparently attacked 2 different Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. Then today, in response to those Houthi attacks on Saudi ships, Saudi Arabia launched military strikes on Hodeidah in Yemen. It's a Houthi-controlled area on the coast. And then in response to that, the Houthis have now attacked Saudi Arabia. Hold on. What is this? No, that's not anything new, I don't think. Okay, so I cannot confirm this. This is a report I can't confirm, but I'll show it to you. Is it true? Mehr News, Iran state media Mehr, claims that Yemen has targeted an oil facility belonging to Aramco in the Jizan industrial zone. Fars state media also reported this early. I don't know if that's true. Has Yemen targeted? Targeted doesn't mean hit, but I don't know. Ian Dixon thinks there's no doubt Iran is fully behind this. Remember that Iran and Saudi Arabia are enemies. That is true. I'm trying to get you the latest updates here. PW360 said, I didn't hear this. He said Mark Halperin thought that President Trump would launch the operation against Iran during his speech tonight. That did not happen. That would have been strange to me. But I know Mark Halperin thinks that President Trump's going to launch a big military attack on Iran. I have no idea if that's going to happen. All right, hang tight, everyone. Getting more updates here. Trying to get more updates. And just an utter lack of information coming directly out of Saudi Arabia right now. Very hard to get anything out of Saudi Arabia. And you're not even seeing major Middle Eastern news outlets that I'm sure have correspondents in Saudi Arabia report anything. And my guess is that there's some sort of government prohibition on it. That would be my guess. That's my strong suspicion. The regular oil markets are closed right now. They're closed for the weekend. They open back up to Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sure we'll get something. I mean, eventually, of course, we'll hear something about this from Saudi Arabia. Especially if stuff was, hit and damaged. You're not going to be able to hide that. But I don't know if anything was. Maybe they shot down everything. I also think you'll get some sort of official military statement from the Houthis, but we haven't seen that yet. Yeah, it's like Al Arabiya, right? Isn't that a Saudi outlet, right? I follow Al Arabiya. That is Saudi Arabian state-owned news. Surely Al Arabiya would want to report on an attack by the Houthis on Saudi Arabia. I see nothing about it. I've seen nothing about it from Al Arabiya. And I'm not just following the English language Al Arabiya. Nothing. Now Al Arabiya did say, all Arabiya has posted about is when there's an alert in Saudi Arabia, they post about that. And then when there's not an alert, I'm looking at their breaking news feed, they post about that. But there's no other posts on their breaking news feed, Al Arabiya. It's like, come on. Based JFK says, I feel the frustration. Saudi Arabia is like that, unfortunately. I don't see much new at the moment. Let's see here. Hey, thanks so much to I Am Just a Vibe. I really appreciate it. We don't know if any kind of Saudi Aramco facility was hit. There's no conclusive answer. Thanks, I Am Just a Vibe. Thanks, Jen Haneke, for your support, for being a member. Thanks, Snake Venom. I really appreciate it, Snake Venom. Thanks, Googly Goog. Thanks so much, Googly Goog. German Butcher 79, thank you. I appreciate it. Ray Williams 672, thank you for being a member. Thanks to Sasiad. Why such a rich and big country can't win with some rebels in the other country? That's a complex question. I don't have an answer for you. But remember, the Houthis have a lot of weaponry and they are supported by Iran. But I am not an expert on the military situation between the Saudi Arabia and the Houthis. Thank you to Grumpy Granny. Grumpy Granny says, bye-bye Houthis, it's been fun. Waiting to hear more. I don't know. We'll have to see how long it takes to hear more. And then what happens now? How does Saudi Arabia respond to this? Right? So I'll say this: the person who's basically one of the heads of Yemeni media, of the Houthi media, Nasruddin Amer, who is one of the heads of the of Houthi media, he reposted somebody who claims there's a media blackout on what's happening right now in Saudi Arabia. Now, I don't know that that's true, but it certainly seems like that might be the case. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. Oh, I found a map that shows you the Houthi area of control from Congressional Research Service. So you'll see it in a second. This is from the Congressional Research Service. That's Yemen. Saudi Arabia is here. There's Yemen. You can see the orange is Houthi area of control or influence here. It includes Sana'a and Al-Hadida. Al-Hadida was attacked today. And the airport in Sana'a, the Houthis said, was attacked like a week ago. There's the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Red Sea is here. You can see a little summary here from Congressional Research Service. Yemen is a conflict-afflicted nation along the strategic Bab al-Mandab Strait, one of the world's most active shipping lanes. The strait has become a more important route for energy and goods as regional conflict has disrupted flows through the Strait of Hormuz in 2026. Since 2015, a civil war has pitted the Iran-backed Houthi movement against Yemen's internationally recognized government, IRG, the IRG's foreign backers, including Saudi Arabia, and other anti-Houthi forces. The Houthis control most of northwestern Yemen, including the capital, Sana'a. An uneasy truce had frozen conflict lines since 2022, but the truce seems to be blown up in the last couple weeks. The Iran-backed Houthis had launched numerous attacks on international shipping from October 2023 to December 2024, before pausing those attacks in early 2025. From March to May 2025, U.S. forces expanded strikes against the Houthis, seeking to compel a lasting end to Houthi maritime attacks. But we know, by the way, that Houthis apparently have attacked 2 Saudi ships in the last few days. Hang on a moment here. The Washington Post said this week that already 10% of global oil shipments have been halted by disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. If the Houthis manage to stop oil shipping from, I don't know the specific, they say if the Houthis move is successful, it could reduce global supply by an estimated 7%. I think they mean the blockade on the attempt to blockade Saudi Arabia. It's a little confusing. I don't know if they're talking about Saudi Arabia specifically or Red Sea blockade in general. But Saudi Arabia is basically using the Red Sea to ship out its oil now. Oh, did Facebook stop? Is that what happened? Or do we hit 8 hours? Probably. I probably have to restart Facebook. Hang on. Bear with me. No, we're not at 8 hours. Did something happen on the Facebook stream? I can check myself. I'm looking at it. I see we're live on Facebook. Thanks to all of our moderators. Darren Charlo and K. Larry Body are over there on Facebook. Thank you so much for moderating over there. Thanks also Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. We have, hang on. Bastion Girl, DeBears, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah are moderating over there on Twitch. Real big thanks to them. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And also, Stan Brenner says this war is getting out of control. What a mess, shaking my damn head. And strictly speaking, this Houthi Saudi Arabia stuff has been ongoing for years. Strictly speaking, well, it depends on how you can make an argument that the Saudi Arabia Houthi stuff is not a part of the Iran war, but it's connected. Thank you, Shay is Y from Canada. That's so nice of you. Shay is Y from Canada. I really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Thanks so much, Shay. Thanks also, Rob Van Roy from the Netherlands. Rob, a longtime viewer and supporter of the channel. It's really nice of you, Rob. Rob is watching from the Netherlands. I assume he's in the Netherlands. I don't know that for sure, but thanks, Rob, for the gift membership. Crypto King. Thank you, Crypto King, so much. Thanks for shouting out our mods. Thanks, Googly Goog. Will Pakistan defend Saudi Arabia? I don't know if, first of all, I don't know that Pakistan would immediately, I don't know that Saudi Arabia's issue is that they don't have enough military resources. If you're Saudi Arabia, you might just want to try a way to escalate, but not overly escalate. So I don't know that they need Pakistan to do anything. I don't know. The issue might not be one of, well, we just don't have enough military resources to do what we want to do. So bringing in Pakistan might just complicate things without actually helping you. I know there's some sort of treaty between them. I don't know what that treaty, if it's supposed to apply to a situation like this. This is not my field. But again, just because they have some treaty doesn't mean that in every conflict, Saudi Arabia would be lacking resources and in desperate need of Pakistani help. I think that might have been for a different general purpose. We were reading something about that the other day. They signed a strategic mutual defense agreement in 2025. Yeah, I just don't know enough about the specifics of that situation and about why that agreement was created and what the, whether it was meant to cover a situation like this or not, to be honest. That's all. I'd have to just research the question in the agreement. I know that's not particularly helpful, but. I mean, the Georgetown Journal of International Affairs had an article on that agreement in April where they said that F. Gregory Gauss, the author, said that the agreement was a diplomatic signal from Saudi Arabia to the U.S., and it was designed to help Saudi Arabia try to get more U.S. security commitments. So, again, I would just have to know so much more about this agreement to have an intelligent answer to that question. Thank you, by the way, I think it was Googly Goo. I think that's who it was. Also, the Funky Monkey, thanks for being a member. Oh, and I also wanted to thank Ruth, who's over there modding. Thank you so much, Ruth and Haley Girl, who are both modding on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth and Haley Girl. I really appreciate it. And thanks the Funky Monkey for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. If somebody gave you a gift membership like the Funky Monkey or Rob Van Roy or somebody else, or somebody gave you a gift subscription, please thank them. Make sure you thank them for that. So, Iran state media posted a video that they claimed shows smoke rising from Jizan, Saudi Arabia. I don't know that that's legit. It might be legit. I don't know what's on fire there. If something is on fire in Jizan, Saudi Arabia, Ali BK posted the same video. So there's a video floating around. I don't have the rights to it. That claims it's Jazan. Jizan and Jazan are different spellings. Where was the original post of that? Give me a moment here. Yeah, so there's an alleged, some alleged photo and videos floating around which claim to show smoke rising in Jazan, Saudi Arabia. What exactly is smoking? If those are legit, I can't tell you at this point. Our viewer earlier, thank you for your donation, mentioned the NASA firm's fire map. And I can't really draw conclusions from this because I don't know where it's a satellite. You can look up satellite fire detection. So where is this? Why is the map not labeled? Hang on. This is odd. Layers. Oopsie. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so where is Jazan? Right, so I'm looking at this NASA firm's satellite map. The thing I don't know is what are the normal fires? So sometimes, like, energy facilities, they'll show up. I believe you can have fires, the heat from there, whatever, they can be flaring or whatever. In just normal operation, they can show up on the firm's map. Now, I look at this. This is a time-based fire detection. There's Jazan. I do see a bunch of red squares here. That looks like an energy facility. It's in the area of Jazan. I don't know how many miles this is. Well, actually, it's a ways away. I mean, it looks like it's about, when I look at the scale on the bottom left, you're talking about maybe 30, 40 miles away. For all I know, though, maybe that was there yesterday. Maybe it was there. Maybe if I went 2 days ago, there'd be those fire squares there. Don't know. Is that something that could have been hit in the last few hours? I mean, this is like, it says it's a 1 to 3 hour fire detection, but I cannot draw conclusions from this. You can go to the NASA firm's map and look it up, but I do not have the background to be able to look at that and say, oh, that's definitely a new fire that was caused by an attack. I mean, it does look like an energy facility. I don't know. I was just looking for some other. You don't see much. You don't see that much dark red. I mean, dark red. I mean, or the bright red there, which is the 1 to 3 hours. But anyways, I'd wonder if that's something. Let me know what that is. Scotty says that's definitely an energy facility. So I leave it to the people who know more about this stuff than I do to draw conclusions from that. Michael Manalo says heat signature from smokestacks. That I don't know. Now, let me look this up. I do want to look this up, though, just to do it. So, the place we just looked at, is this it? Hold on. Hang on. So the place we were just looking at, okay, that's what it looks like there. There's the part of the coast that sticks out. Then there's this part here. Now, can I find that on Google Maps? All right. What I can say is this, that place we were just looking at, it is identified on Google Maps as the Saudi Aramco Jazan refinery, which, let me look that up on, I think I had, so I'm looking up about Jazan refinery. According to Gemini, is a major $400,000 barrel per day refinery, mega refinery. Hang on. Is this Jazan refinery? Right, so what I can say is that Iran state media did say, and we already talked about this, Iran state media did say on different Iranian state media channels, they said that, what was the report? It was that an Aramco facility in the Jazan industrial area was targeted. All right, that's what they said. And then we went to firms, and we do see that the NASA satellite fire detection has a bunch of fire detection in the last 1 to 3 hours, red squares at this facility here. And then when I looked it up, you can see that part there and this part here. Well, when I looked it up on Google Maps, it did say that it's the Saudi Aramco Jazan refinery. But I'm not going to conclude to that from that Yemen missiles have hit and caused damage at the Saudi Aramco Jazan refinery. I don't know. So we'll have to see what comes out about that. I mean, that's basically what I know. But I'm guessing people with lots more background knowledge than me and expertise than me are looking at the same thing and drawing conclusions from it. So I'm going to look and see what else I can find. Hey, thanks to hold on, I'm going to do one other thing. Now I will say, I asked Gemini about possibilities for when you see that on firms. They say that you can see routine gas flaring can come up as a fire, for example. Oh, you know what we can, well, they also say that you can go back and go like a day earlier. Oh, that's a good idea. How do I do that? Turn on the time slider. I see. Hold on. How do I do this now? What did I do? Oh no. Yeah, so that's the 25th, 24th, 23rd, 22nd, 21st. Yeah, look, I mean, I will say this. So if you look at, that's the 21st, that's the 22nd, that's the 23rd, that's the 24th, that's the 25th. I don't know. That's the 20th, that's the 19th. For whatever it's worth, I'm just literally clicking at the bottom of the firm's map and going back day by day. I have no idea what I'm really doing. But I will say, for whatever it's worth, I don't know what this will show up like later. But anyways, I don't know. Guy Elster posted a video that is, well, I'm not sure about that. He said it's supposedly a video of the Jizan fire from earlier. So again, one big question is the Jazan Saudi Aramco refinery on fire? Thanks, Scotty B6442. Thanks for being a member. Thanks also, George B4683. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Nikolai 9140. I wonder if Saudis are going to break out the Dongfeng missiles and hurl them at Iran in retaliation. I don't know what Saudi Arabia is going to do. I mean, this is obviously, it seems like this was a significant missile and drone attack. By the way, Dongfeng missiles, I just looked it up. It seems to be those are Chinese missiles. I don't know that Saudi Arabia has them. But it's a good question of how they're going to respond to this. Thanks, Taxiway Aviation, who says, looks like it's time for Moabs. Thanks, Taxiway. Also, Nicolette J. Hey, Nicolette J, that's very nice of you. Really appreciate it, Nicolette J. Thank you. Oh, Gemini says that Saudi Arabia does have Chinese-made ballistic missiles, Dongfeng missiles. That's what Gemini says. I don't know. I know nothing about the specifics and whether they'd use them. The International Institute for Strategic Studies also had an article where they talked about China in a parade in 2014 displaying Dongfeng missiles. I don't know the specifics on that. I'm not going to try to do a lot of research on missiles that I don't know a lot about at this point. President Trump's only thing on it's a weekend tomorrow, by the way. The only thing on his schedule tomorrow is the president participates in executive time at 8 a.m. at the White House. It doesn't look like President Trump is going anywhere for the weekend, for whatever that's worth. Well, he had this thing tonight, but he could have gone to Florida after. New alert in Saudi Arabia. Breaking news. Yanbu. New alert in Yanbu. Just got released another alert in Yanbu. An alert has been issued by the National Platform for Early Warning in Yanbu region to warn of a danger. My assumption is missiles or drones. So another one, I think this is the third one they've had in Yanbu. Yes, as our viewer said, and we've talked about, as Bubban said, as we've talked about repeatedly earlier, the Yanbu port is the main export port. The main export port for Saudi oil. Here is the English language version here. There you go. Remain calm. I just want to emphasize, it says, refrain for taking photos. Refrain from taking photos. Give me a moment here. So there's a new I might have been tapping my desk or something. I'm sorry if I was doing that. You might have been hearing that. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. Sometimes I'll do it and I'll not even notice. I am not seeing another alert yet in Saudi Arabia. Oh, so this is, I just saw an unconfirmed video from Jazan, which was posted by Iranian media. I'm gonna see, I might post this myself and then give you a link. I don't have the rights to the video, but hang on a second here. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up here. Hold on. Hang on a second here. Bear with me for a second. Bear with me for a second. If you're hearing sounds now, there's not a. I'm here and there's not a peep going on right now. I don't know if somebody's hearing sounds right this second. Let me send me like a clip of it or something, because I'm here right now and I'm not hearing anything. Nothing's moving. The desk is very stable. Dave the Slave says audio is perfect. Haley Girl says, I hear nothing. Well, so clearly not everybody is hearing it. Some people aren't hearing anything. John says, no sounds here. Rita says, nope. I mean, you know, send me a clip, but I'm not hearing anything right now. I'm here. Hear me typing? Well, I can't prevent you hearing me typing. That I cannot prevent you hearing. Okay, I'm going to repost unconfirmed video purporting to show Jazan, Saudi Arabia, from Ali ABK. I'm gonna post. I'm gonna post a link to this video from Ali, guys, that you can look up yourself. And I just posted the video in the chat from Ali ABK, and I posted it on my X @Lookner. I don't know if that video is legit, but I've seen that video posted a couple places. I believe Iran State Media also posted that video. And again, I do not know if that's actually a legit video from Jazan, but it might be. Yeah, Fars News, which is Iran State Media, posted the same video. I think Naya might have originally posted it, Naya on Telegram. But anyways, I cannot confirm the video. Yanbu is under warning in Saudi Arabia right now. Iran's Press TV says columns of smoke continue to rise over Jazan. No update about Yanbu. And to repeat, I don't really know, I can't draw conclusions from this. For whatever it's worth, there is a number of, now it just turned from 1 to 3 to 3 to 6. It was 1 to 3, now it's 3 to 6, those squares. But roughly 3 hours ago, fires were detected here, which is the Saudi Aramco refinery in Jazan province. You can see right there in Saudi Arabia. Is that just normal? Is that some kind of, actually, there's, whatever. My point is it normal? Is that something which was caused by Houthi missiles? I honestly don't know. Hold on a second here. Todd thinks they want Iran to feel safe and then all of a sudden it's going to be extreme consequences. You mean the U.S.? That's what Todd says. That map is called the NASA FIRMS fire map. You can look up NASA FIRMS fire map. That's where to find it. By the way, that video I was talking about that shows columns of smoke that supposedly is in Jazan, the head of Houthi media just posted that video. Now, I cannot confirm it, but the head of Houthi media posted it and said that is from Jazan. The danger has now been lifted from Yanbu region. What happened during the alert? We are not told. We have no idea. Look what they say. Avoid gathering and photography altogether. Avoid photography. All right, give me a moment here. What is this? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Now. Our viewer wrote to me. Where is this? Shauna wrote in and said, is it true China has now joined Iran? I have not seen that reported anywhere. I have not seen reported anywhere. President Trump tonight said he didn't think. I have to go back and see what he actually said or what, but I think he said something like he didn't think China was significantly helping Iran. It is currently 7:28 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been pretty much silent for this attack, reportedly, which seems to have gone on for hours off and on. There's no official statements from Saudi Arabia about any kind of damage or even anything that happened. I've basically hardly see anything even purporting to be a photo or video of Saudi Arabia. There's a couple little videos that claim out. Maybe they're legit, but the Saudis also say don't take photographs. And various news outlets, which I guarantee, which I'm just certain, I am certain that there are many, many journalists from other countries and different news outlets in Saudi Arabia, not a peep, which makes me think they have said don't report on it. I can't imagine otherwise why you'd have just no reporting out of Saudi Arabia. So my strong suspicion is that there is just a prohibition for the moment on reporting stuff. Reporters Without Borders says independent media is non-existent in Saudi Arabia. It ranks 176 out of 180 in the World's Press Freedom Index. The Reporters Without Borders says that outlets operate under strict state control. Hang on. So that might be a big explanation of why you're not hearing anything. Again, Reporters Without Borders ranks Saudi Arabia 176 out of 180 on the World Press Freedom Index. They say independent media is non-existent in Saudi Arabia, and media outlets operate under strict state control. Oh, if you're watching on Facebook, anybody who might be watching on Facebook, I'm going to have to restart the stream on Facebook shortly, because on Facebook at 8 hours, the stream ends. So I will have to restart the Facebook stream. Basically in like 2 minutes. I will do that. Melissa Terry says that's a horrible score on Reporters Without Borders on the Press Freedom Index. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing, by the way, over there on Facebook. So we'll have to wait and see what I mean. We just have to wait and hear more about what the nature of this attack has been, and has there been damage in different places, and have they really hit an oil facility in Jazan province, a Saudi Aramco facility. What I might do is, you know what I got to do? I got to restart Facebook now. Let me restart the Facebook stream. Give me a moment. I'm restarting the Facebook stream. Hang on. Hang on. One moment. One moment, guys. happened here? Okay, I think we're back on Facebook. Let's see. Are we back on Facebook? Yes, we seem to be back on Facebook. Now, what I need to do is take a second. Hey, thanks to very much to hold on. I got to thank a couple people. It has been busy. Some of our viewers are claiming that there was a Saudi statement released. I'll see if I can find it. I didn't see it before, but let me go look. I didn't see it before. I mean, there was a statement from Saudi Arabia 6 hours I'm looking at Saudi press agency right now. I'm not seeing any new Saudi statement. Are you talking, is it new, or are you looking at the one from 6 hours ago? Because I don't see any new Saudi statement. I just see the one from 6 hours ago. Hey, thanks so much to Rita R64, and thanks for shouting out the mods. I appreciate that. Thank you, Rita. Much appreciated. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take... So we're going to stay on a little longer. Again, I don't know how long it's going to take to get information out of Saudi Arabia. I have no idea. Now, I will say this. I haven't heard in a little bit from Iranian... Oh, hold on. What's this? I haven't heard in a little bit from Iranian media them saying anything about new Houthi attacks. They haven't been saying it. And they've been posting about claimed Houthi attacks. So I haven't seen anything about an Iranian media about it lately. But again, I see some people posting online about the thing we were looking at, about the fire hot spots that you can see on the NASA-firmed satellite fire detection, which are fire hotspots at this key refinery in Jazan province for Saudi Aramco refinery. But I don't know if that's damage from the if it's fires from Houthi missiles or drones. What I'm going to do is I am going to take a second here. All right, here's what I need to do. We're going to wait a little longer and see if we can get any more information, all right? Because we don't have much information at all directly from Saudi Arabia. Barely anything directly from Saudi Arabia. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do this. I will say, Steve is, I'm going to have like a bowl of cereal. Having a quick snack. He'll be back shortly. I'm going to just grab a bowl of cereal and then come back. And then we'll see where we're at. Map from marinetraffic.com. All right. So, and I'll leave the ship map up there. So let me just get a bowl of cereal, have something to eat, and come back and we'll see where we're at. All right. So give me about 5 minutes or whatever, and I'm coming right back. And we'll see if we have any more information when I get back. That's the best I can tell you. All right. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in. Really appreciate you watching the channel. Thank you so much, everybody who's watching. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, thanks for your patience. I had a snack, and I want to see if we have any more information in. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Steve Otten for the memberships. Steve gave 10 memberships. Make sure you thank Steve if he gave you a membership. Now, let me see if there's anything new. As we've been saying, it does appear that the Houthis have launched an extended missile and drone, possibly drone attack on Saudi Arabia over the course of several hours, a number of locations, and it's very difficult to figure out exactly what has been damaged, if anything. And Iran state media claims a Saudi Aramco important refinery in Jazan has been hit, but we don't know that for sure. There was a post in Saudi state media claiming that they claim that airports in Jizan and Yanbu suspended operations. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it's easy for us to check if they're suspended. Yanbu. Yanbu's there. What airport are they talking about? This one? Yanbu Airport? I assume it's that one. I don't know. Well, they said in their post, what did they say? They said Prince Abdul Mohsin bin Abdul Aziz Airport and King Abdullah Airport in Jizan and Yanbu. Where's the Jazan one? Hold on. Trying to find these exact airports. GIZ. Okay, that's it right there. Show on map. That is, I got to take do I have the filter off? Okay, that is Jizan Regional Airport right there. Okay, now if we set up a filter and we do add new filter, airport, GIZ, continue, show on map. Now, okay, I will say, for whatever it's worth, when I put in that airport, I don't see any flights. I don't see any flights related to it on the map. Now, where is departures? Departures canceled. There's a bunch canceled. Canceled, scheduled, estimated, scheduled, canceled, canceled, scheduled, scheduled, canceled, canceled, canceled. Okay, how about arrivals? Canceled, scheduled, canceled. I mean, it's not there's not like a bunch canceled there. I don't know. Anyways. Now, Yanbu, there's an airport in Yanbu. That's not like the busiest airport, the one we were just at. Yanbu Airport here. Well, the next scheduled departure isn't until 3:05 p.m. and it's currently 8:01 a.m. And next scheduled arrival, this is not a busy airport. The next scheduled arrival is not till 2:25 p.m. I can't tell about this one. I mean, there's not that many flights leaving and coming during the day. Hey, thanks, Richrod. I appreciate it, Richrod. Yeah, so I can't really comment on that. Yeah, there's not a lot of reporting on this either. Now, this is interesting. This is from yesterday. This is not from today. This is from Friday. Yemen is edging towards the resumption of a more than decade-old frozen conflict. Yemeni officials, Western diplomats, and analysts say as attacks on Saudi infrastructure and shipping by Iran-aligned Houthis test the patience of the kingdom and the Yemeni government forces it backs. I guess this was written before Saudi Arabia attacked the Houthi area of Hodeidah today. Houthi and Yemeni government forces have in recent days built up along a front line spanning the Houthi-controlled northwest of Yemen, running the Red Sea coast to the Saudi border. Mediation efforts between the UN and Oman have continued, and also involving Pakistan. But a Western diplomat said pessimism was growing about the prospects for a negotiated solution. Saudi Arabia has sought to avoid renewed conflict in Yemen since it struck a ceasefire with the Houthis in 2022, pausing a war that killed hundreds of thousands of people through fighting and famine and drew international outcry. But the Houthi targeting of a Saudi airport last week and the announcement of a naval blockade of the kingdom, enforced with 2 attacks on Saudi tankers, which the Houthis said they carried out, may be changing that calculus. Yeah, this was written before the Saudis attacked the Houthis today, and now the Houthis have attacked the Saudis in return. The Houthis had said that the Saudis attacked an airport. The Houthis said their attack of a Saudi airport responded to a Saudi attack on an airport under their control, and that the naval blockade was a response to a Saudi siege on Yemen, which Saudi Arabia has denied. A Yemeni analyst said at the Royal United Services Institute think tank in Britain said, since 22, these are the most serious preparations for a conflict I've seen. The conflict in Yemen between the Houthis and the Saudi-backed government forces. So this is all blowing up now. Chris F. says, sounds like a difficult situation all around. One analyst said down here about Saudi Arabia, a research fellow at Chatham House, Faria al-Muslimi, said there is increasingly a feeling that peace with the Houthis, there's increasingly a feeling in Saudi Arabia that peace with the Houthis is unattainable and that a delayed war might prove costlier still. still, especially with Saudi Arabia set to host Expo 2030 and the World Cup in 2030, and then the World Cup in 2034. So are we going to have, how much is this Saudi and Houthi fighting going to escalate now? Wow. And again, that could start pushing the oil price up if the Houthis attack Saudi shipping or Saudi oil facilities. Harper Ann says Middle East is a mess. Hey, 86, that's so nice of you. 86 GOP Forever just gave 50 people memberships. That's so kind of you in the YouTube chat. I think 86 has given like 150 memberships on this, right? 150 maybe on this stream, at least. Thank you, 86. Please thank 86 if you just got a membership from 86. That's really generous. Thank you so much. Very nice of you. Also, Sean Morris, thank you for your support, Sean Morris. Also, thank you on Facebook to Randy Economy for the Facebook stars. Also, Hugh J, who gifted a gift sub to Flux Eternus over there on Twitch. Thanks, Hugh J. Thanks, Aaron Weirdo, for your support on Twitch. And New Yorker 783, and also anonymous gifter who gifted a sub to Reepso on Twitch. (8:08 a.m.) right now, Saudi time. It is interesting. So my theory is that the U.S. did not attack overnight because President Trump had a late appearance, and I don't think they want to attack while he's speaking. But it's interesting that there was just no announcement from CENTCOM about not attacking. But that was the first night in 14 nights they didn't attack. Again, I think it's because President Trump had an event. Just my personal theory. Is there a city Damad in Iran? I mean, in Saudi Arabia? Yes, there is. You know, I will say Iran state media, Press TV, reported that missiles struck oil facilities in Jazan and areas in Yanbu and Damad. Now, I don't know, Damad is here. I'm not familiar with Damad. Oh, Damad is just a bit in from Jazan. That's where Damad is. There. You know, we also heard of a possible strike on a air base in Saudi Arabia at some point. I think that was coming from Iranian media. Again, we heard of, there's been several Saudi alerts about Yanbu. Yanbu is where their key port is, where they export most of their oil these days, in Yanbu. I haven't heard anything about the port being hit, but I haven't heard much of anything. It would be a huge deal if they attacked the port in Yanbu. Just like it'd be a huge deal if they were able to damage the refinery in, where is it? In Jazan. And that we just don't know right now. We just don't know what's been done. Thanks, Amp Handler, for being a member. Thanks, Ken Lance, for your support from Australia. Thanks, and Dirty Hobo. Thanks for your support. That's very nice of you. Jesse James says we will probably see something tomorrow. I mean, it's the morning there now. You will get some statements at some point. You're going to get statements from, you're going to get a statement from Saudi Arabia, and you're going to get a statement from the Houthis, and I'm sure we'll start seeing some reporting about what happened. It's so hard right now to just figure out anything. John Rocker says many videos on Twitter show Saudi oil fields on fire. No, I would say, John Rocker, several videos on X claim they show that, and they're not verified. And I've seen some videos on X that basically show like lights, like a big light in the distance. That doesn't necessarily show that an oil field's on fire. I don't know that I've seen actually any video that clearly showed that an oil field was on fire. I've seen videos that claim to be from the area that suggest something is on fire. I haven't seen anything, photo or video, that shows that it's definitely an oil facility on fire. Now, maybe you're seeing this. I would make sure that it's not repurposed from somewhere else. I follow a bunch of accounts that post a bunch of photos and videos purportedly from the Middle East, and I haven't seen anything on those accounts that would clearly show that there's something related to oil is on fire. Also, something else you might see today is more Saudi strikes on the Houthis. Darcy says there are pictures or photos that claim to show the pipelines in town on fire. I have seen nothing of the sort. Nothing. I don't know where you're seeing these things. I'd be careful with these things, because I follow some accounts that post a lot of stuff that claims to be from the Middle East, and not all of it. I don't think all of it turns out to be legit, but they would show this stuff, and they haven't shown any of this stuff. I'm not seeing much right now. What is this? I'm seeing something here. No. You know what's also really weird? Here's what also is really weird. This must be a result. I'm guessing this is government intervention too. This is really strange. I've been noticing this. So Al Jazeera, a major Middle Eastern news outlet. Now that's a Qatari, it's a Qatari channel, right? I believe it's I believe it's run by the Qatari government, isn't it? It was founded by the then Emir of Qatar. There's a reason I'm asking this. Wikipedia says the government of Qatar. Anyways, yes. Where is it here? Is primarily funded by the government of Qatar. Now, the reason I mention this is Al Jazeera reports on all kinds of things in the Middle East. I'm on the Al Jazeera page, aljazeera.com now. There's no actual story that I see about the Houthis attacking Saudi Arabia. There is a story that says Saudi Arabia strikes Houthi-held Hodeidah. That's a story from like hours and hours ago. Now, they do have this kind of live update timeline, and it says, one of the live updates says, Saudi civil defense says danger has passed in Yanbu governorate. But I'm scrolling through the live timeline, and like, there's just barely anything there about this. This is Al Jazeera. And they have these things on the timeline where they say, hey, the Saudi Arabia has issued an alert. They don't even mention the Houthis. So, I mean, to me, and it's like on their timeline, every time you go back through the hours, every time there's a Saudi alert, they say there's a Saudi alert, but they don't say why there's an alert. So I don't know that, I can't even find anything on the Al Jazeera website that even mentions this idea that there's reports that the Houthis are attacking Saudi Arabia. So I don't know why that's happening. I mean, and normally they're posting about all kinds of Middle Eastern things all the time. It just seems like, now I don't know what the government of Qatar's view of all this is. I don't know. It seems like that again, I'd be shocked if this weren't the case. It seems like Saudi Arabia doesn't want it to be reported about. And then you're like, well, you'd be like, well, why can't Al Jazeera report about it? I mean, I'll say this. If you're Al Jazeera and Saudi Arabia says, don't report about this, you know, maybe you have a bureau in Saudi Arabia and your reporter's there. And if you start reporting about this stuff, Al Jazeera will be like, oh, get your reporters out of our country or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's something like that. I have no idea. But it's just crazy. I mean, to be looking at the Al Jazeera website, and it's like, where is the stuff about the Houthis? This is in the Middle East. This is the Houthis are attacking Saudi Arabia. This is a huge story. And it's just like not there. And they have a story about Saudi Arabia attacking the Houthis. Anyways, it's just really strange, like the lack of media coverage. So again, my guess is that there's got to be some sort of explanation like this. It makes no sense otherwise. Just makes no sense. It's such a big story. You know, it's ridiculous. But it makes it hard to get any information. Thanks, Fast Peak. I mean, I think in the I think it should be reported more in the U.S. It's just one of these things that's like under the radar, and it's quite important, I think. Thanks, Fast Peak. But I mean, for these Middle Eastern outlets, it's like, what's going on? Hey, thanks, Dirty Hobo. Dirty Hobo, that's really nice of you. Thanks for your support. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Angelic Slayer from Australia, thank you so much. Bobby Newman says, sound Saudi controlled. That's my guess. But the problem is it makes it so difficult to get any information. And it's weird. It's like, why I follow all these Middle Eastern news outlets and no one's reporting anything about it. Marisol Davella says, why do they keep it secret? I mean, I guess there's something to go on with, you know, probably controlling the narrative. for the government's purposes, I would think. Tika Pook thinks that Al Jazeera will ignore mention of Houthi and Hamas aggression and blast Israeli and Saudi response. That's what Tika Pook thinks. I mean, I would think they'd be normally covering this. Thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Jeff, I don't have a source for, as I've said, I don't know for sure what's happening, but I don't need a source for the source for the fact that there's no reporting coming out is my own eyes and ears. That's the source for that. So at a certain point, given that clearly on flight radar, planes were not landing at multiple Saudi airports, given that Saudi Arabia has for hours repeatedly issued civil defense warnings, given that there's videos that claim to show missiles hitting, and that Iran media, which is, they don't all the time post that there's missile attacks, have been posting about has been posting specifics about alleged Houthi attacks in certain cities. All of that strongly suggests, and given that the Houthis already vowed to attack Iran, to attack Saudi Arabia today, because Saudi Arabia already attacked a Houthi city today, and the Houthis put out a statement saying they were going to retaliate. All of that strongly suggests that there has been a Houthi retaliation. And clearly, it is obvious that if you're not hearing any kind of reporting coming out of Saudi Arabia, when missile alerts are going on, when planes are not landing at airports, and you're also not hearing something from other Middle Eastern news outlets, well, there's only so many explanations that could happen for that kind of thing, right? I mean, it's just logic. There's only so many explanations. Thank you, Jeff TE88. I really appreciate all of your support. Just asking for a source. I mean, that's what I thought. There's no source. The source is logic. Source is evidence and logic. How's that? Those are two sources. Evidence, a clear evidence, and logic. No one is telling you this is what's happening. I've been very clear. I've said this is what I assume is happening because it's, to me, the only reasonable explanation. That's very kind of Jeff TE88, though. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Very generous. Thank you for your support, Jeff. That's very nice of you. It is very generous of Jeff. I feel like I've been very clear in my reasoning about this through the broadcast. Also, no statements whatsoever from the government about any of this. None. During this whole time. Because I've been checking. I will say, when the attack on Yemen was going on the Houthi area of Hodeidah in Yemen was going on earlier today. We didn't hear that much from the Houthis, but they did at least during the attack during and after the attack say there was an attack and make some claims about it. I haven't even heard that from the Saudi Arabia yet. Hey, Steve Otten, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Steve Otten, for all your support. That's very kind of Steve Otten 9473. Thank you. By the way, Ruth is still here moderating. Thank you, Ruth. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Ruth, for moderating. Let's see. Andrea Holder and Kay are here moderating. Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson are modding too. Thank you so much. On Twitch, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 are still modding. Thank you. And also Linda Belk, Larry Misha over on X. Michael Reed says, let's go. Michael Riedel. Now, I will say N12 News Israel just posted an update saying, throughout the night and morning, a series of attacks by the Houthis against targets in the Jizan and, they say Jizan and Narjan regions of Saudi Arabia. Narjan? Is that a bad translation? Narjan, Saudi Arabia. Where's that? I'm not aware that there were attacks. I haven't heard of attacks in Narjan. Well, I will say this, that we heard of some possible attacks inland from Jizan, and Narjan is there, so. Oh, there is Narjan province. I bet that's what it is, Narjan province. There's Narjan province. Anyways, we'll have to see what we hear. Hey, Louis R. Oh my gosh. Louis R. at this late hour just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. 50 from Louis R. Before we had 86. Now we have Louis R. Louis R. has given lots of memberships lately. Very nice of Louis R. Very generous. Please thank Louis R. if you just got a membership from Louis R. He just gave 50 of you memberships. Click on this, says, is MBS in his Situation Room yet? That I don't know. I'm sure they're trying to figure out in Saudi Arabia how they're going to respond to this. Thanks the bee's knees for being a member. Again, Louis R., you're such a great supporter of this channel. Thank you so much for all of your incredible support. Louis R., thank you. It's interesting, you know, the oil markets are closed for the weekend. Otherwise, it'd be really interesting to see what happens with the oil markets on this news. I wonder if it's even weird, like, I don't think Bloomberg has a problem covering it, but I go to the Bloomberg site and, like, I don't even see anything about it there. At a certain part of it, it's just that people aren't really paying attention to it. It's weird. I mean, I think it's going to probably be a big story on Bloomberg. If it turns out that Saudi oil infrastructure has been attacked, I literally don't see anything about it there. I'm looking on the page right now. Anyways, maybe I'm missing it, but I just looked it over. The other thing, it's not just what happens now. It's the fact that is this whole thing going to be, I mean, it seems to suggest there's going to be more escalation. I don't think it's just going to stop. No Safe Route says Friday night. Maybe there's not coverage going on of it because it's Friday night. Maybe Saudi shut off internet, says the architect of dreams. Usually that kind of stuff gets reported. I haven't heard any reports about the Saudi internet. But again, in their official alerts, they say don't take photographs. So it's probably pretty well known there that you're not supposed to post stuff. Thank you, Lotto the Gamer, who says, thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR, for the donations and doing your part as an effective human by asking for sources, whether there are any or not, in this case, not. And again, I just want to say this one more time. If I say, hey, there's an explosion in city X in Europe, right? And I don't say where I told you that, right? Well, at that point, of course you should say, well, what's your source, right? Because you're talking about this thing, you're saying something happened, and we have where are you getting this information from, right? So clearly that's a case where you need a source. If I say to you, all right, there's this attack going on in all these different information which I'm telling you about strongly suggest there's this, including alerts in Saudi Arabia, suggest there's this Houthi attack going on in Saudi Arabia. Fine, right? And then I say, there's clearly, and I tell you that I've been looking at different outlets, Saudi press, Middle Eastern news outlets, and there's just no updates, right? And I tell you that. And I also mention how Saudi Arabia has like one of the lowest press freedom scores out there. And I say to you, and I show you how, like, they say don't post photographs in their civil defense alerts. And then I say to you, you know, given all of that stuff, it only makes sense to, I mean, there's got to be some explanation for that. And really, to me, the logical conclusion, and I don't know this for sure, the logical conclusion is, based on all of that, is that, well, the government is saying, is telling people not to report anything, right? Now, that's just an inference. That's taking a bunch of information you have and drawing it. We do that all the time. People give you information. There's a piece of cheese on your kitchen counter. You come back an hour later, the cheese is gone, there's crumbs, and you see a mouse tail sticking out, and there's crumbs on the ground. And then you say, oh, the mouse took the cheese. Would I say to you, well, what's your source? You'd be like, why are you asking me for a source? I just have all these pieces of information, and I'm drawing a conclusion based on logic from those pieces of information. It doesn't really make sense to ask for a source. Similarly, I don't see why people are bothering me for a source when all I've done is take all this information and said, well, the logical conclusion to draw is this. It's just not normally a situation you ask for a source. It's a totally different situation than me saying, hey, this thing that just happened in Russia, and you say, well, where are you hearing that from? Right? Because why would I know that otherwise, that something happened in Russia? But You don't need to say, when I tell you all this information about the attack and we're not getting any information in the press and Saudi Arabia has notoriously, control over the press. And then I say to you, okay, given all of that, that's why I believe that Saudi Arabia has, clamped down and said, don't report anything. You don't hear that and say like, well, how do you know that? Because I just explained to you. It's not like me just saying something happened in Russia and you're like, well, how do you know that? You know exactly what my reasoning process is. So again, I just don't understand why we have multiple people nagging me about a source. It makes no sense to me. I mean, come on. Really? Anyways, come on. Think. Don't be difficult to be difficult. Don't be difficult to be difficult. Let's think a little bit before just reactively being difficult. Anyways, that being said, but I don't mind taking a little diversion because I think it's important to talk about these things once in a while. Okay, now hold on one more second here. One more second here. Oh, John Marquis posted something about, this is interesting. Let's see. John Marquis geolocated a video showing smoke in Jazan. He thinks it's coming from a tank farm near the terminal berthing area. I'm going to post a link to John Marquis' post. So John Marquis thinks one of the unconfirmed videos coming from Saudi Arabia John Marquis thinks one of the unconfirmed videos showing smoke in Jazan is showing this right here. Now this says Jazan Bulk Plant Saudi Aramco. I don't think that's the refinery though. We were looking at, where were we looking before? We were looking at something up here before. There's a refinery up here. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to post a link to John Marquis' post. He thinks that this tank farm, he looked at a video showing smoke in Jazan, and he thinks that he says he geolocated it and he thinks the smoke is coming from here. I'm going to post a link to John Marquis' post. Okay, now I cannot confirm that, but you can see what his how he did it. Thank you, Elijah Casas, Texas, who says, at this point, people are anxious about escalation. This is a serious situation overall. Thank you so much, Elijah Casas from Texas. I really appreciate that. I am Tack, thank you, who says, are we waiting for more attacks? Well, I would think that Saudi Arabia at some point in the next day or so, maybe who knows when, could be today, will retaliate against the Houthis, I would think, for this. Thanks to so much to Gloria B 9900 for being a member. And thanks to Lotto the Gamer 722 as well. Now, yeah, I have no idea how long it's going to take to get information about this attack on Saudi Arabia. No idea. No one N7U, thank you for your support, who says, does this mean gas is going up? It could if it increases the price of oil. We don't really know what was hit there in Saudi Arabia. It's very possible some important oil infrastructure was hit. We don't know. Yeah, one of a mine rocks. There's no confirmation that the Aramco refinery is burning at all. Oh, hold on. What is this? Oh, Houthi spokesperson. We have a statement from a Houthi spokesperson right now, Mohammed Abdal Salam. The aggressive raid on Sanaa's international airport was meant to remind those who had forgotten that Saudi Arabia insists on keeping the airport closed and that it will not be opened except with royal permission, and it issues a statement declaring that it is defending Yemeni sovereignty. This is how Israel acts in its wars of aggression, and Saudi Arabia is very similar to Israel in everything. Lying, arrogance, hatred, and aggression. Hiding behind data and unjust UN resolutions imposed by Saudi oil relations cannot obscure the glaring truth that an unjust blockade targeting Yemen is backed by an aggressive kingdom that waged an 8-year war on Yemen and failed, and now seeks to compensate for its losses with an economic blockade. What Saudi Arabia must realize at this stage is that due to its miscalculations, it has made itself a clear enemy of Yemen, specifically the Houthis, and that its insistence on stubbornness and refusal to accept the truth will have serious consequences for it, its security, and its economy. The marine blockade is only the first step in a battle of siege by siege, and the Yemeni people will not leave their right without taking it in any way possible. Now, interestingly, this doesn't really comment on the attack overnight. But this is from Mohammed Abdal Salam, who is official spokesperson for Ansar Allah, the Houthis. I almost feel like that statement could have been written before this attack, though. It doesn't really talk about the attack overnight. So, doesn't tell me much more what actually happened in Saudi Arabia, but that's interesting. And by the way, when they talk about blockade, you can see the blockade of Yemen refers to a sea, land, and air blockade on Yemen, which started with the positioning of Saudi Arabian warships in Yemeni waters in 2015, with the Saudi Arabian-led intervention in Yemen. In 2017, after a Houthi missile heading towards King Khalid International Airport was intercepted, the Saudi-led military coalition stated it would close all sea, land, and airports to Yemen, but slowly began reopening them. After criticism from the UN and over 28 groups and some humanitarian supplies were allowed into the country, in March 2021, Saudi Arabia denied that the blockade continued. However, UN-authorized ships continued to be delayed by Saudi warships. The blockade has contributed to the current famine in Yemen, which the United Nations said may become the deadliest famine in decades. It's kind of, I don't pretend to understand all this, but you frequently hear about the Houthis complaining about this blockade. And AP said a couple days ago, the Houthis say they have closed the Bab el-Mandeb Strait to Saudi-led shipping in retaliation for Saudi Arabia's blockade on Yemen and a recent attack on the international airport in Sana'a, Houthi-controlled Sana'a. UFO says, how long before jet fuel is affected? We'll have to see. Again, I was hoping to try to get you some more updates on what exactly was hit in Saudi Arabia, but we do not have a lot on that right now. Thanks, Lo and Nato over there on Twitch. It's getting late here. It's almost 2 a.m. I don't know when we're going to get something next. I'm thinking we might wrap up the stream soon because I just don't have an idea of when we're going to get you more information. I mean, obviously very interested to find out more about what happened there, but we just don't know. And no statement from Saudi Arabia still. Yeah, Wikihan says any moment now. So, JJ Redskin says, at what point do these Middle East countries start defending themselves militarily? Is there reporting on that? Do you mean like countries like Kuwait and Bahrain? Not to get all into this now because it's 1:49 a.m. But as we mentioned, I think earlier today, the Wall Street Journal reported in the last 2 days that Bahrain and Kuwait earlier this month sent warplanes to launch strikes in Iran. That's Bahrain and Kuwait. And they had UAE tracking intelligence help in doing so. I don't know if that addresses your question at all. But remember, Middle Eastern countries, from everything I understand, they don't want to antagonize Iran because in theory they're going to have to live with Iran as a neighbor. So they don't want to get on Iran's bad side for no reason if it's going to be a long-term future with Iran as a neighbor. All right. What's this? The other interesting thing is like there's like 2 or 3 videos supposedly from Saudi Arabia during the day which show smoke in the air. Those came out like several hours ago. I've seen nothing else since then. It's like the same 3-second video clips. Thanks, JJ Redskins, by the way. I appreciate that. Also, Crypto King. And also Michael S. from the UK. Michael, I can't. It's 1:52 a.m. I can't summarize the whole thing now. We've been covering this reported Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia. But you can rewind the stream and watch it. Or go to my X account and rewind. Go to my X account at Lookner and then scroll back and you can see a bunch of the highlights there. Wex thinks that Saudi is good at blocking media. Oh, Wikipedia. Censorship in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia maintains one of the world's most restrictive censorship regimes, characterized by close state monitoring and restrictions of media, internet, and public expression under official state law. Multiple forms of media, including books, newspapers, magazines, films, television, and content published on the internet, are censored by the country. Changes have been made to lessen these restrictions. However, some government-led efforts to control information have also drawn international attention. By the way, the current ranking of Reporters Without Borders for press freedom, I think, is 176 out of 180. Anyways, you can read about that on Wikipedia. Saudi Arabia directs all international internet traffic through a proxy farm. A content filter is implemented there. In 2011, the Saudi government introduced new internet rules and regulations that require all online newspapers and bloggers to obtain a special license from the Ministry of Information. Anyways, if you're wondering why we don't have much information from there, I'm guessing that might have something to do with it. Thomas Darwin says, sounds like Iran. Game Theorist says, big time censorship. Birchrus says, we will be the same soon. So, you don't have Saudis going on their TikTok and Instagram and X accounts and posting the photos they just took of the fire going on, if there's one going on. All right, so I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm very sorry we couldn't get you more information on the. I mean, this is a very important story. There was just apparently a multi-hour attack by the Houthis in Saudi Arabia with missiles and maybe drones. We don't really have enough. We don't really have a good sense of what was damaged. So it'll be important to find out and also to see how Saudi Arabia responds. And this could have a significant impact on the oil market, for example, among other things. Mo thinks that Saudis can post anything but politics-related info. That's what Mo said. Anyways, I will by the way, Khan News Israel posted one of these videos that purported to show some explosion in the distance last night. I'll post the link to the Khan News post. So I really appreciate people being here for the stream tonight. We covered President Trump speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner too. And even though there were no U.S. strikes tonight, we ended up being very busy. But I'm guessing we very well might be back later today with more updates, given all the news that's going on. So I really appreciate you being here. And if you'd like, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. And I will post updates on my X account. If you want to follow me on X, if you're on X, follow me on X at Lookner, because I post updates there when I'm not on the air about what's going on, breaking news at Lookner. And I would recommend, if you don't want to miss one of our streams, I can't tell you when we're going to come on in advance, but you can sign up for our free notifications that will send you a notification every time we go live beforehand. It's very reliable. Sign up for the notifications. And it's free, and the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the link in our description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So I would recommend signing up for the notifications. By the way, thanks. One of the viewers sent me a clip from like earlier in the stream where they said I was hearing this thing. Some of you said you were hearing something tonight. Might have been me tapping the desk or something and not realizing it. But when the person sent it to me, it seemed to be when I was typing. Anyways, if you hear something, if there's some weird noise or something, if you can send me a clip, that would be awesome. Or even a time code. You can say, hey, Steve, go to the YouTube video and look at this time and you'll hear it. At least, because otherwise, it can be hard for me to find these things if I go back. I'm not going to watch all 8 hours of the stream just to look for the clip. But yeah, if you do hear, and I can try to figure it out. It may be something when I'm just typing and you hear the desk. I mean, I don't know what the acoustics of the whole situation are when I type and something is happening. Hear something, say something, says Darcy, do that. So it may be something involving when I'm typing, how the keyboard interacts with the table and the microphone, and who knows. I wasn't really hearing widespread complaints, but a few people were talking about it tonight. But again, it's also possible that I was absent-mindedly tapping the desk or something and I just didn't, which can happen, I didn't realize it. But I don't know. Anyways, I didn't change anything here. Type now. We'll do a 5-second test. I'm typing. I don't know if you can hear a lot of anything besides. I don't care about hearing the keys. You're going to hear the keys. I don't know what you were just hearing besides keys. I was just typing there. Nothing was loud enough to notice. Anyways, who knows? All right, well, let me know. You can always send something to me, but Caleb says you can hear it really well when wearing headphones. Well, again, I'll have to wait and see what people report. All right. Feel free. You can always send me a clip. I would appreciate that. But we'll have to see what information comes out about this. This feels like a story that is a big story that's not being covered that much. Let's see here. What was I going to mention? I really appreciate people being here for the stream. I really appreciate you watching the channel. Thanks. A lot of people have been sending me updates about what they're hearing. Thanks for people also for posting updates in the chat. And thanks for people who participated in the chat and let me read your comments and questions on the air. So huge thanks for being here for the stream. And huge shout out to our moderators. We've been on for a while. And we've had a lot of people in our chat, and our moderators are the reason that we can have our chat rooms. We couldn't have them otherwise without our mods. Ruth is still here moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth, and all of our other moderators who've been there on YouTube tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also on Twitch, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 are there. Thank you so much. And we've also had a bunch of moderators, others on Twitch who I thanked earlier. On Facebook, Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, and all of our Facebook moderators. Huge thank you. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Huge thank you. Really appreciate all of our moderators. I'm still trying to get you more information here. Checking to see if there's any updates that came out. There'll be some big Saudi. Well, I don't know if the Saudi statement will be big. I think the Houthis and Saudis will each say something. And let's see here. So thanks to our mods. Hey, thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. So nice of you. A lot of people are super generous tonight, and your support is what allows this channel to exist. So I really hugely appreciate all the support people gave to the channel tonight. Just to mention a couple people again, I think, well, hopefully I got everybody during the stream. Let me just be. Did I thank Lo and Nato and Hugh J? I think I thanked everybody. Lo, Nato, and Hugh J, and also Crypto King. Thanks, Crypto King. I think I got everybody. But again, special shout out again to Lewis R and Tormented Tantalus and 86. They gave a lot of memberships to people in the chat. And then Jeff TE88, very generous of Jeff, and everybody else who I thanked earlier. Again, that's what allows the channel to exist. So huge thanks for all your support of the channel. Also, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. So if you're on X, follow us there. Oopsie, what did I do? Also, let's see. Oh, we covered this. We did the SpaceX launch too. I forgot. As Wise Night Owl said, I totally forgot. We showed the SpaceX launch. We covered a bunch of that as well. The SpaceX test flight. We had a bunch on this stream. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Also, big thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. Huge thanks to our Discord moderators. Also, if you watch on YouTube, yes, it's been a day. As Rhonda Goddard says, it's been a day. Hey, thanks Don Coe watching over there on X. If you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another way you can find out when we're live. The way to do that is YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and then choose all notifications. That's how you do it. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Big thanks also to our Facebook subscribers like Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Kay Lowry Body, all of our subscribers over there. Sharon Klassen Gosselin. Thanks to them and all of our other Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Probably should have done an extra. I thanked the subscribers earlier, but probably should have done it again at some point. Well, next time. Also, Matthew Kohai 3, all our Twitch subscribers like Matthew Kohai 3 and Hugh J. DJ Saltlick. Jack's Animals. Thanks, Jack's Animals. Thanks for your note. Space Turkey, Wall Street, Shaggy. OCHT said some people say it online. They were hearing some fighters sound in Shiraz, Iran. I don't know. I'll keep an eye out. I haven't heard about any U.S. strikes overnight. It's currently 9:36 in Iran, if I have that right. 9:36 a.m. Thanks to Hugh J for subscribing. Boba J. Fett, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. SDF DSV, thank you for subscribing. Mongol Mama, thank you. All of our other subscribers. Flux Eternus, thank you as well. And our YouTube members. Thanks to all of our YouTube members, including our new members. People like Current Frame, Glenda333, Amp Handler, Josine Van Well, Waltham Mass, Joseph Say, Trent F. Drums, Cherry Cola, GPV, Darcy Do That, Crypto King, CAC 813, Dr. McRib, Snarf Maru, Barry, thanks for being members. Buckeye Boys, CAC 813, thank you. Don Video Guy, GPV, thank you. Thanks Wolf of the West for watching. Birch Roos, thanks for watching. Music 2925, thanks for watching. Perny. And Sharkingly, thanks for watching. Costin, Wiki Hans. Guriagi, thank you. Rhonda Goddard, thanks for watching. Nancy D. Schneider. Sarah Smile. Kasim Ibrahim, thanks for watching, Kasim. All right, I think, let me do one last check and make sure I don't have anything new. We'll have to see what information comes out of Saudi Arabia. Who knows? There could look. I mean, if a Saudi Arabia retaliates, like I think they're going to, I'm guessing the Houthis might strike back in Saudi Arabia. We could see a bunch of fighting between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. You know. Yeah, some people are mentioning this statement on Saudi and News 50. Thanks for mentioning that. That's a statement from they don't say where they got the statement. I assume it's legit, but they don't say where it came from. They don't say where it was. I don't know if they got it from the person's website or whatever, but they say it's a message from the head of the internationally recognized Yemen government, which is the other. There's basically the two sides in as I understand it, in the Yemeni civil war are the Houthis and then the IRG, the internationally recognized government. So their statement is from the head of the IRG, who the Saudi reports. That person says, we pledge to work closely with the Saudi coalition in order to decisively deter the threats posed by the Houthi militia. I mean, I don't really see anything big in that, because that's the group that's against the Houthis in Yemen. and that's supported by Saudi Arabia, saying we will work closely with the Saudi coalition that supports us to deter the threats posed by the Houthi militia. Like, that doesn't, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't feel like a huge revelation or anything. Okay, so I'm wrapping this up now, but there's a lot we haven't found out about what happened in Saudi Arabia, and we will see what happens, what we find out, and then we'll see where all this is going. But I think this is a important situation. Oh my gosh, I just saw something else. Special Kherson Cat, who I follow, mentions that there's some drones that are attacking yet another wild berries facility in Russia. Wild berries like Russia, Amazon. He says that in Yekaterinburg, Russia, there is a large wild berries warehouse which drones are attacking. He says the fire is limited so far at this warehouse, unlike a bunch of them which have burned down the warehouses in the warehouse or logistics facilities or whatever. This, he says, is limited so far, but another one is under attack. Anyways, all right. Again, I really appreciate people being here. A lot of news. Thank you so much for watching the channel. And thanks to all of our ex-viewers out there too. I really appreciate our ex-viewers. I dislike. Thanks for being there, Donco, and all of our ex-viewers. All right, guys. So I'm wrapping this up now. So again, big thanks for being here, and I will keep an eye on stuff, and we will come on as the news warrants. But there's clearly more information to come out about this. Okay. That is it for now. And thank you for watching our live coverage, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.